Hey sleepyheads, tonight, Courage is going to Richie Rich's mansion as a special guest. And you're invited to tag along. Before we step through those golden gates, get cozy, tuck the blanket just right. Let your shoulders drop and take a slow breath in and out. Good again. Soft and easy. The road from nowhere is quiet. The stars are yawning, and the night air feels like warm tea. Courage pads beside you, ears perked, tail doing that tiny sleepy wag. Up ahead, the mansion glows like a lantern in the dark. Not loud, not braggy, just a gentle shimmer promising hush. Big doors, velvet halls, and a friendly heartbeat of calm waiting inside. As we walk up the steps, each footfall gets softer. The lights dim themselves, the fountains whisper, and the night says, rest is safe here. You don't have to do anything but listen. I'll guide the way, Courage will keep you company, and Richie's home will learn to breathe slowly with us. One more deep breath in and out. Lovely. If this little journey helps you feel sleepy, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. It lets us bring you more cozy adventures whenever you need them. Ready? Let's go ring the bell together. Shh. The bell at the golden door sings a tiny song, and then becomes still. The hush that follows feels like a blanket being tucked. The door opens without a hurry. Warm light pours out like tea into a saucer. Steady and calm, a boy stands there with gentle eyes and a smile that belongs to kind evenings. Hi, I'm Richie. His voice is soft so the night can keep resting. Courage peeks from beside your leg, ears relaxed, tail giving two quiet taps that say hello the way only tails can. Richie lowers himself to Courage's height and offers his hand the way you offer a bird a branch. Thank you for coming. Courage leans forward, breath warm nose to palm, and answers with a small happy her. The moment clicks into place. The meeting is true. Come in. Richie steps back, and the hallway accepts you. Rugs collect footsteps and turn them into whispers. Lamps glow the way window light glows on snow. The air carries a hint of vanilla and wood smoke. Courage looks up at Richie, then at you, then back again, as if signing a quiet promise to take care of this friendship right from the start. You pass a narrow table where 3 cups wait on a tray. Steam rises in lazy curls that wobble and settle and wobble again. Richie smiles shyly. Warm milk with honey, my grandmother's way of saying welcome. He pours slowly, pouring the calm too. 1 cup for you, 1 for him. A small saucer nearby so Courage can breathe in the comfort even if he doesn't drink. You sit on a low velvet bench by the hearth. The fire does not roar. It murmurs like an old story that knows how to rest. Courage sits between you and Richie, back touching both your calves, a bridge with fur. Richie strokes the space behind Courage's ear and Courage melts a little, eyes half-litting into the first dusk of drowsiness. You take a sip. Warmth moves down and spreads out the way a quilt spreads when it settles over a bed. You breathe in slow and the room breathes with you. You breathe out softer and the room softens more. It was a long road from nowhere, Richie says in a voice that understands long roads. You nod. It was, but the stars were kind tonight. Courage makes a contented sound that lives somewhere between a sigh and a hum. Richie smiles, saving that sound in his pocket the way children save pebble treasures. He reaches into the other pocket and brings out a small music box with tiny scratches from being loved. It only plays 3 notes, he says, and wins it. The notes rise and land one by one like careful birds. 1, 2, 3. Then there is silence that feels like someone holding your hand. Courage tilts his head, listening hard, then lets his chin rest on Richie's knee with absolute trust. The notes repeat. 1, 2, 3. Silence again. But now the silence is full. Richie glances at you. I always forget how much I miss slow when the day is fast. Tonight we can make slow happen on purpose. You agree without speaking. Courage agrees by blinking once long and sure. The fire tucks itself lower. The lamps bow a little. Richie asks what makes your nights easy. You answer simply. A lamp turned 1 notch down. Rain that taps but never rattles. A path that knows your footsteps and hushes them. He nods as if each image is a soft feather he places into a nest. He shares his own small comforts. A door that closes gently. A clock that ticks so quietly you hear your own breathing first. Courage adds his, not in words but in tiny shifts of body. A warm rug. A friendly knee. The nearness of someone who means well. You talk like that for a while. Each sentence an exhale. Each pause a deeper inhale. It is not a conversation with points to prove. It is a conversation that puts down luggage. Courage leans against Richie a little more. And then against you, distributing trust so both of you carry the sweetness. Richie lifts the tray. Let's move to the window where the moon paints the floor. He leads you 3 steps to a wide sill cushioned in linen. Outside, the garden glows the quiet way dew glows. The sky seems closer here, like a ceiling of silk pulled just low enough to make the world feel small and safe. You sit. Courage hops up, circles once, settles with his paws tucked. Richie sits cross-legged, and the music box rests on his knee like a sleepy mouse. He winds it again. The 3 notes return and find new places to live in the room. One floats into the curtain. One drifts into Courage's ribbon and shines there. One rests behind your ribs where worries usually try to stand. Tonight there is no space left for worry to stand. It kneels and then lies down and then is simply quiet. Tell me about Courage, Richie whispers. Tell me what he does when the sky is loud. You speak of bravery that looks like staying. You speak of the way Courage sits close when storms have feelings. You speak of small paws that do big work. The work of reminding a house how to breathe. Richie listens with both ears and the space behind his eyes. Thank you for bringing him. Thank you for being here too. You notice your jaw has unclenched without asking. Your shoulders have lowered themselves. The bench feels like it was carved to fit your spine. Courage lifts his head and looks into Richie's face as if to say, I like the way you talk to quiet. Richie understands without translation. I like the way you listen to it. He stands and nods toward the next room. Only a few steps, just to the place where the house keeps its hush. You rise together and walk through an arch thick with carved leaves, polished by generations of careful hands. The floorboards sigh once in greeting. You answer by walking even slower, and they reward you by settling into silence. The next space is small and round and lined with books that smell like saved afternoons. A single chair sits in the center, and it seems to remember every calm conversation it has ever held. Richie touches the back of the chair, then doesn't sit, as if understanding that tonight is about sharing places, not occupying them. He gestures instead to a braided rug. Here. We sit here on the floor because floors are honest. You sit. Courage folds down so neatly you think of pages closing at bedtime. Richie places the music box between you. He does not wind it. He lets the quiet sing its own song for a while. You hear a faraway clock. You hear leaves making their night adjustments. You hear the feathers of your thoughts settle into position for rest. Richie speaks softly again. When I was younger, I thought big rooms needed big noise. Now I know they only need good friends. Courage gives a tiny yes that sounds like breathing. You give yours by leaning back on your hands and letting your head tip so the ceiling can hold a little of its weight for you. He winds the box, just once, barely. 1, 2, 3. The notes are almost whispers now, but they still arrive with certainty and leave with grace. Courage's tail taps once, and stops the way a metronome stops when a song ends well. Richie looks at you with gratitude. I am happy we met at the door. I am happier that we met here too, in the part of the evening where introductions become belonging. You feel those words arrive and fold around your shoulders. Courage lifts his paw and sets it gently on Richie's wrist. The gesture is simple and exact. It says we are a circle now. The fire in the other room sends a last low murmur through the hall. Your breath finds a rhythm that matches the size of this space. In and easy. Out and easier. The minutes lengthen like shadows at sunset and fill with nothing but kindness. You stay like that, 3 beings sharing a small rug and a smaller music box and the smallest necessary words, which is all a good meeting asks for. You return to the foyer bench for warm milk refills. The cups feel lighter this time, as if the weight has moved from the dishes into the calm you carry. Richie wipes a small drop of honey from the saucer with the corner of a folded napkin. He is careful with small things because he knows small things are how nights decide to sleep. Courage watches the honey thread and blinks slowly, storing the image in the same place he stores the path home. You drift back to the window. The moon has slid an inch. The garden wears it well. Richie rests his shoulder against yours the way a friend rests. A thought on another friend's patience. Courage nudges both your ankles until your feet make a small triangle of warmth. The triangle is as old as campfires. It says a boundary has been drawn that keeps out hurry. Tell me one nice thing about your day, Richie whispers. You tell him one, and it is enough. Tell me one easy thing about your heart. You tell him one, and it is enough too. He nods as if adding each answer onto a string of beads that will live in this house and be worn by the rooms when they are lonely. The music box sings once more. 1, 2, 3. Then silence takes your hands again and leads you across the final minutes of the meeting with the steadiness of a gentle river. You feel the doorbell's echo in your chest. The first hello still ringing but sweeter now, less bright, more deep. Richie thanks you for ringing that bell with him, for stepping inside, for offering the quiet of your presence as a gift. Courage thanks him by resting his head on Richie's lap and letting his eyes close all the way for the first time since the road. You thank them both by breathing like someone who has arrived exactly where they were meant to arrive. The lamps dim a breath. The fire lowers itself a breath. The house exhales a breath. Together you sit in that shared exhale and learn the shape of comfort made by new friendship. The night approves. The room approves. Your body approves. Richie whispers a promise so light it barely moves the air. We go slow together. We listen. We keep the door of kindness open. Courage answers with a small sound that is yes and thank you and more yes. You answer with the same. The promise hangs between you like a lantern that needs no flame. We go slow together. We listen. We keep the door of kindness open. The room answers with its own easy breath. The moon on the floor shifts a little, the way a sleeping cat changes sides and settles deeper. Richie sets the empty cups back on the tray and smiles at Courage as if the smile itself were a blanket. Come see the guest book, he says softly. It is how the house remembers good arrivals. He leads the way down a short hallway where the air smells faintly of paper and polished wood. Courage pads close, shoulder brushing Richie's calf in a steady rhythm, the steady rhythm of new trust becoming simple truth. The guest book waits on a small stand near the stairs. The leather is worn the way loved things are worn. Richie opens to a fresh page that feels like a morning. Would you like to write your name? He asks. You take the pen, slow and careful, and your name becomes a curve that looks right inside this quiet. Richie writes his name beneath yours, smaller, like a grateful echo. He turns the pen in his fingers and kneels so the stand is low enough for Courage. If you want, we can press your paw gently and make a tiny print. Only if it feels good. Courage looks at both of you, weighs the air, and lifts one paw with grave ceremony. Richie laughs a small warm laugh and fetches a little pad of ink from the drawer below. The pad is barely damp. He touches it to Courage's paw, then to the page. A neat oval with 4 soft commas blooms on the paper. Courage steadies the print, satisfied, then sniffs it once as if to confirm that memories can have a scent. Welcome home, Richie says to the print, and then to Courage. Welcome home, friend. Courage's tail answers with a single patient tap. The stairway rises in a gentle curve. Richie does not climb it. He lays his palm on the banister instead, as if greeting an old tree. Some nights we go up, he says, but tonight we stay close to the ground where the house keeps its heartbeat. He leads you through a shallow arch into a low room with a ceiling painted the pale color of seashells. A long table rests in the center, empty but for a small wooden box. Richie opens the lid and shows what is inside. Little ribbons, little cards, a small pencil, a few pressed flowers that have kept their shape in the dark. Tokens of first meetings, he says. We leave something tiny here so the night remembers our beginning. He chooses a plain card and writes today's date in the corner. He writes 2 words and slides the card toward you. Thank you. He adds a 3rd word slowly, as if placing a bead on a string. Courage. He places the card back into the box, as if setting it down on a pillow. Courage watches and then looks around, thinking. He finds nothing to carry, because he is not a dog who steals. Instead, he offers stillness. He sits, chest proud and calm, and offers the room his quiet as the token. The house accepts. You can feel it in the way the air warms by 1 degree. Come, Richie says, and his steps make no sound on the matting as he guides you to the door that opens onto the inner courtyard. The night outside is gentle and awake, happy to stay up just a little while longer for good company. You step out. The garden is a room without walls. A small fountain keeps the time with a patient drop and a smaller echo. The trees make those almost not sounds that leaves make when they think no one is listening. Courage walks ahead 2 paces and then looks back, checking that Richie is with him. Richie is, and he wears the expression of someone whose favorite story is reading itself aloud. He points to a bench that faces a low hedge shaped like a wave. My mother said you can learn calm from hedges, he whispers. They remember the hands that shaped them, and they are grateful without making a fuss. You sit, and Courage climbs up and curls in the corner where the bench meets the arm. His spine is a warm comma that invites a sentence to end and rest. What helps you sleep when you are far from home? Richie asks. You tell him softly. A window cracked open just enough to hear the night. A blanket that smells like yesterday's sun. Footsteps you know moving down the hall and returning. He nods, as if each answer is a stone placed in a path he will walk later. He offers his own. A light left on somewhere I cannot see, just to know kindness is awake. The weight of a book on my lap, even closed. A dog who understands the language of quiet. Courage lifts his head at that and places a paw on Richie's sleeve, a translation made of touch. A moth skims the surface of the air and drifts away. The fountain counts 3 drops, then 3 more. The shadows of the hedge shift like breath. Richie leans back and closes his eyes for a moment that lasts longer than a moment. The garden holds the pause without dropping it. When he opens his eyes again, he smiles with the slow delight of someone who has thought of something small and good. I want to show you the room where the first hellos live. Not pictures, just feelings. He leads you back inside past the guest book and into a narrow gallery lined not with frames but with shallow alcoves. Each alcove holds an object that a meeting once needed. A feather. A bell the size of a thimble. A smooth river stone. A child's mitten. All clean, all simple, all shining with the kind of shine that comes from being chosen on purpose. Richie stops at an empty alcove at the far end. We saved this one for tonight without knowing we were saving it, he says. Courage studies the space, then sits and lifts his face. The gesture is plain and perfect. Richie places both hands over his heart, then opens them toward the alcove, like he is giving something invisible but real. He whispers the words that have been in the room since the door opened. We go slow together. We listen. We keep the door of kindness open. The alcove does not change, but the corridor feels full, as if a seat has been taken at a table. Courage nods once satisfied, and the house nods back in the tiny language of settled wood. You return to the window seat with the linen cushion. The moon has climbed a finger's width, and the light now reaches farther across the floor, touching the place where your shoes rest. Richie brings the tray again and refills the cups. The honey moves like a ribbon you could follow through a forest and never be lost. Courage rests his chin on Richie's knee and closes his eyes to the halfway place where dogs live when they are almost asleep but still listening for their names. Tell me one more nice thing about your day, Richie whispers. You tell him about a moment when a stranger held a door and how it caught you like a net. He tells you about a moment when he found a pencil tucked behind a book and how the pencil felt like a friend who had been waiting patiently to be useful again. You both laugh softly at how the littlest things carry most of the weight when night comes. Courage opens one eye, approves, and lets it slide closed again. The music box returns to Richie's hand without him seeming to fetch it. He winds it a little. The 3 notes step into the room and sit down politely on the nearest cushion. 1, 2, 3. Then the golden space between them widens, like a yawn you do not fight. You let the notes come and go the way you let the tide come and go without counting, trusting the shore to still be the shore when the water changes its mind. Courage's breath matches the space. Richie's breath matches courage. Yours matches both. A quiet hour stretches out and fills itself with the most ordinary magic. Richie tells simple stories about the house that sound like lullabies even though they are true. The hinge on the pantry that never squeaks on rainy days. The way light in the east hallway always looks like morning, even at night. The chair near the back door that holds coats so gently you forget the day as soon as you put your sleeve there. You offer your own small truths. The sound of a kettle at the exact moment before it sings. The way a fridge hum can sound like a train far away if you let it. Courage offers the soft thump of his tail now and then, agreeing at the right places like a kindly audience. Minutes become wider. They carry you with no sharp edges. The world outside the room keeps turning, and you do not need to help it. The house rests its weight on its foundation, and the foundation is glad to serve. The floor warms where your feet touch. The cushion keeps its promise to be kind. The moon reaches the edge of the sill and pauses there like a friend deciding whether to stay for one more story. Richie looks down at Courage with a tenderness that belongs to sunrise. "Thank you for meeting me," he says, as if the meeting were a task and the two of you have completed it with care. Courage lifts his head the smallest amount and touches his nose to Richie's wrist. You feel your own chest open the way windows open when they mean it. There is space in you now, and the space is gentle. Before the hour closes, Richie rises and walks you 3 slow steps to the threshold where the foyer begins. He does not lead you farther. He stands with one hand on the frame and nods to the room you are leaving, as if paying respect. "First meetings should not be hurried," he says. "We will go further when the night has finished singing tonight's song." He smiles. It has a few verses left. You return to the bench by the hearth. The fire has settled into amber and occasional soft sighs. You sit and Courage climbs up between you the way he did before, a bridge of fur linking one friend to the other. Richie lays his palm on Courage's back and feels the warm rise and fall there. He rests his head against the wall and lets his eyes close. You let yours close too. Nothing is ending. It is only deepening. The hour ends not with a bell, but with an exhale you all share. The exhale is so soft that it barely counts as sound. It counts as belonging. The lamps draw the smallest breath and dim by a whisper. The hearth glows 1 degree lower. Courage settles heavier. Not because he is tired, but because he trusts the bench not to move. The last of the fire's sighs fades into a glow that holds steady. The bench remembers your shape. Courage rests heavier between you and Richie, a warm bridge with a heartbeat. The house listens the way a good friend listens, with patience and without needing to speak. Richie opens his eyes and smiles the kind of smile that never startles. "I would like to keep meeting you right here," he says, "and also take 3 soft steps further in our hello. Only if it feels easy." It does. You nod. Courage lifts his head and nods too, the ribbon at his collar settling like a small flag that means safe harbor. You rise together. The tray waits, the cups wait, and for a moment you wait with them, enjoying the sweetness of having nothing urgent to do. Richie touches the handle of the tray, then lets it be, as if to say we carry calm now without using our hands. Courage pads forward, not leading, not following, simply beside. His paws speak a language that floors understand. The floor answers with small contented creaks and then goes quiet again. Richie guides you down a short corridor that curves like a river. The walls hold soft shadows. A window at the bend shows the garden's darker green, a color that belongs to resting. He stops where the hallway widens into a nook with a low table and 2 cushions. "This is where I remember first names twice," he says. The second time makes them feel more at home. He sits, and you sit, and Courage settles in the space between, a star with 2 points instead of 5. Richie says your name like a secret that wants to be treated gently. He says Courage's name as if the letters were a lullaby. You say Richie's name back to him, once for hello and once for belonging. The air warms by a heartbeat. The window seems to come closer, the way kind things come closer when you look at them softly. He reaches into his pocket and finds the music box without looking. He must know it by its weight. He winds it only halfway. The 3 notes arrive the way dawn arrives when it has made up its mind. 1, 2, 3. They do not ask for anything. They simply make space. Courage's ears soften at the edges. Richie's shoulders loosen and fall where they wanted to be all along. Your breath grows rounder, like bread rising in a quiet kitchen. Tell me what you want this meeting to be, Richie says. You answer slowly, because slow is the right speed for wishes. You tell him you want it to be a door that stays unlocked, a hallway that never asks you to hurry, a lamp that knows when to dim without being told. He nods and tells you he wants it to be a small garden inside the bigger garden, a place you can find even in the dark because your feet remember. Courage adds a soft noise that means yes, and also means I will walk you there. Richie stands and gestures with his chin, the way people do when words would be too loud. You follow him through an arch carved with leaves and tiny birds, each bird still, each leaf patient. The arch opens into a round room with shelves that rise only as high as a child's shoulder. On the shelves are boxes no bigger than a hand, each labeled in tiny handwriting. New friends, first smiles, quiet tears that turn good. He does not touch the boxes. He lets them rest. This is the room where we keep small beginnings, he says. We do not open anything tonight. We only admit that we have a place for them. Courage steps close and breathes the gentle cardboard scent. He approves. The room approves right back. A chair waits in the corner, not to be used but to remind you that rest can be chosen any time you like. Richie touches the back of the chair and then takes his hand away, as if bowing. He leads you past it to a door that is already ajar. Beyond is a tiny vestibule with a vase holding 3 sprigs of something green that still smells of the garden. He smiles. Sometimes I forget these sprigs on purpose, he says, so I can remember them twice. You stand there without moving, not because you need to, but because standing still is a good way to keep the night from slipping. Back to the foyer, he whispers. But first the step that every good hello takes. He kneels and looks Courage in the eyes. May I give a gift that belongs to meetings? Courage tilts his head, weighing the kindness in the question, and then lowers his head all the way, so Richie can slip a thin loop of soft cord through the ribbon's knot. The cord holds a tiny charm the size of a teardrop, smooth and pale. It is not gold. It is not silver. It is the color of milk before the honey. This is a promise bead, Richie says, that has no magic except the kind we choose to keep. Courage blinks, slow. You feel the house nod in the little language of wood that has settled and is pleased about it. You return to the window seat with its linen cushion because some places are worth visiting twice before the night grows older. The moon has slid another inch along the sill and now touches the edge of the music box where Richie set it down. The light makes a small halo on the metal crank. Courage climbs up, turns once, rests his chin on Richie's knee, then on your thigh, then chooses the middle and splits the difference, as if fairness were the softest pillow. Tell me one good thing about me that you noticed, Richie says in a voice that asks for honesty and nothing else. You tell him he listens with his whole face. You tell him he knows how to lower a light without lowering the warmth. He blushes in the way quiet people do, where the glow appears more in the eyes than the cheeks. He tells you one good thing about Courage. He says Courage knows how to use stillness like a blanket. He tells you one good thing about you. He says you carry the room without lifting a finger. Courage makes a small her that agrees with everything and adds the suggestion of a nap. Time widens again. Minutes turn to gentle lanes you could wander forever without getting lost. Richie shares a story about the doorbell. He says sometimes it rings loudly for delivery trucks and sometimes it rings softly for rain, but tonight it learned a new tone when you arrived, the tone of a bell that wants to be a whisper.
You tell him a story about your favorite quiet street, the way a certain corner smells of bread at daybreak, even at night, as if time were kind enough to bend for comfort. Courage listens like a scholar who studies kindness and earns the highest marks simply by being present. The three notes return once when Richie winds the box just a little. They feel familiar now, like names you have spoken enough times to trust. 1, 2, 3. The silence afterward is not empty. It is the gentle room where the notes hang their coats and rest their feet. Your breath lives there too. Courage's breath lives there. Richie's breath joins them. It is a small party with no talking, the best kind. Richie stands and invites the smallest tour a house can offer. 3 doors, 3 pauses, 3 breaths. He points to a doorway that faces west. When I stand here at sunset, he says, the light runs along the floor and climbs my shoes, and I remember to stand still. He points to the door that leads back to the kitchen. When I stand here in the morning, the smell of toast decides to be mine, even before I see the bread. He points to the door that opens to the little courtyard. When I stand here at night, the air tells me what the leaves learned during the day. He does not open any door. He only shares the knowing. The house feels pleased to have its ways witnessed without being asked to perform. Back to the bench, because circles are kind. Courage hops up first, then Richie, then you. The order does not matter, but it satisfies some old rule of comfort you did not know you kept. Richie pours a last ribbon of honey into his cup and stirs without clinking.
When the half hour finds you, it does not ring. It leans in close and whispers that it is here. You notice because your body notices. Your shoulders are lower than before. Your jaw is soft. Your heart is unhurried. Richie smiles without opening his eyes. Courage lets out a small sound. That is the period at the end of a perfect sentence. The room is warm the way a hand is warm when it has been holding yours for a while. The lamps breathe lower. The fire keeps only its glow. A quiet ember heart. Courage lies between you and Richie. The charm at his ribbon resting like a dewdrop before morning. Richie opens his eyes and smiles, as if he has discovered a secret. And the secret is that nothing else is needed. Let's let our hello learn to walk, he says. And his voice is the gentlest invitation. Not far, just the kind of walking that stays close to itself. You rise together, and Courage stands with the careful dignity of a guardian who knows the night is listening. The floor greets your steps with friendly sighs, and then grows quiet again, pleased with your pace. In the foyer, Richie points to the smooth stone tiles that catch the moonlight in soft squares. We can cross these squares like stepping stones, he whispers, and leave nothing behind but softer air. He takes one step, then pauses. Another step, then another pause. Courage matches him, paw to tile. Pause. Paw to tile. You follow, and the three of you become a moving hush that the house leans toward as if to hear its own heartbeat more clearly. At the far side, Richie stops with his palm on the wall, as though greeting the house with a touch. Hello again, he says, and the words sound new even though you have said hello all night. Courage leans into your leg. You rest a hand on the short curve where his shoulder meets his neck. The touch says we are still here. The touch says we are still arriving. Richie turns to a narrow table tucked beneath a mirror. The mirror reflects only the softness of things. On the table sits a small envelope and a spool of pale thread. I like to write tiny letters to moments, he says, smiling at the idea. May I write one for our first meeting and tuck it into Courage's charm? You nod. He writes with slow strokes, letters shaped like they were taught by rain. He does not show the words, but he reads them aloud, and they are simple and true. Thank you for opening the door and becoming a quiet I can hear. He folds the paper to a feather and ties it to the charm with the thread. The charm holds it as if it were always meant to be there. Courage dips his chin to feel the weight of kindness and lifts it again, satisfied. Back at the window, the moon has shifted and drawn a silver path along the floor toward the rug. The path looks like a gentle invitation to sit exactly where you were sitting before. So you do. Courage circles once, and settles between you, his ribs rising and falling under your hands. The rise and fall that turns any room into a harbor. Richie places the music box on the sill, but does not wind it yet. The silence is playing the song for now. Tell me the smallest detail you remember from the door. Richie whispers. The handle was cool and smooth. The bell sounded like a star tapping a glass. The air smelled faintly of vanilla. He nods, and for each small detail he offers one back. The edge of the mat was turned up at the corner just enough to look like a smile. The hinge didn't speak at all, as if it had already told its story earlier, and needed only to rest now. The first light on the floor looked like a lane leading to your name. Courage shifts and rests his head on Richie's knee. Richie strokes the spot between Courage's eyes, with a tenderness that belongs to dawn. He looks at you. What will we call this meeting when we think of it later? Not an arrival, not a tour, maybe a slow beginning. You nod. A slow beginning sounds like something you can return to whenever you need to start gently again. The hallway calls you softly, and you answer by standing. 3 steps, no more. The gallery of alcoves waits with its small treasures, but Richie passes them without letting his eyes snag on brightness. He stops at the empty alcove you visited earlier, and breathes into it once, as if lending it a piece of tonight to keep. He does not place anything there. He only lets the air rest after the breath, and that seems to be enough. Courage understands and gives the tiniest nod. The nod that means yes, we will remember. A staircase curls upward like a river rounding a bend. Richie stands at the foot of it, and speaks to the steps the way one speaks to old friends. Not tonight. Another time. Thank you for waiting. He does not climb. He reaches for the banister, then decides not to touch it after all, and somehow that restraint feels like a kindness to the wood. Courage looks up the way dogs look at the sky, alert and calm, then looks back at you, choosing the present again. The kitchen lies somewhere behind you, dreaming of toast and morning light. You don't go there either. The promise you made to the ground remains. Tonight the heartbeat of the house is enough. Back to the bench by the hearth, to the place that knows the shape of your sitting. Richie refills the cups with the last of the warm milk. The honey makes its slow amber ribbon and disappears, leaving sweetness everywhere it has touched. The cups are easy in your hands, a friendly temperature that suggests rest. You drink. Courage lifts his head to breathe in the comfort, then lets it sink back down, satisfied with the idea rather than the drink. Kindness can be taken in by watching it. Richie sets his empty cup down without a sound and closes his eyes. Let's learn each other's rhythms, he says, barely above a whisper. I will breathe as you breathe. Courage will choose the pace. You place a palm on Courage's chest and feel the steady drum there. Yet he rises. Out he settles. Richie's shoulders follow, lifting and lowering in time. The room listens and falls into step with you. The crackle from the hearth becomes less a sound and more a steady presence. The lamplight folds itself into corners and rests. Time spreads thin and begins to glow. Thoughts arrive like small birds in fine perches, then decide the branches are crowded with quiet already and fly on. You do not chase them. Richie does not look for them. Courage does nothing but be the gentle center of the circle. It is enough. When Richie opens his eyes again, he looks grateful in the way people look when given something they didn't know how to ask for. He brings the music box to his knee, and wins it one soft turn. The notes arrive and set their coats on the backs of the nearest chairs. 1, 2, 3. They sit with you, not across from you, not in a separate place where you have to go to hear them. 3 breaths widen to make room. 3 heartbeats find a measured lane. Tell me the first kind thought you remember thinking about me, Richie says, and he says it in a way that makes it easy to answer. You tell him you noticed how he made space for Courage to choose each step. He smiles and says he noticed you made the room kinder by the way you looked at it. He says Courage made the house brave by being unafraid to rest. Courage's tail gives a lazy tap that lands like a dot of ink at the end of a gentle sentence. A curtain stirs, touched by a draft that means nothing but freshness. The moon has crossed more sky, and the garden is a darker, kinder green. The fountain is still counting, patient and friendly. The world outside your breath is doing its job so well that you do not need to help it along. Richie stands and gestures toward the narrow table with the envelope again. Would you like to write a tiny letter to tonight? You nod. He places a small card on the tray and offers you the pencil. You write without hurrying. We arrived slowly, and it was perfect. You sign only with the warmth already in the room. Richie adds a dot at the end of your sentence as if placing a candle where a window already glows. He tucks the card into the envelope and rests it beside the music box, as if to say, we will find you again when we need you. Courage stretches the long cat-like stretch that dogs do, forepaws reaching, back curled, then settles in a new fold of himself. He puts his paw gently over Richie's shoe and leaves it there. The kind of small touch that means I am here without needing to say anything else. Richie covers the paw with his hand. You cover Courage's shoulder with yours. The triangle forms again. The triangle that keeps out hurry as neatly as a door keeps out weather. Another quiet hour opens like a book you love and have read enough times that you no longer need to turn every page to remember what happens. You sit in the middle of it. Richie tells a memory in one paragraph and then lets it fade so the room can hold the ending a little longer. You tell a memory in 2 sentences and let it sit beside his. Courage contributes a sigh that carries the clear meaning of, I agree, followed by the feather of a snore so tiny it feels like a compliment to silence. The fire lowers itself to a warm lake of coals. The shadows sway, then decide even swaying is more than required and become perfectly still. Somewhere in the deeper house, a clock decides not to speak. Choosing not to speak can be a gift too. When the half hour arrives, you almost miss it because you are inside it already. Richie notices not by looking at a clock, but by the way Courage's breath settles into an even softer rhythm. The rhythm rooms love. He nods once, content. He touches the charm at Courage's ribbon with the back of one knuckle, careful as if greeting a sleeping bird. The tiny letter inside makes no sound, as it should be. We are still meeting, Richie says, and the words feel like a pillow placed under the night's head. We can meet for as long as the dark is kind enough to stay. And when morning comes, it will only feel like a new hello that knows our names already. You lean back. Courage leans heavier. Richie lets his shoulders rest against the wall that has kept its promises for years and is pleased to keep them tonight. The house listens. The garden listens. The moon listens. Your breath, Courage's breath, Richie's breath, 3 notes, then the song of quiet. The quiet has learned your names and keeps repeating them softly to itself. Courage sleeps and wakes in little gentle waves, each wave smaller than the last. Richie watches him with that sunrise look again, then looks at you and smiles as if he has decided to speak to the night the way people speak to a dear friend. Let's give our hello a place to live, he says, and touches the edge of the braided rug with one finger. He draws a slow circle on the floor, not with chalk, not with string, only with the idea of a circle that hands and hearts can understand. Courage lifts his head, sees the circle, and steps into it without hesitation. You join him. Richie steps in last, careful and glad. Inside the circle the air feels like a warm shoulder. Richie sits cross-legged and sets the music box between his knees. He does not wind it yet. He looks at Courage. I am Richie, he says, as if the night might want the reminder. I am grateful. Courage blinks long, then places one paw on Richie's wrist, the gentlest of signatures. You say your own name again, slower than before, and it fits the room better now, the way a favorite sweater fits after a few evenings of comfort. Richie folds his hands and thinks for a moment. I want to tell you something small that I never get tired of telling, he says. When I was little, I thought doors were only for coming and going. Then I learned a third way, standing in them for a while and letting the inside and outside greet each other. Tonight feels like that third way. Courage gives a low hum that belongs to contentment. You know exactly what he means. Richie whispers, tell me one soft word that feels like this room. You say safe, he says warm. Courage answers with a slow exhale that sounds like friend.
The three words lean on each other and decide to stay. Richie reaches into his pocket and brings out a small linen square folded twice. He opens it on his palm. A tiny pressed flower lies inside. Not bright anymore, but utterly faithful to its shape. My grandmother used to slip these into books when guests left, he says. We won't place it anywhere tonight. We will just let it rest with us so the book of this evening can find it later. She holds it near Courage's nose. Courage inhales gently, and the linen lifts a little, then settles back as if it likes this air. You sit together quietly, and time widens the way a path widens when grass leans back to let you pass. Richie speaks now and then, a sentence at a time, each one landing like a feather on a still pond. You answer with your own small sentences. Courage offers the truth of his breathing. The house listens without leaning, perfectly balanced in its care. Richie stands and leads you 3 steps to the narrow table by the mirror. Not to look at yourselves, but to look at the softness the mirror likes to keep. He lays the linen square there, as if setting a note on a mantle. We are not leaving a mark, he says. We are leaving a kindness that knows how to sit. You say sit. Courage comes close and rests his chin briefly on the table's edge, then withdraws, satisfied that the kindness will stay. Back to the bench. Back to the window. Back to the circle that now exists whether or not anyone can see it. Returning is its own kind of meeting, Richie says, and you feel the truth of it pass through you like a low tide. Courage climbs up and folds himself into that neat shape he likes, paws tucked, ribbon straight, charm quiet against his chest. Richie's hand finds the spot between Courage's shoulders again, and lingers there, steady as a lighthouse no one needs to look at to know it's working. Tell me one small wish for this friendship, Richie says after a while. You wish out loud that the door of kindness will remember how to open itself whenever you arrive. Richie wishes that Courage will always feel at home on this rug, in this light, in this breath. Courage wishes in the language of a soft, certain huff that means yes to both of you. The music box gives its 3 notes again. 1, 2, 3. Silence gathers around them like a quilt. Richie speaks into the quilt so softly that even the silence has to lean in. If the world is loud tomorrow, remember this bench, this window, this circle. Come back by closing your eyes and counting to 3 the way the box does. Courage leans against his leg as if to say he will guide you if you forget the numbers. A draft lifts the curtain and lets in a cleaner piece of night. The scent of leaves arrives, and with it the faint sound of the fountain recomposing its patient song. The house relaxes another notch. The stairway is content to wait. The kitchen dreams of toast without asking anyone to come. Everything knows its hour. Richie takes the envelope from earlier and slides your tiny letter inside more fully, as though tucking a child. Then he rests it by the music box and looks at you with a gratitude that doesn't need words. He whispers thank you anyway, because gratitude likes to hear itself sometimes. Courage responds by shifting his weight so that he touches both of you, paw to knee, shoulder to thigh. The map of the meeting, redrawn as contact. Another slow piece of time opens, and inside it, Richie tells a single memory about a rainy morning, when the sound on the roof made everything feel softer. You say sit. You tell a memory about a long road that ended in a quiet porch, and the smell of tea before the cup was in your hands. Courage adds the softest snore, barely a sound, more a suggestion, and everyone accepts it as the best kind of punctuation. Richie's eyes close and open, like small doors practicing being gentle. He watches the moon inch along, and smiles when its edge kisses the corner of the music box. Sometimes the night writes its own letters, he says. We only sign our names at the bottom. He strokes Courage's ribbon and finds the charm with his fingertips, careful of the tied thread and the folded note inside. He leaves it alone, but you can tell the touch was a promise kept. He looks at the guest book in the other room as if he can see it from here. Tomorrow I will open to your page again and read the print of Courage's paw and remember that the oval and the commas are not ink, but a story that kept choosing to be quiet. You nod. Courage yawns the slow round yawn that turns any hour toward rest. The 3 of you sit in a closeness that requires nothing. Breathing is enough. The floor remembers your steps and keeps the memory without replaying it. The lamps remember their earlier glow and are pleased to hold a softer one. The fire remembers its flame and decides ember is the better word for this part of the evening. Richie lifts the music box once more and wings it just a fraction. The notes come like a promise spoken again to make sure it still fits. 1, 2, 3. They do. They always will. He sets the box down and places his palm over it, not to stop it, but to share warmth with the metal the way you share warmth with a friend's chilly hands. Tell me one last nice thing about tonight, he says, and you answer that your favorite part was how the hello never rushed to become anything else. Richie nods. Mine too, he says. Courage taps his tail once against the bench, a soft period at the end of a sentence the room already understood. The half-hour reaches you the way dusk reaches a porch, slow and inevitable and kind. You know it has come, because everything has settled into the exact shape it meant to have all along. Richie inhales as if tasting the hour and exhales as if blessing it. He looks at you, then at Courage, then at the moonlit floor. We are still meeting, he says, and his voice is the quietest it has been all night. The word still is doing most of the work. Courage nudges his palm with his nose, then rests again. You lean back and let the wall take a little of your weight, trusting it the way old walls invite you to trust them. The room holds steady the way a small harbor holds a boat. The embered hearth glows, the lamps rest. The window gives you a ribbon of moonlight that has lasted longer than it expected to and is happy about it. Courage lies between you and Richie, a warm weight that means here, that means now, that means nothing. Hard needs doing. Richie speaks without lifting his voice. I think our hello is ready to be the kind that can stay even when we're quiet. He smiles at Courage as if handing him the thought. Courage lifts his head, then lays it back down, a promise made in fur and breath. You sit together and let time spread itself thin like honey on warm toast. No hurry. The house has learned the lesson and keeps teaching it back to you. The floor remembers your steps and is content not to repeat them. The walls remember your names and sing them inwardly, soft and softer, until the song becomes a hum, and the hum becomes a feeling. Richie whispers one more question to the night. What shall we keep from this first meeting, so we can find it again when the world forgets to be gentle? He waits, because questions like that arrive on their own 2 feet. You say we will keep the sound of the 3 notes and the silence that follows. Richie says, we will keep the circle we made without chalk. Courage adds a slow exhale that says, keep the touch of a hand over a heartbeat. He turns the music box key just enough to show that it remembers. 1, 2, 3. The notes are so faint they seem to come from the wood of the bench, from the soft breath of the curtains, from Courage's chest. They land, they rest, they do not ask to be more than themselves. Richie looks toward the narrow table and the small envelope waiting there and then chooses not to move. We have already written to tonight, he says, and tonight has written back. Let the letters sit, let the answers arrive in sleeping. He shifts and sits cross-legged on the rug, inviting you and Courage closer with a tilt of his head. You join him. Courage rises, turns once in the small way that means this is good, and settles with his chest between Richie's knees and his paws on the edge of your ankle. The 3 of you make the circle again, without needing to draw it. It forms because you are here. Tell me your name one last time, Richie says, and he says it as if naming is a kindness you can give a room. You say it, slower than ever, and the sound seems to settle into the grain of the floor. He says Courage's name, and it sounds like the softest bell. He says his own name last as if setting a small anchor. Then silence returns and sits among the names like a friend who understands. A breath passes, then another, then the kind that reaches the bottom of you and smooths it. Richie rests his palm over the music box where it lies closed on the rug. He rests his other hand over Courage's ribbon, where the tiny charm is tied. You lay your hand over his. It is a stack of warmth, light as a book left open to a favorite page. The house gives a gentle sound in its bones, the contented settling that old places make when they approve of the people inside them. The garden beyond the window offers the scent of leaves grown cooler. The fountain counts fewer drops now, as if it too is ready to drift. Richie begins a story that has only 3 sentences in it. Tonight, a door opened. We met and did not hurry. We left the door open in our hearts so the meeting could stay. When he is finished, nothing needs to be added. Courage agrees by closing his eyes all the way and letting a small, perfect sigh escape, a star that has decided to soften into sky. You lean your shoulder to Richie's, and he leans back, just enough to be known, not enough to tip the quiet. He speaks again, the last words of the night's first chapter. If you ever feel far away, say the notes in your head. 1, 2, 3. I will hear them here, and Courage will hear them wherever he is, because the house carries them now. The moon slides to the edge of the window, and leaves a paler silver behind, the kind that promises morning will come but does not rush it. The lamp light dims a breath, then holds. The ember settles. Courage's ears twitch once in a dream, then rest. You listen to the rhythm you have made together, and realize it is the same as the rhythm you brought in from the road, only kinder, because it has been heard. Richie loosens his hands and places them palms up on the rug, an invitation to the room to put down anything it is still holding. The room obliges. The last of the day's edges dissolve into the weave. Even the clock in the deeper hall seems to nod, and then decide that nodding is enough. We will not say goodbye, Richie murmurs. We will say hello again, in a softer voice. Courage answers with the faintest tail tap, a punctuation mark written in fur. You answer by breathing, the way a shoreline breathes, receiving, releasing, receiving, releasing, always there. Another quiet stretch opens, wide and welcoming. In it you count the smallest beauties without making a list. The warmth beneath your palms, the weight of Courage's trust, the way your name sounded fuller the last time you said it, the way Richie listened with his whole face, the fact that the doorbell knows 2 ways to ring, and chose a third just for tonight. Richie lifts the music box and brings it close to Courage's ear. He winds it a quarter turn, and lets the notes fall like 3 seeds in soil already rich with listening. 1, 2, 3. He whispers the line that will be the night's bookmark. We go slow together. We listen. We keep the door of kindness open. The notes finish, and the silence takes their hands. You and Richie settle back until your shoulders touch the wall, and the wall feels pleased to be of use. Courage shifts so that his back fits the curve of Richie's knee, and his paws cross over your ankle, as if crossing a threshold he intends to protect. His breathing deepens. The room follows. The house follows. Even the dark seems to deepen on purpose, not to hide, but to hold. If morning peaks, let it peak gently, Richie says, the words almost too light to hear. If dreams come, let them sit beside us quietly and learn our pace. If sleep wants to try the door, it will find it open and the rug warm. Courage makes a sound that might be a yes or might be sleep beginning. Either way it fits. Minutes widen so far that they become a soft field. No one moves through it faster than a leaf might fall through air. You rest your head back and feel the small pulse at the base of your skull slow to match Courage's. Richie's breath is a lullaby that keeps forgetting its words and remembering them again in a kinder order. You do not need to think of tomorrow, but if a thought strays in, the room tucks it into a pocket for safekeeping and hands you back the present. The present is a dog asleep between 2 friends. The present is a house that knows how to be kind. The present is a promise bead against a ribbon, a folded letter that needs no reply, a guest book page with an oval, and 4 commas that look like a poem about belonging. At last the night reaches the part where endings and beginnings shake hands. Richie opens his eyes long enough to find yours. Thank you for meeting me, he says, and it sounds like thank you for letting me meet myself more gently. You say thank you back. Courage does not wake. He answers in sleeping, the most honest yes there is. Richie speaks the very last words in a voice that will not disturb even the dust. Hello, he says, as if to prove that first things can be last things too. Hello, you say, and the word wraps the 3 of you like a shawl. Courage murmurs a tiny sound that might be hello in dog language and nestles deeper.
Now, Courage, and you are about to meet Dollar, Richie's pet. The ember holds its small heart of light. The window keeps a ribbon of moon the color of milk. Courage lies between you and Richie, and the night is so gentle it could balance on a fingertip. From down the hall comes the faintest jingle. A silver thought, moving through velvet air. It pauses. It comes closer. It is not a question. It is a hello on a bell. Richie smiles without sitting up. That will be $. He says it softly, the way you speak to a tune you already love. Courage lifts his head. His ears soften at the edges. His tail gives one patient tap that says, I am ready for the next kind thing. The jingle turns the corner and stops at the doorway like a polite guest. First the golden nose, warm and curious. Then the kind eyes, bright but never sharp. Then the tail, drawing slow arcs as if writing welcome across the dark. $. Stands on the threshold and studies the room. He looks at Richie, then at you, then at Courage. The smile belongs to all three. Hi, $. Richie whispers. Come meet our friend. $. Steps in with a grace that does not show off. His paws find the rug as if it has been waiting for them. Courage rises, ribbon straight, charm quiet against his chest, and takes one step forward. The two dogs stop with noses almost touching. One breath, two breaths, a gentle sniff that says, here I am and I mean peace. $. Answers with a warm chuff. Courage replies with a soft purr. Tails speak to tails. The room learns a new word for delight and sets it carefully on the mantel. Richie moves only enough to rest a hand near both dogs. This is Courage, he says to $. He came all the way from nowhere to visit. $. Gives a tiny bow that is really just a slow dip of the chin. Courage mirrors him. A perfect rhyme. Friendship finds its first note and holds it without wobbling. Richie gestures toward the window seat where the moon has laid a square of light. Let's sit where our first names like to echo. You follow him, and $. Pads beside Courage so closely their shoulders brush with each step. The bell at $'s collar makes a hush that glows more than it rings. You sit. Courage turns once and curls. $. Circles twice and arranges himself so that his back rests along Courage's back. The two of them breathe in time by accident, and then on purpose. This is my favorite part of the night, Richie says, watching with eyes that are all kindness. When the house remembers how to be gentle because two dogs showed it the way. You nod. The truth is obvious, and it makes everything simpler. $. Noses at Courage's ribbon with interest. Courage tilts his chest so the charm catches a bit of moon. $. Admires the tied thread, the tucked note, the quiet promise. He stands and trots the short distance to the low shelf under the window. From beneath it he retrieves a strip of pale satin with a crease down the middle. He sets it between them and looks at Courage. A gift should answer a gift. Courage touches the satin with his paw, then with his nose. The thanks lives in his eyes and fills the space between them until even the bell chooses not to ring. The house leans closer without moving. The hallway listens. A portrait in the gallery seems to smooth its painted smile. Richie slips down to sit on the floor near their paws. And you sit beside him because floors are honest, and you want to be honest too. $. Stretches long front paws reaching, back arcing, then settles again so that his shoulder presses Courage's shoulder. Courage exhales that soft dog sound that says this is exactly right. Show us your favorite calm, Richie whispers to $. $. Stands, glances once to check you are coming, and steps into the hall at a pace that makes the floorboards proud. Courage follows, matching paw to paw as if they learned the same song in different towns. You and Richie move behind them, letting the air close gently after each footfall. The picture hall holds frames that are resting, not watching. $. Pauses at a small drawing hung low where dogs can see it. A round basket, blankets piled like clouds. He taps the frame with the softest touch of his nose and looks at Courage. Here is where I first learned to nest. Courage nods and taps back. I understand. You do not need words for this. The understanding is old and simple. They pad on to the indoor garden where the lamps have dimmed to a hush. Leaves hold their own shadows close. The fountain drops water into its little bowl and counts each drop kindly. $. Steps onto the cool tile and stops. Courage steps and stops. Step, listen. Step, listen. A walking lullaby. Easy to learn, impossible to forget. You and Richie follow at the same tempo. The garden approves by smelling exactly like the inside of a night that means well. On the far side, $. noses a low door. It opens without argument into a small room filled with cushions and folded throws. The air here is linen and saved sunlight. Dollar climbs onto the lowest cushion and settles as if showing how to be held. Courage climbs onto the one beside him and lets it take his weight. They lie close enough that their paws can touch if they wish. They wish. Paw meets paw and stays. The room becomes a harbor with two gentle boats rocking the same tide. Richie kneels and smooths a fold in Courage's ribbon, then a fold in Dollar's ear. "Thank you for being friends," he says, and the words are so soft they land without a sound. Courage blinks long. Dollar lowers his lids to that halfway place where dogs listen and rest in the same breath. You sit on the floor where the rug remembers other nights of kindness. Time widens again. Thoughts that like to hurry slow down and wait their turn. The fountain in the garden keeps its patient number. The stairway makes no demands. The kitchen dreams of toast in the kind of dream that lets everyone else sleep. Dollar shifts so that his shoulder carries more of Courage's warmth. Courage lets out a deeper sigh and spreads his toes once before tucking them again. Richie leans back against the wall with the expression of someone who has found exactly what he came for and is willing to share it with the air. "I keep a place for first meetings," Richie says after a while. "Not for pictures, for feelings that need a shelf. Would you show Courage the shelf, Dollar?" Dollar rises, shakes one quiet shake that ruffles fur without breaking silence, and leads the way back through the gallery to the little row of alcoves. No bright lights, no labels that shout, only small spaces that hold chosen things. They stop at an alcove that waits empty. The waiting does not feel lonely, it feels expectant. Dollar sits and lifts his face to the space. Courage sits beside him and does the same. Richie places a hand over his heart and then opens it toward the alcove, as if giving something invisible away. We go slow together. We listen. We keep the door of kindness open. The words know where to go. The alcove does not change, but the hallway learns a new temperature and keeps it. Back to the window seat. The moon has moved a finger's width and polished the floor with a silver cloth. Richie brings the tray with plain biscuits and a little milk and sets them down without clink or fuss. Dollar takes a biscuit gently and tastes it like a thank you. Courage noses his, considers the idea and rests his chin on his paws again, choosing closeness over crumbs. You break a biscuit in two and share a smile with the quiet. You speak of small things that belong to dogs and people both. A door that always opens slowly. A blanket that remembers the shape of a nap. The way a bell should sound like a faraway star. Dollar answers with a tiny tail sweep. Courage adds a breath you can feel in your own chest. Richie reaches for the music box and wins it just enough to be certain of it. The three notes rise like a ladder with only 3 rungs and invite you to climb exactly that high. 1, 2, 3. The silence between the notes becomes a room made of breath. Dollar's ears dip with each note and lift with the quiet. Courage's tail makes one soft tap and agrees to keep still. When the notes fade, Richie tells a story in 3 lines. Once there was a bell that rang too loud. A friend taught it to whisper. The house learned the whisper and liked it better. You add a line that fits in the middle. The whisper sounded like fur and warm milk and moon on the floor. Courage adds the smallest snore, more suggestion than sound, and everyone accepts it as the truth. The hour opens its last pocket of minutes. Richie speaks to the night the way you speak to a kind elder. If tomorrow is noisy, we will remember this pocket and sit in it again with 2 dogs and 3 notes and the soft jingle of a bell that learned how to be light. Dollar leans against his knee. Courage leans against your ankle. The triangle forms the same old triangle, strong enough to keep out hurry. You do not check a clock, but you know the half hour is close because everything is settled by 1 more degree. The floor is warmer under your feet. The window feels nearer without moving. The garden scent turns cool in a way that invites sleep. Dollar closes his eyes and opens them once, then keeps them closed. Courage's breathing finds that steady place that rooms love. Richie's smile fades not because it is gone, but because it has become part of his face. Before the hour turns, Dollar lifts his paw and sets it on Courage's leg as if signing the bottom of a letter. Courage answers by placing his paw atop Dollar's for a second longer than a second. You feel something finish beautifully, like a song landing on its last note and refusing to add a flourish. Richie whispers the bookmark of the night so far. Tonight a friend met a friend and the house grew quieter to hear it. The The bell at Dollar's collar gives one small answer and then is still. You sit with that sentence until it becomes the room. The ember rests. The lamp breathes. The moon thins. Two dogs sleep shoulder to shoulder. A boy and a guest hold very still, happy to be written into the kind of quiet that remembers. The easing holds like a hand that has learned exactly how to rest. Dollar's bell gives a single breath of silver and becomes still again. Courage shifts just enough to say, I am awake inside my calm. Richie smiles at both of them and speaks in a voice that would not disturb a feather. Let your meeting learn a new word. Dollar rises first, unrolling his long stretch until the front paws reach. The spine bows, the hind legs follow. Courage answers with his own stretch, smaller but certain, paws forward, back rounding, ribbon steady at his chest. They stand nose to nose and trade a slow blink. The way dogs write yes without ink. Dollar lifts a paw and places it down. Courage waits a heartbeat, lifts the opposite paw and places it down. The floor accepts the rhythm and keeps it safe. Richie remains where he is, leaning back so no shadow of hurry touches the room. Show him the quiet staircase, he whispers, and Dollar turns toward the shallow steps that rise 3 treads and then turn back on themselves, made for lingering rather than climbing. He pads up 1 tread and looks back. Courage follows. They stand together on the 2nd tread because 2nd is often the softest place. Shoulder to shoulder they look down at you and Richie as if to say, this is our balcony to the hush. The bell does not ring on the steps, it hums in sympathy with the wood. Dollar noses a little wicker basket that sits at the bend, a basket with 2 neatly folded throws and a single rubber ring the color of morning. He takes the ring in his teeth and lowers his head, offering it the generous way that friends offer first. Courage takes the other end with care. They do not tug. They breathe. They hold the same ring together and learn the same breath. After a while, Dollar lets go and nudges the ring so it rests between them like a shared sun. Courage taps it with his paw once and lets it be, trading without keeping, offering without asking, the grammar of a good meeting. Back down the 3 treads, pause careful, bell a whisper. They pass the guest book on its stand and pause of their own accord. Dollar lowers his nose to Courage's neat oval and 4 commas and inhales as if reading a scent poem. He looks up at Courage and then at Richie. Pleased. Courage leans into the page and breathes once across the ink as if sealing it with kindness. The leather cover closes with a sound like a soft yes. The corridor changes its mind about turning and becomes the little library. Shelves hold the warm dust of saved afternoons. Dollar pads to the braided rug and lies at its edge, leaving a space shaped like a friend. Courage steps into that space and settles until their sides find each other again. They let their tails lie still and instead speak with the quiet movement of ribs. You sit on the floor because floors are honest and because the floor already knows this conversation. Richie sits too, hands folded loose over his knees, head slightly bowed as if hearing something worth bowing to. Dollar tips his chin toward a low basket in the corner. It holds 2 soft cloth animals with stitched eyes. He brings one, a small cloth rabbit whose ears have learned to be brave, and places it between them. Courage touches it with his nose and then rests his cheek there for a second. Dollar watches and learns a new way to say mine and also yours. The rabbit becomes a third breath for a few minutes and then a quiet witness on the rug. The room gets warmer by 1 degree, or perhaps your body has remembered how to accept warmth. The window holds a thinner ribbon of moon but keeps it generous. In the hallway a draft wanders, then decides to sit and behave. Dollar lifts his paw and draws a small circle in the air above the rug as if sketching the space you all share. Courage follows his line with his gaze, understanding that invisible shapes can hold you just as well as visible ones. Richie murmurs a story he has been saving, only 3 or 4 sentences long. The bell used to be louder, he says, touching the collar lightly without moving it. It rang like a call. Then Dollar taught it to ring like an answer. Now it rings like agreement. Dollar's tail makes a measured sweep on the rug, content to be recognized. Courage's ribbon settles at the pulse of his throat and looks like a lullaby that decided to take a ribbon's form. The dogs begin a game that takes almost no energy and makes all the sense in the world. Dollar breathes in through his nose and lets a tiny sigh out through his mouth. Courage copies the shape of the exhale, a soft ah that you can feel rather than hear. They repeat it once more and then once more, each time slower, until the room is breathing with them. Richie closes his eyes and lets their timing carry him. You close yours and discover that closing them does not remove you from the meeting. It sets you deeper inside it. When you open your eyes again, Dollar is looking at you with that very particular dog kindness. I see you and I have made room for you here. Courage glances at him and then at you and seems to say, we're all in the same room now, even if the world is big. Richie nods like someone who has just solved a gentle riddle. They rise together and walk to the indoor garden, not to tour, only to listen. Leaves lean over their own shadows. The fountain counts a quiet number and then begins again without announcing it. Dollar steps along the tile border and stops at a place where the scent of water is strongest. Courage stands beside him and lowers his head until his whiskers almost touch the surface. Two reflections ripple and meet. The water accepts both faces without choosing. The dogs drink in tiny sips as if to avoid breaking the shape of the quiet. Ripples widen, then smooth. Back through the arch, back to the low room with cushions, back to the window seat, because returning is a kind of blessing. Dollar jumps up first this time and makes space for Courage, which is to say he leaves exactly the space Courage will fill. Courage fills it perfectly and rests his chin across Dollar's front paws the way a friend borrows a shoulder and returns it softer. The bell at Dollar's collar kisses the wood once and then decides to be a star with its light turned down. Richie brings a plate with 2 plain biscuits and sets it on the sill. Dollar takes one with ceremony and chews as if reading each crumb. Courage noses the other, breathes the comfort, and places his paw on the plate's edge as if to say the idea is enough. Richie breaks a biscuit, halves the half, and offers you a piece no bigger than a coin. The flavor is nothing but warmth. Sometimes nothing but warmth is all a flavor needs. They settle again and the smallest of small plays begins. Dollar shifts his weight so that his shoulder presses into Courage's chest. Courage answers by leaning his cheek into Dollar's neck. They trade the lean back and forth, a tide in miniature. No one says a word. The room learns it anyway. This is how you explain friendship to wood and cloth and air. Richie looks toward the stand where the guest book sleeps. Tomorrow we will look at your print again, he murmurs, and the page will smell like ink and night and 2 dogs who trusted a room. Dollar's ears flick once. Courage blinks slow. The thought becomes a tuck in the covers of the hour. A quiet minute passes where nothing moves but breath and the very slight tilt of moon across the sill. Then Dollar rises and walks to the narrow table by the mirror, pauses and looks at his own reflection as if listening to it. He turns his head so that the bell catches a glimmer. Courage joins him. They regard the 2 dogs in the glass, one golden, one pinkish and brave, and lower their chins at the same time. The mirror offers back 2 dogs lowering their chins. Agreement learned, agreement kept. They return to the rug and arrange themselves in the old triangle. You, Richie. Dogs in the center. Richie lays his hand flat on the rug. Dollar places his paw on top, light as a leaf. Courage rests his paw atop Dollar's, a second leaf. You add your fingers gently beside, not on top, so nothing has to bear more weight than at once. For a full minute no one moves. The minute grows into 2 and then 3. The bell is still. The ribbon is still. Your heart is still enough to hear itself and like what it hears. Richie tells one last small story for this segment, a story made to fit inside a cup. Once a boy thought he needed a bigger house to hold all his nights. Then a dog came and taught him that 2 square feet of floor and 1 good breath could be a mansion. Dollar's tail answers one slow arc. Courage's breath answers one slow sigh. You answer by letting your shoulders fall the last half-inch they've been holding. The room knows when an hour has finished being itself. It does not clap. It lets the quiet deepen until it becomes the only thing left to notice. Dollar lowers his head onto Courage's paws as if setting down a crown. Courage tucks his muzzle beneath Dollar's chin as if sheltering under the gentlest roof. Richie leans his temple against the wall that has kept its promises all night. You breathe so softly that you become part of the cushion. The quiet does not break. It settles deeper like a lake thinking of stars. The ember keeps its soft heart. The moon keeps a thin path across the floor. Courage and Dollar lie close, backs touching, the easy seam of new friendship warm between them. Richie speaks as if talking to the glow itself. Let the dogs choose the next step. He does not move first. Dollar opens his eyes and lifts his head, the bell at his collar answering with a breath of silver and then nothing. Courage follows, ears loose, ribbon resting at his chest like a kind word remembered.
Dollar stands without hurry. Courage stands beside him before the thought has finished. They touch noses once, a greeting that now means more than hello. They walk together to the narrow table with the mirror and pause. Two dogs in glass lower their chins at the same time. Two bells do not ring. Two ribbons lie still. Agreement learned, agreement kept. They drift to the picture hall. The frames dream. The floor listens. Dollar stops at a spot where the runner turns and leaves a small square of bare wood. He places one paw there and waits. Courage places a paw beside his. 4 toes, 4 toes. A matched print. Dollar steps away and leaves the square for Courage to own. Courage steps away and leaves it for Dollar. Taking turns becomes a quiet game that the wood is proud to host. Back to the indoor garden only for listening. The leaves hold their shadows. The fountain counts its patient number. Dollar breathes the scent of water. Courage does the same. They lower their heads to drink as if the bowl were a sky they did not wish to disturb. Ripples widen and smooth, wider and smoother, until both reflections settle again like two moons that remember how to be still. They return through the arch and cross the stepping stone tiles of the foyer. Richie rises and walks with you at the pace the dogs set. One tile. Pause. Another tile. Pause. The pauses do most of the talking. At the far side, Dollar touches the wall lightly with his shoulder as if telling the house it has done well. Courage leans his cheek to the same spot. A secret handshake placed into stone. In the small room of cushions they make a den that includes you and Richie as naturally as breath includes lungs. Dollar chooses the cushion that faces the window. Courage chooses the one that touches Dollar's. He lies with his front paws extended so that one paw crosses onto Dollar's cushion. Dollar slides closer until the crossing becomes a bridge. The bridge holds. Richie kneels on the rug and rests a hand near each shoulder without taking anything away. Thank you for teaching us how to slow down, he says, and the floorboards approve with a little contented shift. You sit beside him and let your spine loosen until the wall behind you is allowed to help. Dollar disappears under the window seat and returns with a soft cloth ball the color of dawn. He sets it between them and waits. Courage touches it with the tip of his nose and lets it roll back toward Dollar by the weight of a breath. Dollar touches it back, a breath in cloth shape. No chasing, no grabbing. A tide between friends. The ball learns to ebb and flow without splashing. The music box sits where Richie left it, quiet as a held hand. He does not wind it. The room is playing. You can hear the song in the way Courage sighs and in the way Dollar's ears tilt, in the way the lamp's glow pools on the floor and refuses to be sharp. Richie looks at the charm on Courage's ribbon, the tiny letter inside tied with pale thread. He touches the ribbon with a finger and withdraws. Promises do not need prodding to be true. They stand again and begin a loop that feels like a ritual. Window seat, mirror table, picture hall, indoor garden, back to window seat. At each stop they leave a small kindness the room can keep. At the window they leave the sound of 2 breaths in unison. At the mirror they leave the image of 2 lowered chins. At the picture hall they leave the memory of 4 toes pressed gently into bare wood. At the garden they leave a ripple that became still without instruction. The house pockets each gift like smooth stones. On the braided rug Richie draws a circle with nothing but his palm, the kind of circle only a night can see. The dogs step into it as if invited by a scent. Courage lies down first, nose on paw. Dollar curves himself so Courage's shoulder fits under his chin. The bell touches the rug and does not speak. The ribbon glows the way milk glows in moonlight. The circle closes not to keep anything out but to keep the warmth in. Tell me what you are teaching him. Richie whispers to Dollar as if he could hear the answer by looking. The answer is simple. Dollar presses his ribs against Courage's and keeps his breathing slow enough to share. Courage accepts and the slow becomes theirs. Tell me what you are learning, Richie whispers to Courage. Courage places his paw over Dollar's paw for a single heartbeat and then lets it rest beside it. He is learning that sharing does not mean losing. The library calls them with the comfort of old paper. They go there without changing the pace. Dollar noses the basket in the corner and finds the cloth rabbit that has already learned to be brave. He brings it back and sets it near Courage's cheek. Courage closes his eyes and lets the cheek touch the rabbit's ear. The rabbit does not move, but the room moves around it quieter than before. Richie breaks a plain biscuit and lays a crumb on each paw, one on Courage's, one on Dollar's. Neither dog takes the crumb until Richie nods. They lift their paws slightly, crumbs falling into mouths as small rewards. They do not ask for more. This kind of game is made of patience, not prizes. You taste a corner of biscuit and find that warmth is a flavor after all. They make one last visit to the alcoves. The empty one at the end feels less empty now. Dollar sits before it and looks up. Courage sits beside him and does the same. Richie speaks the line the hallway has learned to love. We go slow together. We listen. We keep the door of kindness open. The words settle like dust in sunlight and become part of the air. Back at the bench by the hearth, the ember glows as if it has been listening too. Richie pours a small ribbon of warm milk into a saucer and sets it where the light is softest. Dollar does not drink. Courage does not drink. The milk cools a little and keeps its promise to be kind anyway. Kindness does not disappear when it is not used. It waits and keeps its temperature. The last minutes widen enough to hold a dream while you are still awake. Dollar drifts and returns like a boat testing its rope. Courage follows, anchoring without tying. Richie's shoulder inclines toward yours until both shoulders agree to carry each other. The house quiets another shade. The garden air lifts, then rests. Somewhere far off, a clock decides once again not to speak. Richie looks at Dollar. He looks at Courage. He looks at you. He says the thought that has been waiting all along. Two dogs met and decided the night could be taught to be gentler. He lets the words be the blanket they want to be. Dollar's tail makes a tiny mark on the rug. Courage breathes a yes that is almost sleep. The moon has thinned. The lamp holds its lowest glow. The ember keeps its small red island. You listen to two sets of paws relax their grip on the floor, and two sets of lungs find a single rhythm. You listen to your own breath find theirs. You wait without feeling like waiting. You arrive again without having left. When the hour turns, you do not need to know it. The turn happens inside the quiet. Dollar's head sinks until his chin rests full on Courage's shoulder. Courage's paw crosses to Dollar's foreleg and stays. Richie closes his eyes. You close yours. Nothing is lost for lack of looking. The room remembers for you. The room keeps its lullaby without needing the music box. The ember holds a small red island. The moon thins to a ribbon and smooths the floor with silver that looks soft to the touch. Courage and Dollar wake the way good friends wake. Together and without any surprise that the other is still there. Dollar rises first, a careful stretch from nose to tail. The bell remembers to be light. Courage stretches too. Front paws long. Spine curving, ribbon resting like a promise on his chest. They touch noses once, then touch shoulders, then stand so close their whiskers almost make a fence. The fence isn't to keep anything out, it's to say we belong on both sides. Richie speaks low as if sharing a secret with the quiet. Let your meeting learn how to sit and how to walk in the same breath. Dollar turns toward the little staircase, the one made for lingering, and steps up a single tread. Courage joins him on the second tread because second is the soft place they chose before. Side by side they look out over the foyer like two lanterns set on a low wall. Richie and you stay below, hands folded and easy, letting the dogs hold the small balcony of hush. Dollar finds the wicker basket again, noses one folded throw free, and tugs until an edge spills like a tame waterfall. He steps back and waits. Courage takes the loose corner in his teeth for a heartbeat, places it down and presses it with his paw. Together they unfurl only enough blanket to make a landing for the quiet. They lie across it shoulder to shoulder, a narrow raft that floats on a stair, and breathe until the blanket remembers why cloth was made. After a while, Dollar stands, gathers the edge in his mouth again, and shakes it once, a whisper of a shake that ruffles without breaking the hush. Courage helps fold it back, not perfect, not tidy, but kind. They pad down the 3 treads, bell and ribbon moving like notes written in slow ink. They pause at the guest book the way people pause at a window just to look without needing anything. Dollar lowers his nose to Courage's printed oval with its 4 gentle commas. He reads it again, and this time he adds a breath of his own across the page as if signing by scent where ink is already true. Courage watches and blinks once, the long blink that says, "I noticed and I like the way you did that."
Into the little library where shelves keep the heat of old afternoons. Dollar noses the basket in the corner and finds a square of cloth the color of clouds. He sets it on the braided rug and presses a paw once in the center to make a shallow nest. Courage steps in, circles a slow circle, and rests with his chest touching the press mark, as if lying on a thumbprint of welcome. Dollar curves himself along the outside of the square and lays his chin across Courage's shoulders. A soft bridge built from jaw to fur. Richie sits cross-legged a step away, hands open on his knees. He looks but does not lean in. You sit beside him and let your shoulders drop the last little way they've been holding. The room shifts to meet you. Just enough to say yes, yes, yes. They begin a game made entirely of patience. Dollar breathes a little deeper and lets the breath out through his nose in a single long thread. Courage answers with the same size breath, the same thread. They repeat it once, then twice, then slow it until the threads are long enough to weave something you can feel. The weave becomes a blanket you can't see, but you can certainly rest under. Richie closes his eyes to listen with his chest. You close yours and hear the room folding itself around 2 dogs and 2 people until the edges disappear. When you open your eyes again, Dollar is looking at you with his kind, bright stillness. Courage glances at him, at you, and back, and their eyes agree on something ancient and simple. We have plenty. The room understands and lets its corners soften even more. They rise together and drift through the arch into the indoor garden, where the leaves keep their own small customs. Dollar steps along the tile edge and stops at the place where water smells most like a story. Courage steps beside him. They lean over the bowl, 2 faces mirrored into ripples, and take tiny sips that don't ask the surface to forget itself. The ripples widen, then smooth, widen, then smooth, and the 2 moons return, as calm as they were before. Back to the foyer tiles, the stepping stones of light. Dollar steps, pauses, listens. Courage steps, pauses, listens. You and Richie follow at their pace until the far wall meets the bell and ribbon. Bell and ribbon meet the wall, and the wall learns the weight of trust. Dollar leans his cheek there and pulls away, leaving nothing but the memory of warmth. Courage does the same. The plaster holds the ghost of 2 soft presses and will hum about them later when nobody is listening. At the narrow table beneath the soft mirror, Dollar's reflection greets Courage's reflection. They lower their chins together, then look at their own collars without vanity. Bell that learned to whisper, ribbon that learned to keep a letter. Their tails make barely their shapes on the air. The mirror gives those small motions back without keeping any for itself. By the window seat, the moon has become the thinnest silver you can still name. Richie sets a saucer with a swallow of warm milk on the sill and leaves it there just to be a kindness in the room. Neither dog drinks. The saucer cools with dignity. Kindness is allowed to exist even when no one needs it. Dollar slips under the seat and returns with the cloth rabbit whose ears have grown brave. He sets it between his paws, then nudges it toward Courage with the lightest of touches. Courage rests his cheek on one ear again, in the same place as before, confirming that the world can repeat a good thing without wearing it out. They don't keep the toy, they let it be inside the circle and become part of the air. Richie whispers a story small enough to hold in a closed hand. There was a bell that rang like an alarm until a friend taught it to answer. There was a ribbon that waited for a promise and found one. There were 2 dogs who made a circle and invited the room to sit. You add 1 line without thinking. The room sat and forgot how to be anything but kind. Courage sighs the soft dog sigh that says you chose the right word. They move once more through the familiar loop, but slower, as if the loop itself needs to memorize them. Window seat, mirror table, picture hall, indoor garden. Each place accepts a gift and offers one back. At the window, shared breath in the shape of rest. At the mirror, 2 nods that keep. At the hall, 4 toes in a square of wood that now belongs to both. At the garden, ripples that return to stillness because that is their true shape. The house gathers these gifts and becomes better at being itself. On the braided rug, Richie draws the knight's circle again without a mark, only the motion of his palm. The dogs step into it because circles like being believed in. Courage lies with his chest forward, paws tucked, the ribbon bright as a quiet star. Dollar curves around him like a shoreline around a bay, Bell making no sound at all. Richie places his hand on the rug at the edge of the circle. You place yours on the other edge. No one touches more than is needed. Everyone is held. Time goes wider. It becomes a field you can cross in 100 slow breaths. Richie looks once at the music box and then leaves it be. The room is composing its own 3 notes now. Courage is inhale. Dollar's inhale. Your inhale. And the 4th note, Richie, slides in exactly where it belongs. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then silence that is not empty. Silence that is the coat rack where notes hang their little hats and stay a while. Dollar shifts only enough to set his forepaws on Courage's wrist. Courage answers by uncurling one paw and placing it across Dollar's. A stack of trust, light as folded linen. They leave it there long enough for the floor to learn it. When they lift their paws, the trust stays anyway. The last minutes of the hour draw close like a tide you can read by smell. The ember lowers to its smallest island. The lamp chooses its gentlest glow. The garden holds its breath and then lets it go. Richie leans his shoulder to yours and your shoulders agree to be a single shelf for a little while. You can feel the weight of the quiet, which is to say you can feel it lifting weight away. Dollar closes his eyes first. Courage follows. The bell makes the tiniest sound, not a ring, not even a note. More the memory of a note that knows better than to arrive loudly. The ribbon lies perfectly still. The little letter tucked in the charm rests without rustling. The saucer cools. The rabbit keeps its brave ears pointed at nothing that needs bravery anymore. Before sleep takes both dogs fully, they open their eyes at the same instant and look at each other. There is no signal you can see. There is only recognition, old and new at once. They let their eyes close again with the kind of trust that houses are built to hold. Richie says the night's quiet bookmark. Softer than paper. 2 friends met and taught the room to breathe. The room will remember even when no one tells it to. Courage shifts deeper into the circle. Dollar becomes heavier in the way only safe sleep can be. You breathe with them until your breaths and theirs are indistinguishable. The hour arrives without needing to be counted. It finds 2 dogs asleep inside a circle that did not have to be drawn to be real. It finds a house proud of its hush. It finds a boy and a guest leaning easily into a wall that has kept every promise so far. It finds a bell that whispers, a ribbon that keeps, and a friendship that knows how to turn meeting into staying. Nothing else asks to happen. Nothing else should. The night puts a hand on your shoulder, on Richie's, on both dogs, and presses down just enough to say rest. The circle holds. The circle holds. The ember keeps its red island. The moon thins to a hair-fine silver and leaves its soft print on the floor. Courage and Dollar drift at the edge of sleep and then rise together. Not because anything calls them, but because friendship likes to check that the room is still kind. Dollar stands first, a long, careful stretch. The bell remembering to be a whisper. Courage follows. Paws reaching. Spine rounding, ribbon quiet against his chest. They touch noses once, then turn the same way, shoulder to shoulder. As if the night has a path and they know it by heart. Richie doesn't stand yet. He smiles and lowers his voice even more. Let your meeting learn where the small comfort sleeps. Dollar pads to the little staircase made for lingering and steps to the second tread. Courage joins him second, again the softest place. Together they nose the wicker basket at the bend and lift the folded throw with the patience of librarians turning a page. They pull it just enough to make a landing. They lie across it, 2 dogs on a tiny raft in a slow river of hush. Breath, breath, breath. When the blanket remembers why cloth exists, they rise and fold it back with paws and chins not neat, not exact. True. Past the guest book they pause without prompting. Dollar breathes across Courage's neat oval in 4 commas, the way one friend signs where the other has already written.
Courage looks at the page and lets his eyes rest there a moment longer, as if reading kindness back into the paper. The leather closes with a quiet that means yes. Into the picture hall where frames keep their own moon. Dollar steps onto a small square of bare wood and waits. Courage sets one paw beside his, then lifts and leaves the place free for Dollar again. Taking turns becomes a game that the floor understands. The square now belongs to them both, which is the gentlest way to own anything. They drift to the indoor garden. Leaves lean over their shadows. The fountain counts a soft number and begins again without bragging. Dollar and Courage bow their heads to the bowl and drink in tiny sips that don't ask the water to forget its shape. Two ripples widen, meet, smooth, and the two moons return calm as before. Back through the arch across the stepping stone tiles of the foyer. Step, pause, step, pause, step, pause. The pauses carry most of the meaning. At the far wall, Dollar leans his cheek and gifts the plaster a small press of warmth. Courage sets his cheek where Dollar's just was, as if sealing a letter. The wall keeps both touches the way pockets keep smooth stones. The little library holds its saved afternoons. Dollar noses the corner basket and brings the cloth rabbit with the brave ears. He lays it between them and does not claim it. Courage rests his cheek on one ear as if to say the toy may live inside the circle and belong to everyone. Richie sits cross-legged and places his hands open on his knees, inviting without taking. You sit beside him and let your shoulders do the last bit of lowering they have been trying to do all night. Dollar disappears under the window seat and returns with the pale satin strip he offered earlier. He sets it near Courage's ribbon and waits. Richie smiles at the grace of it and ties nothing. He simply lifts the satin and smooths it once, then lays it across Dollar's collar in a loose loop that could slip free at the smallest wish. A friend's sash, light as a thought. The bell and the ribbon breathe the same air. The room notices and approves. They begin the quietest game yet. Dollar breathes in and lets the breath out in a long, even thread. Courage answers with the same length. They repeat it, slower each time, until their exhale is as long as the moon's line on the floor. The room weaves those threads into a blanket you cannot see but can feel resting over your chest. Richie closes his eyes, you close yours. No one leaves, everyone goes deeper. When eyes open again, the window has polished the silver square on the sill to its faintest glow. The saucer of milk cools without complaint. Kindness does not mind waiting. Dollar lifts one paw and sets it on Courage's wrist as if placing a feather on a trusted scale. Courage uncurls his paw and lays it gently across Dollar's feather for feather. They leave it there long enough for the rug to learn it. Richie whispers, show him the little den if you like. Dollar leads to a narrow door beneath the stairs, a door only a dog would notice. It opens to a space just tall enough for breath and shoulders, lined with two cushions and the clean scent of linen. Dollar goes in and turns once, twice, making warmth appear where there was only space. Courage steps in and curls so that his back touches Dollar's side. They lie with their faces toward the door like two lamps turned down low. You and Richie kneel in the doorway and let your hands rest on the threshold, palms open to the small room. The den learns your names by the heat that leaves your skin. Dollar rises, brings the cloth rabbit inside, sets it between them and settles again. Courage noses the rabbit and lets it stay where it landed. The bell brushes cloth and chooses not to speak. The ribbon settles its small letter against Courage's chest and chooses not to rustle. Quiet learns how to be even quieter. They return to the braided rug because returning is how circles deepen. Richie draws the circle again with his palm and the dogs step in as if called by a scent. Courage lies on his chest, paws tucked, the ribbon a small moon. Dollar curves along him like a shoreline. The satin loop rests over his collars, pale as a breath as Richie places one hand at the edge of the circle. You place yours opposite. Nothing touches more than it needs to. Everything is held. Richie speaks a story as small as a seed. Once there was a bell that learned to answer instead of calling. Once there was a ribbon that kept a promise without tightening. Once there were two dogs who taught a house to breathe. You add a final line. The house breathed and did not forget. Courage sighs the soft yes that fits exactly where you put it. Dollar's tail draws a quiet arc that ends in stillness. They visit the alcoves one more time only to stand before the empty one and lend it a little of their warmth. We go slow together. We listen. We keep the door of kindness open, Richie says, and the air receives the words like a blanket folded onto a shelf. No token needed. The feeling is the thing the shelf was built to keep. Back to the bench by the hearth. The ember glows like a heartbeat seen through a hand. The lamp holds its lowest light. Dollar curls so that his chin rests on Courage's paw. Courage tucks his muzzle under Dollar's jaw. Two hinges, one door opening toward rest. Richie leans his shoulder to yours and lets the wall do the carrying it loves to do. Your breath finds the dog's breath again until all four of you are the same length of quiet. If tomorrow is loud, Richie whispers, find this hour by touching your wrist and remembering a paw on it. By pressing your cheek to a wall that once held warmth, by breathing out as long as the moon's thin path. The room nods in the language of settled wood. Dollar's bell thinks of ringing and decides it is better to glow. Courage's ribbon thinks of fluttering and decides it is better to keep the letter still. The last minutes arrive like tide at night. You feel the change in the air before you hear it. The garden cools by a degree. The fountain counts with slower calm. The mirror keeps only the outline of two dogs and lets the rest belong to sleep. The guest book waits without wanting. The little staircase holds the memory of a blanket spread and folded with care. Courage's eyes close first this time, a slow, complete closing without any worry caught underneath. Dollar watches him for one heartbeat longer and then lets his own lids settle. Richie's breath smooths to the same gentle pattern. Yours follows without trying. The den under the stairs holds a shape and it's dark that will still feel warm in the morning. No one says goodnight. The meeting says it by becoming sleep without breaking its circle. The ember is enough. The lamp is enough. The moon gives its last thread and is glad to be small. Two dogs, one bell, one ribbon, one sash of satin, one folded letter, four steady breaths. The mansion approves by staying soft. The ember holds a last gentle glow. The lamp keeps its smallest circle of light. The moon thins to the faintest thread and rests on the sill without needing to shine. Courage and Dollars lie shoulder to shoulder, then wake together in the way friends do when the room has learned their names. Dollar stands unrolling his stretch from nose to tail. The bell remembers to be only a thought of silver. Courage stretches two paws forward, back rounding ribbon quiet against his chest. The little letter inside resting like a heartbeat written down. They touch noses once, they stand for a moment so close their whiskers almost knit a fence made only of trust. Richie opens his eyes and smiles with the calm that belongs to rooms that have done their work well. Let this be our last walk tonight, he says, not far, only the kind that helps the quiet put itself away neatly. You rise with him. The dogs choose the pace and the house is pleased to follow. Across the stepping stone tiles of the foyer they go, step, pause, and the pauses carry most of the meaning. At the wall where warmth was left before, Dollars leans his cheek and then lifts it away. Courage rests his cheek in the same place as if closing a soft book. The plaster keeps the press without needing to tell anyone. They climb to the second tread on the little staircase made for lingering. Dollar noses the wicker basket and finds the throw again. He eases an edge free. Courage takes the other corner. Together they pull just enough blanket to make a landing for the last part of the night. They lie across it, two lamps turned low, and breathe until cloth remembers it was made to be gentle. Then they rise and fold it back with paws and chins, not tidy, not fussy, only kind. Past the guest book they pull. Dollar reads the neat oval and four commas a final time and gives the page a breath that says, I remember. Courage leans close and lets his gaze rest there, sealing the paper with quiet attention. The leather closes itself content. Into the picture hall where frames keep their own hush. On the small square of bare wood, Dollar sets a paw waiting. Courage sets his beside it. They lift and leave the square empty, owned by sharing. The floor seems to relax under such good manners. The indoor garden is cooler now. Leaves hold their own shadows like folded fans. The fountain drops water with a patience that never advertises itself. Dollar and Courage lower their heads and take sips so small the surface does not mind. Two reflections ripple and meet, then smooth until the two moons return with the faces of friends who know they are safe. The dogs step back at the same time and breathe the scent of water as if saving it to carry into sleep. They pass the mirror on the narrow table and do not linger. Two dogs in glass lower their chins in passing and keep going. The mirror gives the nod back and lets it go. They do not fetch the cloth rabbit. They do not fetch the pale satin. Everything they needed has already been learned and put away. Back to the window seat with the linen cushion. The thin streak of moon is almost gone now, but the sill still remembers light. Richie sets the saucer where it has been resting all night. The milk is cool and still a kindness. Kindness keeps even when it is not used. Courage rests his chin near it as if to say he knows. The library welcomes you like a friend who understands the hour. The braided rug is almost worn to the touch from where circles were made and kept. Richie sits and lets his hands rest open on his knees. You sit beside him and let your shoulders drop the last small distance, the drop that tells the night it can lower stealth too. Dollar slips under the window seat and returns with nothing. He sets down the absence beside Courage as if to say the toy can sleep too. Courage touches the empty space with his nose and accepts that emptiness can belong comfortably inside a circle. Dollar lowers himself along Courage's side and the bell nestles in fur without a sound. Courage's ribbon settles its letter into place. No rustle. No ring. The room knows how to hear them anyway. Richie's voice is nearly a breath. If there is anything we have not said, let it rest with the den under the stairs and the square of wood and the second tread. The house will hold it. He reaches out and smooths the rug once with his palm as if drawn a circle you cannot see. The dogs step into it because circles like being believed in. Courage lies with his chest forward and his paws tucked. Dollar curves along him like a shoreline guarding a bay. The circle closes around warmth without keeping anything out. Tell me one last small word for tonight. Richie says, you say held. He says home. Courage exhales and the sound is friend. The three words sit down together and decide to stay. They make a final loop, the smallest one. Window, rug. Orth. Window again. Not a tour more. A good night set in several rooms so that none feel left behind. At the hearth the embers become a faint red thought. At the rug the braid is a soft horizon. At the window the night is almost a memory that the sill will keep until morning. Everywhere quiet knows its job and keeps doing it. Richie touches the charm at Courage's ribbon. With the back of one knuckle, careful as someone touching a sleeping bird. He does not untie the thread. He does not open the letter. Promise kept is the only message needed. He strokes Dollar's collars where the satin sits loose as a cloud and leaves it exactly where Dollars can forget he is wearing it. Forgetting is a gift too. Back to the bench by the hearth for the last time tonight. Everyone knows exactly where to be without being told. Courage curls first and leaves a shape for Dollars to fit. Dollar fits it perfectly. His chin finds Courage's paw. Courage's muzzle finds the place beneath Dollar's jaw that has learned the weight of a friend. Richie sits so his shoulder can carry yours again. Your shoulder carries his back the way walls have taught you. If tomorrow is loud, Richie says we will walk second tread, square of wood, 2 sips at the fountain, and the circle will find us again. We will say the notes in our heads if we need them. 1, 2, 3. He does not win the music box. He lets the room play the sound that comes after 3, the sound that is not a sound at all but a shared breath. The house answers in its oldest language. A beam settles with a satisfied hint of weight. A doorframe takes one deeper breath. The stair remembers 2 dogs and a blanket and glows in a way only wood can glow when it has been trusted. The garden sends the cool of leaves through a seam in the window and decides to rest. The clock in the far hall chooses silence over counting and is proud of its choice. Dollar lifts one palm and lays it on Courage's wrist the way a signature rests under a letter. Courage uncurls a pawn and sets it lightly on top. For a few heartbeats the stack is their rug. Paw, paw, air. Then they unstack and the trust stays anyway. Richie lowers his hand to the rug. Palm open at the edge of the circle. You lower yours at the opposite edge. The circle is complete while touching almost nothing. Sleep comes closer. Not like a curtain, not like a wave, more like a chair offered by a friend who has already warmed it. The dogs stop noticing their own breathing because the room is breathing for them now. Your breath and Richie's fit inside the same slow lane and do not need to pass. The ember becomes an idea of warmth, and even that is enough. Richie speaks the line the house has learned by heart. We go slow together. We listen. We keep the door of kindness open. The words do not travel far. They sit where they are and become part of the weave. Courage's ears soften at the edges. Dollar's tail makes a tiny arc and then goes still. The bell remains quiet. The ribbon keeps its letter. The satin chooses to be only softness. The thin moon lets go of the sill. The window keeps the memory. The saucer keeps the kindness. The guest book keeps the oval and the calmness and the breath that followed them. The square of wood keeps two matched toes. The second tread holds the feel of a blanket pulled and folded with care. The den under the stairs keeps the shape of two dogs who taught it how to be warm without light. Richie closes his eyes. You close yours. Courage drifts first and does not wait to tell anyone. Dollar follows one breath later and leaves the bell to glow in silence. The room lies down around all of you and takes its rightful place as part of the sleep, not something outside it. Nothing says goodbye. The meeting becomes rest the way dusk becomes night, by staying itself and getting quieter. If a dream arrives, it sits on the rug and learns the pace before it tries to speak. If morning peaks, it will learn the whisper and step lightly. For now there is only this: two dogs threaded together by trust, one ribbon with a letter. One bell that learned to answer, one loose satin loop that forgot to be special. 4 steady breaths. A house that remembers how to be kind. The circle holds the quiet. The quiet. The night holds.
The ember has gone to memory, and the lamp keeps only a ring of gold on the rug. Courage and Dollar wake together, noses touching first, then a small nod, the quiet agreement that day is not here yet, and night still belongs to softness. Richie opens his eyes and smiles the way windows smile when curtains are half drawn. Somewhere beyond the foyer, a long hallway clears its throat. The sound is not unkind, only too awake for this hour. A bright pulse skims the edge of the wall, then hushes, then tries again. The hall wants attention. It does not yet know how to whisper. Let's go teach it, Richie says, standing without breaking the quiet. Courage steps down from the bench, ribbon resting against his chest, letter still. Dollar follows, bell remembering to glow instead of ring. You walk behind them on the stepping stone tiles. Step, pause, until the house's wide mouth opens on velvet and glass. The velvet halls wait with their many eyes. Sconces hold shy flames. Mirrors hold more. The carpet looks soft, but the ceiling is high enough to gather every footstep and toss it back. A little too bright, a little too loud, like daylight peeking in before it's been invited. Richie lays his palm on the nearest panel and speaks to the wood, as if greeting an elder. We are moving slowly, he says. Please answer slowly too. Courage tests the floor with one paw and lifts it again, listening. He noses the edge of the runner and straightens a ripple with his chin. Dollar studies the wall lamp with its silk shade turned one notch too high, then glances at the tassel hanging from the chain. He touches the tassel with his nose. The light bows. Courage presses the chain with his shoulder. The light bows deeper. Every lamp along the corridor sees the lesson pass and lowers itself by degrees. The way a theater hush travels from row to row. You try a step. The echo tries to answer, but you wait with your foot in air for the answer to arrive late. It does, embarrassed. Smaller. Another step. Another late answer, smaller still. Courage pads forward and places a paw on the edge of a long velvet curtain. He pulls it a hand's width across a mirror. Dollar mirrors him on the other side. The mirrors blink like owls and decide to nap. Light stops bouncing and begins to rest. Richie opens a little cabinet set into the wall. Inside are felt pads and narrow strips of cloth rolled like sleeping snails. He hands you a small square. "We tuck these under things that like to speak too loudly," he whispers. You kneel and lift one leg of a narrow console table. The felt pad kisses the foot and the table remembers how to stand without clearing its throat. Courage noses a porcelain dish, until Richie slides a strip beneath it. Dollar leans against the skirting board where it buzzes faintly, and the buzz gives up without a quarrel. The hall breathes. You can hear it, wood taking a slower sip of air, velvet easing into its folds, glass deciding that reflection is a gentle occupation after all. Richie takes the music box from his pocket and wins at once. 3 notes. Step forward and sit cross-legged on the runner. 1, 2, 3. Then they wait. The hallway tries to answer with a bright shimmer near the ceiling. Richie lifts a hand, smiling, and the shimmer lowers itself into the space between notes. The space meant for listening. "Yes," he says. "The between is where you live now." Courage pads ahead 10 steps and stops where the corridor turns. He looks back, ears like soft leaves. You count the steps to him. 1 for calm, 2 for ease, 3 for sleep, until you reach his paw. Dollar comes last, pausing only to sniff at a niche where a stone urn stands too tall for comfort. Richie slides 2 felt pads beneath the urn's plinth. The urn decides to be dignified without being proud. The bright tries once more, tugging at a crystal pendant hung from the center lantern. Dollar rises on his hind legs and steadies the pendant with his chest, then drops back to the rug. Courage breathes on it. The crystal cools. The lantern understands. Its light turns to butter instead of glare. The walls taste it and keep it. You move in a little procession. Courage first, then Richie with the music box, then you and Dollar shoulder to shin. At each mirror, an inch of velvet is drawn. At each lamp a tassel bows. At each table a pad is tucked like a small promise beneath a noisy foot. The corridor's voice lowers until it sounds like a friend leaning in. Here Richie whispers, and leads you to a window where a sliver of night clings to the glass. He unlatches the casement a thumb's length. Cool air slips in and nudges the velvet. The hall inhales, carefully, politely, and then exhales a long thread of gratitude you can barely hear. Courage puts his forepaws on the sill and looks out at the garden's darker greens. Dollar stands beside him and tips one ear to the breeze. Outside, the fountain counts 3 drops and rests. Inside, the corridor matches the count without thinking. You walk on. The carpet thickens underfoot. The runner finds its rhythm. At a corner, the sound tries to pile up and tumble, but Richie lays his hand on the wall where the bend begins. "Wait," he tells it. "Come around with us." Together you turn the corner in a curve so gradual that the echo has time to learn the step. It arrives with you instead of ahead of you, like a child taught to walk beside. Halfway down the new stretch, Richie kneels. He opens a small panel no bigger than a book. Inside is a series of brass circles with slender needles pointing to numbers you do not need to know. He turns 2 needles a hair's width. The air sighs. The hall lowers its shoulders. The far lamps soften another shade. Courage tilts his head, approving. Dollar leans softly against Richie's arm, and Richie, steadied, smiles. Near the end of the corridor, a pair of double doors waits with frosted panes. They are closed, as if guarding their own quiet. Richie doesn't touch them. He stands with his palm an inch away, as though holding a bird that might land. "Thank you," he says to the doors, for not adding to the evening. The doors do not answer, which is the answer everyone hopes for. You return the way you came, not to undo anything but to let the hall learn the route twice. On your way back you notice the mirrors have gathered small moons where the lamps reflect, not bright, only friendly. You notice that your steps do not spark against the ceiling anymore. They settle down into the rug and stay. You notice Courage's ribbon catching a drop of light that looks like a tiny coin, and in that coin you see the whole night paid in full. Dollar's bell is a star with its light turned inward. Content. The corridor, pleased with the new lesson, decides to offer something in return. As you pass the arched niche by the staircase, you hear it, a low, kind echo that is not a shout back but a hum along, a harmony barely there. Richie hears it too. He sets the music box on the console and wins it only a quarter turn. The 3 notes climb the velvet and rest on the crown molding. The hum answers in the smallest way, and then lets the notes have the last word. Perfect, Richie whispers. Stay like that. Courage chooses a spot in the center where 2 runners meet and sits. Dollar sits beside him and rests his chin on Courage's shoulder. You and Richie sink to the carpet and lean against the wall. The velvet takes your shoulders and keeps them. The hall settles by degrees. Lamps, glass, wood, air. You listen to the new silence, and it does not feel empty. It feels like a room where all the chairs are finally the right distance from the table. Tell me one soft word for this place now, Richie says. You say hush. He says held. Courage sighs a sound that means home. Dollar breathes out a thread that means friend. The corridor learns all 4 and stores them in its seams. On your slow walk back toward the hearth you leave every switch and curtain and felt pad exactly as you found them, because now the hall knows how to keep its own quiet. At the threshold you pause and look behind you. The velvet looks darker in a kindly way. The mirrors look thoughtful. The light is butter, and nowhere is bright enough to wake a fly. The echo, if it exists, has laid down in the corner and put its head on its paws. Back at the bench, Courage climbs up first and makes a shape where Dollar will fit. Dollar fits it as if he had been measured in sleep. Richie lowers himself beside you. He does not wind the music box. He runs a thumb along its lid once, and the corridor far behind you answers with a pulse of contentment that reaches the room and stops there, having delivered its message. If tomorrow the hall forgets, Richie says, we will walk it again with velvet and felt in the space between notes. But I think it will remember. Courage blinks slow. Dollar's bell glows and does not ring. The house listens to itself and smiles. The bench remembers your shapes and gives them back. The room is a pool of quiet, with a warm rim of light. Courage lifts his head first. Dollar follows. Richie smiles like someone hearing a favorite song from another room. The whisper you taught the corridor lingers at the threshold. Curious, polite, wanting to learn more. Let's walk the lesson one step further, Richie says, and stands without waking the dust. Courage slides down, ribbon resting, letter still. Dollar lands beside him, bell bright and silent. You follow the 3 of them over the stepping stone tiles. Step pause, until the velvet halls open again. Softer than before, a book willing to be read slowly. The sconces have kept their bow. The mirrors wear a narrow edge of curtain, like sleep masks. The runner waits, velvet turned to hush, underfoot. Far down the hall something brighter tries to speak. The crisp tick of a clock behind a glass door, proud of its own cleverness. Richie nods toward it, and you all move as a small procession. Courage first, Dollar at your calf, Richie with the music box resting in his palm like an idea. The clock lives in a niche shaped like a throat. It ticks too loudly because the throat loves to carry sound. Richie opens the glass with 2 careful fingers. Courage stands on his hind legs just enough to place a steadying paw on the frame. Dollar noses a thin strip of felt from the pocket in Richie's vest and offers it with a small push. You tuck the felt where wood meets wood. The throat learns to swallow. The tick softens until it feels like a heartbeat under a quilt. Perfect, Richie whispers and closes the glass without a clink. The clock keeps time now without keeping the room. Onward, a crystal bowl on a narrow table shivers at every passing breath. Dollar leans his chest to the table's leg, patient as sand. The shiver decides to become stillness. Courage noses a second felt square toward you, and you slide it under the far foot. The bowl accepts the kindness by doing nothing at all. A chandelier hangs ahead with 100 small promises. Even quiet, it wants to glitter. It wants to talk. Richie does not scold it. He stands beneath and breathes once as if showing how. Courage sits, eyes on the lowest crystal. Dollar rises on his toes and steadies the long tassel that dangles from the dimmer chain. Richie lifts an arm and draws the chain down by an inch. The light changes from story to lullaby. The crystals keep their sparkle, but only for themselves. If you listen for a year you might catch them telling one secret to each other and then forgetting it, on purpose. At a crossing where 2 corridors meet, the echoes used to race and collide. Now they hover like children who remember their manners. Still, the corner tries to collect voices for later. Richie kneels and opens a panel no larger than a book. Brass circles again, needles like eyelashes. He turns one line the smallest distance. Air moves as if a curtain somewhere breathed. The corner stops saving other people's words. You can feel the relief in the rug. Courage pads forward to a door with a frosted oval window. Beyond it, a little service hall hums with a hidden fan, the kind of sound that gets under your thoughts and taps. Dollar presses his shoulder gently to the wood. Courage leans his cheek beside him. Richie places his palm to the join and waits. The hum hears the waiting and lowers itself. The door pleased exhale sighs back into the frame. Thank you, Richie says to nobody specific and exactly the right one. Along the wall portraits of ancestors think too loudly with their gilded frames. The frames are fine. The thinking is bright. Courage noses a curtain, edge and draws it one more finger width over the nearest painting. Dollar mirrors him at the next. The face is dimmed to a kinder gold, the kind you remember from late afternoon in a quiet room. The ancestors look grateful to be asked to rest. You pass another console with a silver tray. It is beautiful and proud of the trick it does with light. Richie lays a folded napkin beneath it, not to hide the silver, only to give the room a softer place to stand. The tray looks handsomer for the restraint. Even pretty things like being told it is safe to be quiet. Halfway down the stretch, Courage stops and looks back. You count the distance to him again. 1 for calm, 2 for ease, 3 for sleep. With each number your feet learn the runner's slow grammar, the sentence that says we do not need to rush to arrive. Dollar's bell glows. It does not ring. The corridor listens and adds its yes, not by speaking but by refusing to interrupt. Richie takes the music box from his pocket and winds it only a breath. 1, 2, 3. Between the notes, the hall offers nothing, and that nothing is beautiful. You can almost see the space, a room made entirely of permission. Courage blinks slow and the ribbon at his chest answers with a small shine. Dollar's tail draws a quiet comma on the air and stops. A high narrow window lets in a blade of moon too sharp for the hour. Richie unlatches the casement a knuckle and slides a lace panel across the glass. The blade becomes a ribbon. The floor sighs. The air decides to be softer on the throat. Courage steps into the ribbon and stands for a moment, wearing silver across his shoulders like a sash. Dollar steps beside him so that the band runs across both of them, a single stripe that says we are a bridge tonight. When they move on, the stripe stays on the floor of the house, remembering the shape of their togetherness. At a turn the echoes used to fall down the stairs and make a mess in the front hall. Now the stairs wait, backs straight, hands folded. The little wicker basket on the second tread still remembers blanket and pause. Courage pauses there long enough for the steps to feel a warm weight again. Dollar touches cheek to wood, a small thanks. The staircase decides not to tell anyone about it. Not telling can be a kindness. Back through the mirrors that nap under their curtains. Back under the chandelier that whispers only to itself. Back past the clock that keeps time without keeping the room. All the while the corridor practices the lesson you brought it. When a sound arrives, it should sit beside, not in front. It should hum along, not answer back. It should leave space where sleep can sign its name. At the arched niche by the crossing, the corridor offers its new party trick. You can hear your own breath come back, rounded slower, friendlier than when it left. Richie laughs once, no teeth, no sound, only the shape of joy. He sets the music box on the console and lets the 3 notes climb the velvet again. 1, 2, 3. The hall stays where it belongs, in the between. You walk to the far window where the garden holds a dark green that makes you think of tea leaves in a pot. Courage rests his forepaws on the sill. Dollar stands beside him. Richie touches the latch and lets in a sip of outside. The fountain offers 3 drops and holds. You offer 3 breaths and hold. The corridor hums the smallest harmony, and then goes quiet of its own will. This is enough, Richie says, and the corridor agrees by doing nothing more. You turn back toward the bench,
the runner smoothing itself before you as if to learn your steps and keep them. The portraits look content in their new dusk. The silver tray looks wiser. The clock keeps its quilted tick. The chandelier practices humility. The house does not clap, it rests. At the threshold you pause and look behind you. The velvet halls are the same length they were, the same width, the same varnish scent, the same velvet underhand. But they are different in the way a room is different after someone has come in only to make it kinder and left nothing of themselves but better air. Courage seems to nod. Dollar's bell is a star with its light turned inward true. Richie closes his eyes for a second as if saving the scene in his pocket. Back at the bench, everyone finds the right place without being told. Courage curls and leaves a courage-shaped space that Dollar fits as if born for it. Richie sits with his shoulder offered to yours and you let yours offer back. The music box stays closed. The corridor far off and near carries the afterglow like a promise bead. If the halls forget tomorrow, Richie says, we will remember for them and teach them again. It will take less time each time. Rooms like to be kind. They only need practice. Courage answers with a breath you can feel in your own chest. Dollar answers with a tail mark you almost don't see. The quiet you taught the corridor settles like a shawl around its shoulders. Courage lifts his head, then Dollar. Richie stands in the hall, already listening, leans closer without moving. You follow the three of them to the velvet and glass. Step pause and the hush arrives at the same time you do. The sconces keep their soft bow. The mirrors wear their narrow sleep masks. Still somewhere inside the long throat of hallway a small brightness taps, one chime from a forgotten side case, a whisper of draft under a door, a seam that thinks of whistling. Richie smiles as if he expected these last little voices. We will teach the corners to keep secrets, he says, and Courage's ears soften at the edges, which is as good as a yes. You begin at the side case, a glass dome with a silver bird perched on a spring. It wants to sing at every footfall. Dollar sets his chest to the table leg and the tremble becomes a breath. Courage noses a felt pad from Richie's pocket and slides it beneath the base with the care of someone putting a note under a sleeping hand. The bird decides to save its song. Farther on, where the hall bends, the air collects and wants to speak first. Richie opens a small panel near the floor and turns a brass circle no wider than a coin. Air lowers its voice, happy to be asked. The bend stops rehearsing opinions, and waits to be invited like everything else. You pass a narrow door with a keyhole that breathes. Courage presses his cheek to the wood. Dollar leans beside him. Richie lays his palm to the latch and lets 3 slow counts pass. The breath at the keyhole answers with the same 3 counts and grows gentle. The door understands its job as keeping, not commenting. A high console winks with crystal perfume bottles, bright and eager. Richie does not hide them. He gives each a small square of folded linen, a quiet seat. Light sits too, and the winking becomes a soft presence instead of a performance. Even pretty things can learn to hum. At a crossing the old echo wakes, curious. Courage steps into the center and sits. Dollar sits beside him, pressing shoulder to shoulder. You hear your own breath come back, rounder and slower, shaped by 2 calm bodies. Richie wins the music box only enough to remember. 1, 2, 3. The air keeps the between like a bowl someone is holding steady with both hands. Beyond the crossing, a thin runner pulls tight across polished wood and thinks about snapping. Dollar places one paw on its edge and waits. Courage touches the other edge with his nose and breathes. The runner lets go of its tension, and lies down the way fabric loves to lie when it trusts the floor. You reach a half-dome, where whispers used to spin in circles and return too fast. Richie shows the space his open hand. He speaks to the wall in a voice you can barely hear. We are going to walk through you the way a river walks through reeds. Courage goes first, slow as tide. Dollar follows, matching the rhythm. Step, pause. Step, pause. You and Richie bring up the quiet. The dome listens, then stops hurrying to answer. It learns to travel beside your feet instead of ahead of them. A tall clock lives at the far end, a proud throat cleared once each minute. You open the glass, lay a fingertip to the pendulum, and watch it choose a smaller arc on its own. Courage places his paw on your shoe and holds the moment. Dollar's bell glows and does not ring. When you close the glass, the tick returns as a heartbeat under blankets. Along the wall, a silk rope hangs between two brass posts. It used to hiss against the post when the air moved. Richie ties the rope one notch looser, a bow that looks like rest. The hiss thinks about arriving, then decides not to. The post forgets how to brag about its shine. At a narrow window the moon has thinned to thread. Richie slides the lace panel a finger's width, and the thread turns ribbon, soft on the eyes. Courage walks into the ribbon, and wears it across his shoulders. Dollar steps into it too until the stripe lies on both of them. When they move on, the light stays on the floor, a memory of two togethernesses in one line. The portraits, half turned away under their curtains, keep their gentle dusk. A gilt frame near the corner still tries to catch and throw a spark. Courage noses the curtain the smallest distance. The spark becomes butter. The ancestor behind the gold relaxes by a sigh you only feel in your own chest. The hall's breath evens out. Floors hold steps without repeating them. Glass holds light without tossing it back. Brass keeps its pride without brightness. Velvet remembers how to be sky for feet. You follow the dogs to the small staircase made for lingering, and they pause at the second tread, the soft place. Dollar noses the wicker basket. Courage lifts the edge of the folded throat. Together they pull enough blanket for a landing, then lie across it for 3 slow breaths so the wood remembers kindness. They rise and work the blanket back with paws and chins, untidy but true. Back along the runner, your feet learn it by heart. 1 for calm, 2 for ease, 3 for sleep. Richie opens a book-sized panel and turns a brass eyelash the width of a thought. Somewhere, a vent stops tapping a coin against its teeth. The corridor smiles and keeps the coin. Near the end, where the corridor once tried to pour its voice down into the front hall, Dollar plants his paws square. Courage leans his shoulder to Dollar's and sets the line. Richie lays his palm to the post at the turn and waits 1 breath, then 2, then 3. The voice chooses to remain in the velvet, and grow soft rather than tumble bright into the tile. Learning to stay is one of the hall's better talents now. On your way back, the corridor begins to offer its new language, a hush that carries, a reflection that warms, a floor that keeps, a corner that waits. Richie rests the music box on a console and does not wind it. The hall provides the between without notes. Courage's inhale, Dollar's inhale, yours his. 4 soft steps and quiet, the room where the steps set down their shoes. At the bench by the hearth you sit. Courage climbs up and leaves that courage-shaped space he always leaves. Dollar fits it with ease. Richie leans until your shoulders share the same small shelf of wall. The velvet halls hold their lesson without supervision. You can feel the way they cradle sound and let it sleep. If the bright returns tomorrow, Richie says, we will lower it by 1 tassel. If the loud returns, we will tuck it by 1 felt square. If the hurry returns, we will walk step pause until the floor remembers. Courage answers with a long even exhale. Dollar's tail draws 1 quiet comma in the air and then rests. The hush you planted last hour has taken root. Courage lifts his head first, Dollar after him, and Richie rises with the sort of care that doesn't wrinkle the air. You follow them back toward the velvet and glass, step pause, and the corridor meets you like a friend who has learned to lower their voice. Light along the sconces keeps its soft bow. The mirrors wear their slim ribbons of curtain, and think in gold instead of glare. Far off, a bright thread tries to hum, nothing rude, just eager. Richie nods as if to say we hear you. Courage moves ahead, ribbon resting at his chest, letter still, and places 1 pause on the runner as though testing a lake. Dollar comes to his shoulder, Bella star with its light turned inward. The hall leans closer to listen. A side door breathes through its keyhole, not sighing, only counting faster than the room. Richie lays his palm to the latch and waits for 3 slow heartbeats. Courage sets his cheek to the wood. Dollar presses his shoulder beside Courage's. You hear the breath inside the keyhole match your count and then soften, pleased to be included. The door learns its job again, keep, not comment. Ahead, a thin cabinet holds a row of little glass domes, each with a delicate figure inside. Bird boat ballerina, perched on springs that once loved to tremble at footfalls. Dollar leans his chest to the cabinet's leg until the tremor remembers it can be still. Courage noses a soft square of felt from Richie's pocket and you slip it beneath the front foot. The figures choose to dream without showing off. Even memories like a quiet bed. The chandelier beyond remembers its manners, yet one crystal near the edge keeps catching a spark. Richie reaches up, not touching, only shading it with his hand for a breath, the way you shade a candle from wind. Courage breathes on the crystal. Dollar steadies the long tassel at the dimmer chain. The spark decides to be butter, and the room tastes better for it. Where 2 halls cross, echoes once ran and collided like children, now they walk. Still, the left turn gathers a little bravado. Richie kneels to a book-sized panel, and turns a brass eyelash no wider than a thought. Air moves, not rushing but arranging itself like a shawl across shoulders. Courage pads into the center and sits. Dollar sits shoulder to shoulder. You hear your breath return rounder, slower, friendlier than when it left. Richie lifts the music box and wins at a quarter turn. 1, 2, 3. Between the notes, the hall offers nothing more than space, and the space is beautiful. Portraits line the next stretch, frames that once fought too loudly. Their curtains are drawn a finger width deeper in the faces behind them relax into late afternoon quiet. A gilt corner still wants to catch and throw. Courage gives it a nose-tip nudge of curtain. Dollar mirrors him, at the next frame. The gold learns dusk and keeps it. At a narrow window, moon has thinned to a bright thread sharp enough to wake a fly. Richie unlatches the casement a knuckle and slides a lace panel that turns blade to ribbon. Courage steps into the ribbon, and wears it across his shoulders. Dollar steps into the same line so the light lays on both of them like one sash. They move on, and the stripe stays on the floor, a memory of togetherness you can walk through and feel kinder for it. A long console ahead stands proud on 4 slender feet that used to whisper a scrape into the quiet. You lift one leg, Richie slips a felt pad underneath. Courage steadies the far corner with a paw. Dollar waits with the patience of sand. The scrape thinks about arriving, then chooses to be a silence instead. The runner tightens near a heating grate and wants to sing a thin metallic note. Dollar places a pawn on its edge and waits. Courage presses the opposite edge with his nose breath long and even. The runner remembers how cloth prefers to lie down. The grate stops tapping coin against tooth. Somewhere in the woodwork a beam answers with a settled little yes. The corridor opens into a half-dawn that once tossed whispers back too fast. Richie shows the curve his open hand and says, in a voice soft as the seam of a pillow, "We are going through like a river through reeds." Courage takes 3 slow steps. Dollar matches them. You and Richie bring up the quiet. The dome rides beside instead of racing ahead. It hums along instead of speaking over. Learning to travel with is one of its new talents now. At the far end a tall clock clears its throat every minute. Richie opens the glass. You rest a fingertip on the pendulum, only long enough to suggest smaller circles. Courage places his palm on your shoe and holds the moment steady. Dollar's bell does not ring. The pendulum chooses calm on its own. Tick turning quilted again. The glass closes without a clink. A rope of silk links two brass posts and used to hiss when air moved. Richie loosens the knot by one breath. The hiss forgets itself. The posts look handsomer for the restraint. Even handsome things like to be told it is safe to be quiet.
Now the hall offers you its new language. Steps that land and stay. Light that warms rather than insists. Corners that wait for your pace. Glass that reflects without arguing. Courage walks to the narrow wicker basket on the second tread of the lingering stairs and noses the folded throw. Dollar takes the other corner and they unfurl only enough blanket for a landing. They lie across it shoulder to shoulder for 3 breaths, then fold it back with paws and chins untidy, true, perfect. The wood keeps that kindness like heat. You make a small ritual of return. Mirrors, lamps, console, window. Each receives a glance that says, keep this, please. Each answers by doing nothing at all. That is the best answer. Richie places the music box on a table and does not wind it. The corridor supplies the between without notes. Your inhale, Courage's inhale, Dollar's inhale, Richie's inhale. And the shared exhale that lives where the notes would fall. 1, 2, 3. Quiet. On the way back, a glass dome you calmed earlier trembles at a draft that no one invited. Dollar leans. The tremble becomes breath. Courage noses the cabinet lightly, as if to ask, are you comfortable? The dome decides it is. The hall, pleased with its own learning, keeps the lesson in its seams. You pause at the arched niche by the crossing. Last night the echo here tried to be clever. Tonight it offers the smallest harmony, then leaves the melody to the quiet. Richie smiles without showing teeth. Good, he says, barely making a sound. Stay like that. The bench by the hearth receives you in the exact shape you left behind. Courage climbs first and leaves a space. Dollar steps into as though measuring wasn't necessary anymore. Richie's shoulder finds yours, and both shoulders become one easy shelf for the hour. The lamps dim by one invisible notch. Not because you asked, but because the corridor learned to think kindly for itself. If the bright returns, Richie says, we will shade it by a finger width. If the loud knocks, we will hand it a felt square. If the hurry shows up, we will show it the second tread and the folded throw and ask it to sit. Courage answers with the long yes of his breathing. Dollar draws a quiet comma in the air and rests. The hush you grew in the corridor feels like a quilt that has finally found its corners. Courage wakes first. Dollar beside him, and Richie rises the way mist rises from warm tea. You follow, and the house, already listening, makes a small space for your footsteps to land and stay. The velvet halls receive you like an old friend who has learned to speak softly. Lamps keep their bow. Mirrors keep their ribbons. The runner breathes. Far off, a bright stitch tries to pull taut. Not from mischief, but habit. Richie smiles at the habit. We will teach you to rest in place, he says, without raising his voice. Courage pads forward and tests the runner with one paw, then 2, as if reminding cloth that it is allowed to be cloud. Dollar comes shoulder to shoulder, bell a star turned inward. They set an easy tempo that wood understands. Step, pause, step, pause. The hall walks with you instead of beside you, and the difference is everything. A glass dome you settled earlier has forgotten a little and wants to tremble at your nearness. Dollar leans his chest to the cabinet leg, patient as sure. Courage noses a folded square of felt from Richie's pocket, and you slide it under the far foot. The tremble remembers it as a breath. The dome dreams again. At the crossing where echoes used to run, you stop together in the exact middle. Courage sits. Dollar sits. Your breath returns rounder than you sent it. Richie lifts the music box and wins it a whisper. 1, 2, 3. Between the notes, the hall brings its new favorite gift. Space no thicker than a sigh, and deep enough to hold all of you. A narrow door with a frosted oval window carries a thin hum in its hinges. More thought than sound. Richie lays his palm to the latch. Courage sets his cheek to the wood. Dollar presses his shoulder into the seam. You count 3 slow heartbeats. The hum hears the count and matches it, then eases. Thank you, Richie tells the hinge. And the hinge behaves as if praised. The chandelier above remembers humility, yet a single crystal at the edge keeps a secret sparkle. Richie shades it with his hand for a breath. Courage fogs it gently. Dollar steadies the tassel at the chain. The sparkle softens from diamond to butter, and decides to keep its sweetness to itself. Even light enjoys manners. You pass the portraits, faces half turned beneath their small curtains. Gold frames hum in a warm dusk that flatters rather than shouts. An ancestor at the corner looks especially relieved. Perhaps he has not been asked to host a party in a very long time. Courage gives the curtain a fingertip of nose. Dollar mirrors him at the next frame. The corridor thanks you by doing nothing at all. At a slit of window the moon is thread. Richie slides one lace panel a finger width. The thread becomes ribbon. Courage steps into the ribbon and the stripe lies across his shoulders like a remembered kindness. Dollar joins him so the light runs across both of them in a single band. When they move on, the band remains on the floor. A quiet underline the house will keep until morning. You come to the small staircase made for lingering. Second tread. The soft place. The wicker basket waits with its folded throw. Courage gathers one corner. Dollar takes the other. They pull enough blanket for a landing and lie across it shoulder to shoulder for 3 breaths. The wood remembers being trusted and answers by settling a shade deeper. They rise and fold the blanket back with paws and chins. Untidy, true, perfect. A thin vent near the baseboard clicks a coin against its teeth, having nearly forgotten your earlier lesson. Richie opens a book-sized panel and turns a brass eyelash the width of a thought. The click becomes a hush that sounds like someone closing a good book. Courage tilts his head, approving. Dollar's tail draws one quiet comma and rests. Now the corridor offers a new game. The smallest one. At each mirror you pass, Courage lowers his chin for a heartbeat. At each sconce, Dollar steadies the tassel with a touch. At each console you breathe and listen, and the room answers by remaining kind. A kindness that remains is the best kind. Halfway down you discover a forgotten side case. Inside, a silver bird on a spring. A boat, a dancer fixed mid-turn. You do not wind them. You do not wake them. Richie places a fingertip to the glass and lets his warmth travel through. Courage leans his shoulder to the wood. Dollar stands still so the case can lean on his quiet. The figures keep their dreams and because of that, become part of yours. At the far end, the tall clock keeps time like a heartbeat under blankets. You open the glass and let the pendulum read your stillness. It chooses smaller circles by itself. Courage sets his paw on your shoe to hold the choice in place. Dollar's bell thinks of ringing and decides to glow. The glass closes without speaking. You turn back toward the hearth, but slowly, as if the corridor were a river you are careful not to splash. The runner knows you now. You can feel the way it carries the shape of your steps without sending them to the ceiling. The mirrors think in butter. The chandelier hums modestly to itself. The portraits look drowsy and pleased. Even the rope between the brass posts hangs with the slack of trust. Near the crossing, Richie pauses and places the music box on a console. He does not wind it. He turns his hand over, palm up, as if showing the hall what the between looks like. The hall shows him back. Your inhale, Courage's inhale, Dollar's inhale, Richie's inhale, and the shared exhale where the notes would fall. 1, 2, 3. Quiet takes the 4th place and fits. You make a little ceremony for the last stretch. At the window, Courage rests his forepaws on the sill and looks out at the darker green. Dollar beside him with one ear tipped to the garden's cooler air. At the portrait corner, both dogs lower their chins in passing like a bow learned by heart. At the console with the silver tray, you smooth the folded napkin with one finger. At the vent you listen once more for impatience, and hear only cloth learning to be cloud. At the threshold, the corridor gifts you its new language in 4 words. Hush, held, home, friend. You can hear each one if you stand very still. Hush in the velvet, held in the glass that reflects without throwing. Home in the wood that takes your step and keeps it. Friend in the small harmony that rides your breath and returns kinder than it left. Back at the bench, Courage climbs first and leaves the courage-shaped space he always leaves. Dollar fits it as though his outline had been drawn there earlier by a patient hand. Richie sits so his shoulder carries yours and yours carries his in return. The music box rests closed, content to let the room provide the between. If the halls forget tomorrow, Richie says, we will remind them with the second tread and the folded throw, with a tassel steadied, a curtain lowered a finger width, a felt square under a proud foot, a breath counted to 3. Courage answers with a long, even exhale. Dollar's tail moves once and stops, the quietest yes. The 30 minutes finish by becoming part of the furniture. The lamps dim one shade on their own. The mirrors wear their dusk like a favorite sweater. The runner lies cloud soft. The clock keeps time as if already dreaming. The echo, now teachable and taught, chooses to lie down and put its head on its paws. The hush you planted fills the corridor like warm tea in a long cup. Courage lifts his head first, Dollar after him, and Richie rises with that careful grace that doesn't crease the air. You follow as the house leans closer to listen, pleased to find you again. Step, pause, step, pause. The velvet halls greet you with buttered light and mirrors that think kindly instead of bright. The runner breathes like cloth that remembers being cloud. Far off, a thin brightness taps once, not to complain, only to ask if the lesson still stands. It does. Richie smiles and lets his palm hover over the nearest panel as if blessing a friend who already knows what to do. Courage takes the lead, ribbon quiet at his chest, letter resting. Dollar comes shoulder to shoulder, bell a star turned inward. They set a slow tempo the wood can keep. The sconces bow a touch lower without being asked. The mirrors keep their slim ribbons. Even the air seems to walk beside you instead of ahead. A small side case you combed earlier considers trembling. Dollar leans his chest to the leg. The tremble remembers it is a breath. Courage noses a felt square from Richie's pocket and tucks it under the shy foot with the care of placing a note under a sleeping hand. The glass chooses to dream. At the crossing where conversations used to collide, you pause together at the very center. Courage sits, Dollar sits. Your breath comes back rounder, slower, softened by two calm bodies. Richie lifts the music box and gives it the smallest turn. 1, 2, 3. Between the notes the hall offers space no thicker than a sigh and deep enough to hold all four of you. That between belongs to the corridor now. It wears it like a favorite sweater. A narrow door ahead hums at the hinge, a thought more than a sound. Richie lays his palm to the latch. Courage rests his cheek to the wood. Dollar presses shoulder to seam. You count 3 slow heartbeats. The hinge matches you and then lets go. Thank you, Richie says, and the door enjoys being praised for its quiet. The chandelier remembers its humility, yet a crystal at the edge keeps a last bright idea. Richie shades it with his hand for a breath. Courage fogs it gently. Dollar steadies the tassel at the chain. The idea softens from diamond to dusk and decides to keep its sweetness to itself. Even light can learn bedtime. You pass the portraits. Gold frames hung in late afternoon tones. Faces behind their slim curtains relax as if they have been told the party is not tonight after all. Courage nudges one curtain the width of a finger. Dollar mirrors him at the next. The corridor thanks you by doing nothing. A slit of window cuts a thread of moon too sharp for the hour. Richie slides a lace panel a finger width and the thread becomes ribbon. Courage steps into the ribbon so it lies across his shoulders. Dollar joins him so the stripe runs over both of them as a single band. When they move on, the band remains on the floor like an underline. The house will keep until morning. You reach the small staircase that exists for lingering rather than climbing. Second tread the soft place. The wicker basket waits with its folded throw. Courage gathers one corner. Dollar takes the other. They pull enough blanket for a landing and lie across it shoulder to shoulder for 3 breaths, letting wood remember what kindness weighs. They rise and work the blanket back with paws and chins. Not tidy, not fussy, true. The tread keeps that warmth the way palms keep the memory of a hand held a while. At a vent you quieted before, a coin thinks about tapping its teeth. Richie opens the book-sized panel and turns a brass eyelash the width of a thought. The coin forgets to speak. Courage tilts his head as if to say good. Dollar's tail draws a single comma and rests. Now the corridor asks to give something back. At the arched niche near the crossing, a small harmony floats out, no echo racing ahead, only a hum that walks beside your breath and returns slower and friendlier than when it left. Richie sets the music box on a narrow table and does not wind it. The hall keeps the between on its own. Your inhale, Courage's inhale, Dollar's inhale, Richie's inhale, the shared exhale where the notes would fall. It fits, it stays. You make a last round, not a tour but a good night, said in several rooms so none feel left behind. At the mirror 2 dogs lower their chins in passing and the glass lowers its thinking to match.
At the chandelier, crystals whisper only to themselves. At the console with the silver tray, a folded napkin continues to make beauty quieter. At the clock, the pendulum chooses small circles because your stillness suggests them. At the door with the keyhole, you lend 3 heartbeats and receive 3 back, gentler. Everywhere, the hall keeps the lesson: lower the bright, loosen the proud, cushion the eager, walk, step, pause, so sound learns to sit beside, not in front. Courage pads to the center where 2 runners meet and stops. Dollar stops with him. Richie stands a pace behind, hand open, as if showing the corridor the shape of trust one last time. You breathe once for each corner of the long throat of hallway and feel those corners breathe back. This is enough, Richie says, and the corridor agrees by leaving everything exactly as it is. Back over the stepping stone tiles, the tiny procession in reverse, carrying quiet like a lantern that needs no flame. The threshold closes gently behind you, not shutting you out, only keeping the hush where it belongs. The room by the hearth is all ember and small gold. The bench has saved your shapes. Courage climbs first and leaves a courage-shaped space. Dollar fits it without measuring. Richie sits so his shoulder gives yours a place to rest and yours returns the favor. The music box stays closed. Its promise isn't in the notes tonight, it's in the between the corridor learned to keep. If the halls forget tomorrow, Richie murmurs, we will remind them with the second tread and the folded throw, with a tassel steadied, a curtain lowered a finger width, a felt square under a proud foot, a breath counted to 3. But I think they will remember. Rooms like to be kind. They only need practice. Courage answers with the long even yes of his breathing. Dollar's bell glows and does not ring. Somewhere deep in the wood a beam settles, not a groan, only the kind of satisfied weight a house makes when it agrees with its people. The portraits keep their dusk. The rope hangs with the slack of trust. The clock ticks like a heartbeat under blankets. The chandelier enjoys its modesty. The mirrors think in butter. The last minutes widen like a field. No one crosses it faster than a leaf would fall through air. The ember remembers fire without missing it. The lamp remembers brightness without asking for it. Sleep comes to sit with you, not like a curtain, not like a wave, more like a chair a friend has already worn. Richie lowers his hand and touches the charm at Courage's ribbon with the back of one knuckle, careful as if greeting a sleeping bird. He does not untie the thread. He does not open the letter. Promise kept is all the message needed. His other hand smooths the fur at Dollar's collar where the bell rests like a quiet star. He leaves it exactly where forgetting is easy and safe. Tell me one last small word for tonight, he whispers. You say hush. He says held. Courage exhales friend. Dollar's breath adds home. The 4 words sit together and decide to stay. Your eyes close, Richie's close. Courage drifts first, a soft yes written in sleep. Dollar follows, bell thinking of ringing and choosing to glow instead. The hall you softened lies down along its length and breathes with the house, with the bench, with the 4 of you. If a dream arrives, it learns the corridor's pace before it speaks. If morning peaks, it will step lightly because the velvet taught it how.
The ember by the hearth keeps a small sleeping glow. The bench remembers your shapes. Courage lifts his head first. Dollar follows, bell a star with its light turned inward. Richie opens his eyes and smiles, the kind of smile that doesn't wake dust. Somewhere deeper in the mansion, a soft chime wanders through the air. No hurry, no shine, just a note that thinks of going up. There is an old elevator at the end of a velvet corridor, Richie says, as if telling you where a river begins. It does not clang and it does not judge. It listens. It has too many floors for numbers, so it names them instead. If you'd like, we can ride until the night is ready to sleep where we stop. You go together, step, pause, step, pause. The velvet halls keep their whisper, and you arrive at a pair of doors the color of dusk. The brass is brushed to a kindness. A single round button waits beside the frame, not marked with arrows, only with one small word. Hush. Richie rests his finger there, not pressing yet. Courage sits. Dollar sits. You breathe once, twice, 3 times, and the button seems to understand that you mean well. Richie presses. The bell inside does not ding. It nods. The doors part with the gentlest sigh, like a curtain that knows your name. Inside, the elevator is a tiny room that has learned to be brave. The floor is a woven mat soft as cloud. The walls are paneled wood that smells faintly of tea after rain. Where other lifts would have a clatter of numbers, this one shows a ring of small words lit as if from within. Welcome. Dimmer. Pillows. Tea kettle. Rain roof. Library whisper. Night garden. Candlelight. Hearth echo. First sleep. The watch. Second sleep. And more, curving away like a string of lanterns disappearing into dusk. Courage steps in and stands square. Ribbon quiet at his chest. Dollar comes to his shoulder, bell remembering to glow instead of ring. Richie follows and takes the music box from his pocket without winding it. You step last. The doors close as if drawing a shawl. The hum the room makes is not a machine's hum. It is a breath that has decided to help carry yours. Which floor first, Richie asks. And the panel answers by brightening it welcome. We let the elevator introduce itself, he says. He touches that word with a fingertip. The room understands. Up is not a rush. Up is a deepening. You feel the wood steady its own heartbeat. The hum learns your pace. Courage rests his paw on Richie's shoe to announce that the speed is good. Dollar leans his shoulder to yours so both of you know you're included. Somewhere inside the walls, a thread of air follows your breath in, and the hum blooms out, and the hum sets like a tide that knows the shore by heart. The doors open on the welcome floor, as if discovering light for the first time in a long while. No glare. A glow like a morning that changed its mind and came at night. A small table waits with 3 cups and a saucer for scent. Steam lifts in a curl that could be a cat falling asleep. The carpet is the color of the word soft. On one wall, a mirror hangs already wearing its ribbon of lace, so it thinks in butter. A bell sits on the table, but when the breeze touches it, it gives no ring, only the idea of silver. Richie pours a swallow of warm milk into a cup and sets it where it can be looked at instead of needed. Courage sniffs, takes the comfort, and chooses closeness over sipping. Dollar sets his chin on the edge of the table for a heartbeat, then returns it to Courage's shoulder, as if to say we are here to keep, not to take. You sit on a woven cushion that keeps your shape without making a fuss. Breathing becomes the room's favorite conversation. The welcome floor like small truths spoken slowly. Richie names them the way a gardener names rain. The door closed because we asked. The lift rose because we were kind to the button. The bell answered by not ringing. Courage adds his statement in fur and breath. Staying is a kind of traveling. Dollar offers one of his own together as the map. You make a first ritual without trying. 3 breaths counted with the softest numbers. 1. The elevator's hum meets your chest. 2. Courage's paw on Richie's shoe tells the floor how to carry weight. 3. Dollar's shoulder finds yours so you don't have to wonder where to put your wondering. The room learns the pattern and saves it. When you step back into the car, the welcome light dims as if it is nodded off. The ring of words waits again. Patient lanterns. Richie glances to you, then to Courage and Dollar. Shall we teach the lights to lower themselves, he says, and the panel brightens at dimmer. Pleased to be chosen. He touches dimmer and the doors close. 2 lips agreeing to whisper. The elevator takes exactly the time your breath wants it to take. Up is not height, it is hush, learning to stand up straighter. When the doors open, the dimmer floor looks like late afternoon everywhere. Lamps along the walls where shades turn down 1 notch. Then 1 more. The air carries the memory of a different house being quiet. There is a cord with a tassel on each lamp, and each tassel hangs waiting. Courage walks from lamp to lamp, and lowers the light with the softest nose tip. Dollar steadies each tassel with his chest so nothing swings too fast. Richie follows with a hand that shades without touching, showing the bulbs how to think of sleep. You walk behind and the room accepts your steps like a rug takes shoes after a long day. It becomes a game made entirely of patience. Lamp, pause, tassel, breath. Lamp, pause, tassel, breath. With each small bow of light, the floor forgets how to insist. Shadows arrive, but not the kind that hides. The kind that holds. When you return to the car, dimmer rests the way tea rests when the cup is set down gently. The elevator hums a thank you by breathing with you for a whole slow count. Richie looks at the ring of words and smiles. Pillow sounds like a promise, he says. Courage agrees by making the small her that is yes to softness. Dollar draws a comma in the air with his tail and waits for the sentence to finish itself. Richie touches pillows. The room answers by taking a deeper inhale and letting it go. The doors open onto a room made of cloud. Not thick, not heavy, just enough. A low table stands in the middle with stacked cushions in cotton and linen, in cream and quiet gray, in a blue that knows how to be moon. Some are thin as a well-loved book. Some are plump as apples forgotten in shade. Each has a tiny tag stitched to the corner with a word: neck, shoulders, hips, knees, feet, here, now. Courage steps onto the nearest cushion and tries its truth. He lowers his chest, then lifts it, as if asking, "Do you know how to carry me without asking me to be big?" The cushion knows. Dollar finds a second cushion and rests his chin across it, so that his bell does not have to remember how to ring. Richie kneels, chooses a thin pillow stitched with the word shoulders, and places it where your body has been holding its questions. He adds one marked here, under his own knee, and one marked now beneath Courage's paws. The floor begins to purr, the soft purr that rooms make when they are proud of their work. You do not have to lie down. Sitting is enough. The pillows arrange themselves the way water arranges itself around stones, flowing, patient, glad to take the shape of comfort. You count 3 breaths again because the elevator remembers your practice, and the floor likes familiar rituals. 1. The cushion under your shoulders turns from help to welcome. 2. Courage's paws find the word now and agree. 3. Dollar's chin slides a finger's width, and he sighs the sigh that means the game is working. For a long piece of minute, the room and the 4 of you teach each other without talking. You place a pillow marked feet under Richie's ankle so his quiet can be even quieter. Richie tucks a small cushion marked knees near Dollar's front legs. Dollar melts around it like a shoreline around a bay. Courage, satisfied, presses his heart closer to the weave of cotton and linen, ribbon resting. Letter still, a lamp on the far wall lowers itself a fraction without being told. Pillows are very persuasive. When it is time to return, no one stands quickly. The floor lingers. You gather the cushions into a low hill so the next passengers will understand the language. Courage noses the word now to the top. Dollar places his chin there for a blink, then lets it go. Richie smooths the cover on one last pillow stitched with the smallest word of all. Yes. Back in the car, the hum meets your chests again and learns your next breath without asking what you plan. The ring of words glows around you like friendly moons. Tea kettle waits, rain roof waits, library whisper waits, night garden waits. But the elevator is in no hurry. It is content to be the room you are in while the next room gets ready to be itself. Richie rests his palm against the paneled wall. "Thank you," he says. The wood warms a degree, happy to be part of the talk. Courage stands square and then leans his shoulder to Richie's shin. Dollar finds your ankle with the weight of his chin for a heartbeat, and then releases it, brief and perfect as a bookmark slipped between pages. One more breath in the car to finish the half hour the way a good book finishes. A chapter by setting the next in your hands without making you turn the page too fast. In, the hum blooms. Out, the hum sets. Courage's ribbon is a quiet star. Dollar's bell is a memory of silver. Richie's hand stays on the wood as if greeting a friend who lives in the walls. Your breath tells them all they did well. Tea kettle softens on the panel like steam deciding to be tender. Richie touches the word with one fingertip. The doors close as if someone drew a shawl. Up is a deepening again, not a climb. The paneled walls keep your breath the way a good cup keeps heat. The doors part and the tea kettle floor greets you with a hush that smells like calm. A round stove waits in the center, painted cream, already warm but not in a hurry. On its back burner sits a kettle shaped like a friendly pebble. Lid set true, spout turned a little to one side, as if listening. The room is small and bright, not bright. The kind of light that knows your eyes have been kind all evening. Hooks along one wall hold 3 aprons, stitched with tiny words. Slow, gentler. Again. Richie slips the apron marked slow over his head and smiles. Courage pads forward, sets his forepaws on the lower rung of a stool, and looks into the kettle's idea of steam. Dollar stands beside him and places his chin on the seat, bell quiet and fur. Richie doesn't turn any knob. He lays his hand on the stove and counts a quiet 3 with you. 1. And the kettle remembers that singing isn't always the point. 2. And a curl of steam rises like a sentence that knows where it's going. 3. And the room answers by letting its corners relax. The kettle gives not a shriek but a hum, a soft vowel like the beginning of a lullaby. Courage watches the curl and blinks slow. Dollar's tail writes a comma in the air and stops. Richie lifts the kettle and pours a thumb of hot water into a thick-walled cup, then adds cool until the warmth becomes an invitation, not a demand. He sets the cup where you can hold it without needing to sip. You wrap your hands around it and the heat moves into your palms, then your wrists, and finally wherever worry had tried to wait. Courage noses the cup once and claims the scent of comfort for his memory. Dollar breathes the steam and decides to keep its shape inside his chest. Richie hangs the apron back on the hook, then takes the one marked gentler and slips it over the knob as if dressing the stove in a kind thought. The hum in the room drops half a step. The kettle approves by staying a kettle rather than a trumpet. You make a small ritual without naming it. 3 curls of steam counted like slow notes. First curl, you breathe in and let your shoulders fall. Second curl, Courage leans into Richie's shin. Third curl, Dollar rests the weight of his muzzle on your knee and lifts it away again, the way a bookmark lifts and returns. When it feels right to go, no one rushes. You leave the cup on the counter so the room can keep the warmth. The apron marked again stays on its hook for a different night. Back in the car, the word T dims on the ring, pleased, not tired. Rain roof glows with a weather-soft promise. Richie touches rain roof and the paneled walls breathe with you. Up is the sound of a coat being smoothed across a chair back. The doors open to a ceiling of glass with 1,000 friendly freckles. Rain is already waiting, a fine even patter that is sworn not to splash. The floor beneath your feet is warm tile. The air is cool enough to let you keep your sweater. Around the edges, low benches hold folded towels with stitched words. Hang, leave, dry. Richie lifts one towel and drapes it over a wooden peg. He whispers, worries go here. He does not list them. He makes a motion instead, the small gesture of setting something down. Courage watches, then steps to a peg and presses his forehead to it, a dog's way of hanging up the bit of watchfulness he keeps for storms. Dollar follows, nudging the next peg with the exact weight of a promise. The sound of the rain does not change. Your listening does. You step onto a section of tile marked by a thin line of blue glaze. There, the rain on the glass changes tempo just for you, closer, farther, near again, like breath practicing being ocean. Courage lifts his face and closes his eyes, counting drops with his eyelids. Dollar stands shoulder to shoulder and lets the patter knit him into the hour. Richie finds a narrow crank in the wall and turns it a finger width. A seam at the apex of the roof opens the smallest amount and lets the rain sink into the room. The air carries green and stone and the clean idea of distance. The pattern never sharpens. It remains a shawl of sound, woven to the exact thickness of rest. You sit on a bench and lay your palms flat to feel the rain through wood. It is not there, but it is there. Courage hops up and tucks his paws, becoming the shape that means I am here and I am allowed to be small. Dollar curls alongside, chin on Courage's shoulder, bell resting like a star turned inward. Richie sits on the other side and looks not at the rain but at the dogs, as if the sky had gathered itself at his feet. The ritual finds you again. 3 slow breaths inside the rain. 1. You listen to the roof breathe for you. 2. Courage's rib cage rises and the patter answers with a new softness. 3. Dollar's exhale stretches long enough to meet the edge of the room and return. The seam in the glass sighs once and falls quiet. Before you go, Richie turns the crank back the smallest bit, closing the seam as though tucking a child. He folds the towel he had hung without looking at it and places it on the bench, not as work, as blessing. Courage presses his head to the peg one last time, confirming that what he left there will be waiting. Dollar touches nose to blue glaze and approves the idea of a threshold you don't have to step over to cross. Back in the car, rain dims and the hum learns a rounder shape from all that even tapping.
Library whisper brightens on the panel like a bookmark peeking from a well-loved page. Richie touches it, and the doors close with a page-turn hush. The library floor arrives as a room that already knows how to lower its voice. Shelves stand no higher than a promise. The lamps wear little sleeves of linen. A carpet in muted blues and browns spreads across the floor like the memory of a lake just after sunrise. In the center, a table holds 3 books and a small wooden tray marked with tiny brass letters, S-L-O-W. Richie gestures to the letters and slides them gently, making a word without speaking it. He places the tray back on the table, and the library seems to nod. Courage steps to the nearest shelf and selects not with teeth, but with gaze. A book about rivers that never hurry. Dollar noses a thin volume bound in cloth the color of calm, a book that appears to be about weather, but is really about windows. You sit on the carpet, and the carpet decides to meet you halfway. Richie sits too, and opens the river book to a page where the water is simply itself. There are words, but he does not read them. He turns the page when the room turns it for him. Dollar's book flips once on its own and settles open to a drawing of rain that never startles. Courage lowers his head to the gutter between pages and listens to the sound paper makes when it breathes. Richie sets the tray of brass letters near Courage's paws. Courage taps the S by accident or on purpose. Dollar slides the L with his nose across the wood. You add the O with 2 fingers. Richie places the W like a period at the end of a sentence the room already understood. Slow sits there on the table and becomes furniture. You make the ritual because it asks to be made. 3 soft page turns. 1. The paper lifts like a small wave and lies down again. 2. Courage blinks once and the blink sounds like a feather. 3. Dollar sighs and the lamps think in butter for another shade. On the far shelf sits a music box, twin to the one Richie carries, but older, with a tiny paper label in faded ink. Between, Richie doesn't wind it. He rests his palm on its lid and lets the box feel the heat of his hand. Somewhere in the shelves, the dust settles in place, choosing not to dance. The library keeps its promise to whisper. When it is time to leave, you and Richie rise at the same speed the books close themselves. Courage pushes the tray of letters a finger width toward the center, as if to remind the next reader where the word belongs. Dollar noses the weather book back into its space and leaves a breath behind, a scent small as gratitude. Back in the elevator, library whisper dims and the ring of words waits like friendly moons. Night garden glows. Candlelight glows. Hearth echo. First sleep. The watch, second sleep. They are patient. The car hums at the size of your breath and no larger. Richie lays his hand to the wood and thanks the car for knowing how to be a room and not just a passage. Courage stands square, then leans his shoulder into Richie's shin. Dollar rests his chin across your ankle for a heartbeat and lifts it away, polite as ever, as if saving the place for later. Night garden softens on the panel, as if dew decided to glow. Richie touches the word with one fingertip. The doors close like a book that knows you will open it again. Up is a deepening, not a climb. The paneled walls keep the shape of your breath and offer it back to you calmer than they found it. The doors part and night steps inside without getting your feet wet. A garden lives here, roofed in quiet. Paths of pale stone wander between low hedges trimmed to the height of a friendly knee. Leaves hold a dark green that feels cool to the eyes. In the center, a small fountain lifts water just high enough to remember falling. Lanterns hang from hooks at shoulder level, their light the color of honey thinned with sleep. Courage pads forward, ribbon resting at his chest, letter still. Dollar comes to his shoulder, bell a star turned inward. Richie walks with you at the pace of dew forming. Somewhere a moth writes its small silver thought across the air and decides not to say more. Richie points to a tray on a low wall. Inside are tiny wooden markers stamped with simple words, sit, breathe, listen, stay. You take one that says listen and press it upright into the soil near a bed of time. The leaves answer by leaning the smallest amount. Courage noses the marker called stay and plants it beside the fountain. Dollar taps breathe with his paw and places it at the edge of the path where the stones widen like shoulders. You sit on a bench that knew it would be needed. Courage climbs up, turns once, and folds himself so that his shoulder warms your thigh. Dollar curls along the other side, chin on Courage's wrist. Richie sits cross-legged at your feet and looks at the fountain as if reading a page without words. The water speaks its one-syllable language. Up, down, yes. 3 breaths make the garden's key. First breath, the lanterns think a shade softer. Second breath, the hedges lower their bright to dusk. Third breath, the fountain keeps counting but agrees not to brag about it. You can feel the room listen to the dogs, listen to the water, listen to the air. Richie takes a narrow watering can and does not fill it. He tips it over a pot of mint anyway, and the sound of invisible water is exactly the right amount of comfort. Courage lifts his nose and approves the trick. Dollar sighs, making the kind of comma that lets the sentence rest. You walk a loop without hurrying. Path, pause, path, pause, path, pause. At a corner, a wire trellis holds climbing jasmine that has chosen to be shy. Richie slides a lace of leaf away from the lantern, and the scent lifts then settles. Courage rests his paw at the trellis foot, a dog's promise to guard a fragrance. Dollar leans his shoulder to the post. The lantern hums modestly and stays. Back at the bench, the markers you placed do their small work. Listen holds the mint in a hush. Reed sits at the widened stones like a friendly sign on a quiet road. Stay keeps time with the fountain until time forgets to be important. When it is right to go, you leave the markers where they are. Kindness is better when it's waiting for the next person. In the car, night garden dims and the hum returns with the scent of leaves folded for sleep. Candlelight glows on the ring as if a wick had heard its name. Richie touches it. The doors close with the sound of a matchbox being set down gently. The candlelight floor opens like an exhale. Candles live everywhere, but none above the height of your hand. Glass chimneys turn flame to steady cloud. Wicks are trimmed as if someone has been patient for years. The room's light is the quiet kind that makes faces beautiful by forgetting to compare them with anything. On a low sideboard, a tray rests with a snuffer, a small tin of matches, and a folded card that says, "In case you need to learn." You do not need to learn, but you like to read the card anyway. It says, in small careful letters, "Lower the wick before asking for less light. Snuff with a cup, not a puff. Leave the air alone so the flame can say goodbye politely." Richie smiles at the card as if it were an old teacher. Courage walks the perimeter with the dignity of someone inspecting a beloved library. He stops at a candle that stands a touch taller than its friends and tilts his head. Richie lowers the wick by a breath, and the taller candle joins the choir. Dollar steadies a glass chimney with his chest until the flame remembers its center. You sit on a cushion and feel the floor learn your shape. 3 breaths, as always. First breath, the flames hold still even when you do not. Second breath, the glass keeps the heat without keeping the room. Third breath, your shoulders remember to drop that last half-inch they were saving for later. Courage wanders back and lowers his face to your hands like a candle finding its own reflection. Dollar settles so that his bell rests where your palm could be if you felt like it. There is a single unlit candle on a table with a note beside it. For practice, Richie strikes a match slowly, listening to the sulfur not as a shout but as a story. He tips flame to wick and then pulls the match away before the flame wants to hold on. It catches and becomes a small person who has nothing to prove. Richie lowers the wick with a turn, and the flame thanks him by staying. You make one more circle around the room. If a wick leans, you invite it back to its spine. If glass decides to fog, you let it, because not every clarity is needed at night. Courage touches his nose to the table leg where the matches live, as if telling them they will not be needed again tonight. Dollar flicks his tail once, writing a polite signature on the hour. Back in the car, candlelight rests. Hearth echo brightens like a memory. Richie touches it, and the doors close with the faintest wood sigh. Hearth echo opens like a sound you've heard all your life. There is no fire here, only its remembering. A brick hearth holds warm ash the way a pillow holds a head after it rises. The grate glows without light. A rack of iron tools leans against brick and makes no clink. The air tastes of toast and a book left open for a minute and a sweater shoulder. You sit on the rug and feel the echo of heat along your shins, exactly where heat would be if heat were needed. Courage takes the place he always takes when fires are gentle, half on the rug, half on the imagined stone, ready to choose either without having to move. Dollar curls with his chin on Courage's hind paws, and the bell goes still. Richie reaches for the poker and then chooses not to. He places his palm on the brick instead, and the brick answers with a degree of warmth that belongs to old kitchens and afternoons when rain picked the right window. He looks at you and says nothing, which is the right thing to say to Hearth Echo. The 3-breath key fits here too. First breath, the echo gathers the crackle it remembers and sorts it into calm. Second breath, the room returns the kind of warmth you count by ease, not by degrees. Third breath, your tired edges lie down in the corners and promise not to wake anyone. A basket nearby holds a folded quilt with a print of small squares, some dark, some pale, none loud. Richie lifts it and lays it across Courage's ribs and Dollar's back and your knees. All at once, a map that does not care where roads go. The quilt keeps the echo and lends it to you. The great, pleased, gives the quiet a little weight like a hand on a shoulder. When it is time to leave, you fold the quilt without measuring. It goes back as a kinder rectangle than before. The room likes that. Courage stands and shakes in a whisper. Dollar rises and stretches the long stretch that turns doubt into distance. Richie touches the poker once with the back of one finger, the smallest salute. In the elevator, Hearth Echo dims. The ring of words holds 3 that feel like the second half of night. First sleep, the watch, second sleep. They wait the way good stories wait, certain of their turn. The car hums like a chest that has learned another chest's rhythm. Richie rests his palm to the paneling. Courage stands square, then leans a shoulder into Richie's shin. Dollar places his chin across your ankle for one slow heartbeat and lifts it away again. First sleep softens on the panel like linen warmed by hands. Richie touches the word. The doors close with a page-turn hush. Up is a deepening again, not a clang. The paneled walls learn your breathing and give it back slower. The doors part and the room looks like bedtime already decided. The ceiling is low enough to make the night feel near. Along one wall, a lone bench holds folded blankets in quiet colors: oat, fog, tea, moon. Beside them, a row of low cots wait like gentle thoughts, not beds that insist, but places for resting to begin. Lamps wear shades turned down 2 notches. A clock face with no numbers sits above the door, its hands moving like someone's thumb smoothing a ribbon. Courage steps forward first, ribbon resting at his chest, letter still. He sniffs the lowest cot, then the second, and chooses the space between them, the way he always chooses, a place that belongs to everyone. Dollar comes to his shoulder and makes a cushion of himself, chin crossing Courage's wrist as if writing hello a second time. Richie lifts a blanket the color of oats and lets it unfold over knees and paws and ankles without asking anyone to change shape to fit it. It falls where it needs to fall and stops there. The clock hand makes a single soundless click you can feel instead of hear. The room offers its simple plan, just this part of night. Nothing later. Nothing else.
3 breaths, as always. First breath. The lamps seem to find a softer bulb inside themselves. Second breath. The blankets forget their edges. Third breath. Your jaw unhooks from the day and returns itself to your face. Courage adds a deeper exhale, and the cot sighs back. Dollar's tail draws one lazy comma and is done. On a small table sits a card with 3 quiet instructions that read like a lullaby, someone trimmed of rhyme. Lower the light. Lay the weight down where it lands. Let the air speak kindly. Richie taps each line once with a fingertip, as if granting permission. The ceiling lowers its brightness by the width of a thought. You allow your shoulder blades to settle into the world. The air presses its cool hand to your forehead and says it likes the person it finds there. There is a bell on a shelf, but it is the practice bell, and practice tonight means silence. Courage glances at it, then sets his muzzle more firmly on Dollar's paws. Dollar closes his eyes to the halfway and stays. For a while the room teaches you the geography of almost asleep. Lamp, breath, blanket, breath, clock hand, breath. The old floorboards switch from speaking to nodding. The cot gives up counting how many beings it holds, and simply holds. You do not fall, you tilt. Richie sits with his back to the wall and watches the tilt as if admiring the angle of a moon. When the clickless clock says so, because you feel it say so without looking, Richie folds the blanket back by a hand's width the universal sign that the first part of resting has been accomplished. No one stands fast. Everyone lingers. Courage rises in a whisper and shakes in a smaller whisper. Dollar stretches until forepaws reach and spine bows. Then returns to roundness. Back in the car. First sleep dims. The ring brightens at the watch, as if a night bird opened one eye. Richie touches it. The doors close with the sound of a promise bead rolling into a palm. The watch opens to a room that belongs to midnight, without claiming the whole night. The light is a thin stripe across a table. Nothing more. A window is open the width of a book's spine. Far away, a freight hum decides to be background, and nothing else. On the table a tray holds small tasks that end themselves. A deck of cards to sort by color. Buttons to count into a shallow dish. A pencil to sharpen once and put down. Richie sits at the table and chooses the quietest work of all. He lines the buttons up by the temperature of their shine, and stops before a system becomes a job. You sharpen the pencil once, listening to cedar fall in curls onto a saucer. Courage takes the role he always takes in a watch. He lays his head on the table's edge, so his ears can accept the hallway's hush, if it has anything to confess. Dollar sits with his back against your shin, chin tipped up, bell still, eyes at half-mast, awake enough to greet a sound, drowsy enough not to go looking for one. 3 breaths find the room's hinge. First breath, the window admits a slightly cooler dark, and is pleased with itself. Second breath, the hum on the horizon learns your rhythm and fits. Third breath, the stripe of light forgets to be a stripe and becomes a guide. Here is the table. Here are your hands. Here is enough. A small shelf holds the kind of books people read when they don't mean to read. Almanacs. A manual for a clock that does not live here. A list of constellations that skip the stars you actually see. Richie opens one and turns a page only after the room turns it for him. Not because of wind, because of timing. Courage blinks the slow blink of good sentries everywhere, and lets it land like a sandbag on sleep's side of the scale. Dollar braids 3 long threads, and knots them together with his chest. The watch is the place where small worries volunteer to carry themselves downstairs. You do not ask them questions. You give them a coat hook and a cup of water, and send them off with a polite nod. Richie rests the pencil flat, and lets the point aim nowhere. He reaches down without looking, and finds Courage's ear. His fingers learn the language of grateful. Your hand discovers Dollar's collar, and the bell under your palm agrees not to say a word.
Courage.
When the minute you didn't count has been counted, as perfectly as the first one you didn't count, Richie closes the book on nothing in particular. The shelf accepts it again, and promises to keep it to itself. You tap the pencil once on the saucer, and it becomes wood, not work. The buttons roll into the shallow dish, and look like a small moon on a small lake. The window closes the width of a thumb, and the room thanks the outside for its visit. Back in the elevator, the watch dims so gently it feels like a hand being withdrawn from your shoulder without waking you. The panel glows at second sleep, and the word looks like a bed already warmed. Richie touches it. The doors close the way eyelids close when the story is good. Second sleep opens like the rest of a sentence that began 2 rooms ago. The ceiling is the same low kindness. The lamps are lower still, their shades turned as if to sleep on their sides. Instead of cots, there are nests, round places piled with quilts as light as leaves, and as sure as a parent's lap. No clock faces this time, only the faint shush of air that has agreed to keep time without telling you. Courage steps into the nearest nest and turns twice, the sacred arithmetic of dogs who mean to rest. Dollar steps into the same circle and curves along Courage's line like a shoreline around a bay. Richie lowers himself into a nest beside yours and yours beside theirs. The nests near enough that the edges touch like friendly countries. The quilts lift their hems and settle, content to be bridges between circles. 3 breaths, the oldest lullaby. First breath, the nests remember bodies are boats and water loves them. Second breath, the room agrees to dream before you do, so you can arrive to find it already warm. Third breath, what was left of thinking, sits down on the smallest chair and watches over the sleepers without adding numbers to anything. Courage lets his weight belong to the circle. Dollar's bell becomes an idea of silver tucked under the idea of fur. Richie's hand finds the charm at Courage's ribbon, with the back of a knuckle, and says promise kept without moving the knot. Your fingers learn the outline of Dollar's collar, and stop where leather becomes light. You do not notice the lamps fade another breath. You do not hear the seams in the quilts agree to hold. You do not count the way your inhales and Courage's and Dollar's and Richie's braid into 4 soft strands and go on braiding. You are the braiding. When the half hour ends, it does not end. It lies down beside you and continues being itself with the lights out. Back in the car, though you do not remember crossing any threshold, the hum is exactly your chest size. The ring of words holds only the ones meant for dawn, but they are shy and will speak when they're ready. Richie rests his palm to the paneling, thanks spoken into wood. Courage's nose presses for a heartbeat, into your wrist. Dollar's paw finds Richie's shoe, the gentlest signature at the bottom of a night that knows your name. The ring of words holds the ones meant for before morning, shy as moths. Richie waits without touching anything, until one of them softens on its own. Star window brightens like a clue. He lays a fingertip there. The doors close with a quiet the room has learned from you. Up is a deepening again, not a climb. The paneled walls keep your breath as if it were a small flame in good hands. The doors part and the ceiling is sky. Not the noon kind, not even midnight. The hour between. Dark enough for stars to keep their names, pale enough for the east to think about adding milk. A single long window runs the length of the room, low and wide, so you can sit beside the sky instead of staring up at it. Cushions line the base like patient clouds. Courage steps to the sill, and rests his chin on folded paws. Dollar curls beside him and places his bell where it will forget it is a bell. Richie sits with his back to the frame, and lets the window hold some of his weight, the way friends do for each other. The stars keep still. The east considers. 3 breaths knit the moment. First breath, the glass cools to meet your skin and belongs there. Second breath, the farthest light learns your rhythm and wears it. Third breath, you remember there is no work in looking, and the sky is grateful. A shallow tray on the ledge holds tiny paper slips stamped with small helpful words, near, far, here. Richie sets near by Courage's paws. You place here under Dollar's chin. Far sits by your wrist, which is to say it sits by the window's wrist too. The room understands what to keep close and what to let be distant. Nothing argues. You do not name constellations. You learn a few of the quietest stars by the way they fail to move and agree to move you instead. When the east breathes a shade paler, the window returns your gaze with the softest version of yourselves. You stand without standing, more of a tilt toward the door and the room allows it. The paper slips remain where they are. Near, far, here will help anyone who arrives after you. Back in the car, star window dims, taking no offense. Feather drift brightens on the ring the way a pillow decides to remember your face. Richie touches it. The doors close with a sigh learned from quilts. Feather drift opens into a room that keeps the idea of falling without the falling. Threads hang from the ceiling, and at the end of each thread floats a feather. Not white, not showy, brush gray, tea brown, river silver. A breath of air moves through as if wearing slippers. The feathers turn a fraction to listen and then keep their places like good listeners do. Courage steps under a small circle where 4 feathers hover at the level of his ears. Dollar takes the circle beside, where the feathers lower enough to kiss his whiskers when he inhales. Richie stands between the circles with his palm up so 1 feather can choose to touch it, and then choose to stop without being told. You sit on a low cushion and let 2 gray feathers commit your pace to memory. 3 breaths and the room reveals its hinge. First breath, the feathers show you the tiny weather you're making. Second breath, your shoulders lower until 1 feather considers brushing them and then decides the idea. Third breath, you feel how the whole air learns to float when you do. Along one wall sits a box labeled keep. Inside are 2 or 3 feathers that forgot to rejoin the strings. Richie does not return them, he lets them stay as proof that rest sometimes loosens knots in your favor. Courage noses the box once and leaves it where it is, choosing trust over tidiness. Dollar leans his shoulder against your shin, offering ballast to the drift. The room smiles in its quiet way. Back in the elevator, feathered drift rests. Low tide brightens the size of a seashell. Up is a gentle draw, like a wave deciding to leave and kindly changing its mind. Low tide is not an ocean. It is the part of ocean a house can hold. Floorboards fade to sand at the edges. The air smells faintly of salt and cool stone. A long basin along the wall whispers water along a shallow lip, then lets it fall the height of a thumb. The sound counts with a patience that belongs to shores. Courage walks to where sand meets wood and stops, front paws on each, perfectly balanced. Dollar stands beside him, planting his weight into the friendly gravity only low tide knows. Richie lifts a smooth skipping stone from a bowl and does not throw it. He sets it down where water kisses it and watches a circle go out. Then another, smaller, then gone. You place your palm on the sand and the temperature of quiet enters your hand through their many small and faithful grains. 3 breaths let the shore pick up your bags. First breath, the water whispers yes to your ankles even through the floor. Second breath, the sand agrees to keep your footprint just long enough and no longer. Third breath, you and Courage and Dollar and Richie become a little harbor that does not need walls. On a hook hangs a coil of rope with a paper tag tied to it. The tag reads birth. Richie does not tie anything. He touches the rope like greeting an old coworker, and the rope, pleased, decides the room has been moored already by the way you stand. Courage yawns the yawn that belongs to boats and boys and anyone who trusts a stretch of water to stay beside them through the Dollar blinks the slow blink of good crews, and the basin counts a comma, then continues its sentence. Back in the car, low tide dims you kinder than it found you. A word on the ring glows that none of you had noticed before, a small and honest dawn thread. Richie rests his fingertip there. The doors close without raising a sound to wake anything that should keep sleeping. Dawn thread opens on a room already weaving morning from a single strand. The walls hold the blue that happens just before colors remember their names. A long curtain of thin cloth hangs before a window and the light passes through it as threads pass through fabric. The floor is bare. The air is soft. No birds have volunteered their voices yet, even they want to hear the cloth speak first. Courage approaches the curtain and presses his nose to it gently, exactly once, as if tying a simple knot in the day. Dollar stands beside him shoulder to shoulder, Bell quietly explaining to the room that it is still night enough to be kind. Richie takes the hem of the curtain and lifts it a finger width, letting the thread of dawn slide to the floor and run to your feet. You feel it there, not loud, not bright, only sure. You step back half a step, the thread follows, like a leash that knows you are not a dog and behaves accordingly. 3 breaths finish the stitch. First breath, the thread notices your chest and decides to match it. Second breath, the room agrees to rise with you when you rise and to lie down with you when you lie down. Third breath, tomorrow's shape appears, not its edges, only its softness, and that is all anyone is owed. On a small table rests a spool with nothing wound on it, and a card that says, in case you need to begin again. You don't touch the spool. You smile at it, and that counts. Courage leans his weight into Richie's shin. Richie's shin leans back. Dollar rests his shin on your wrist for the length of 1 heartbeat and signs the hour. Back in the elevator, dawn thread glows and then settles. The ring is mostly dim now. Only one word waits with a certainty that feels like a hand finding yours in the dark. Gentle wake. Not a sound, not a command. An agreement. Richie touches it. The doors close with the quiet learned from every floor you taught how to be kind. The car does not rise so much as lower its shoulders. The paneled walls breathe with you, already knowing the size of morning you can hold. Courage stands square, and then leans into Richie again. Dollar finds your ankle with his chin and lets it go, a promise kept without being carried. The hum becomes the sound a house makes when it nods without moving. Gentle wake softens on the panel until it feels like the palm of a hand. Richie touches the word. The doors close with the quiet learned from every floor you've taught to be kind. Up is not a climb, it is the paneled walls lowering their shoulders to match your breath. The doors part and morning is there without needing to be bright. The room is the color of milk stirred once with honey,
A narrow window faces east and keeps a ribbon of light rolled small the way you keep a letter you plan to reread. Along one wall, a low shelf holds three simple things: a bowl of warm water steaming like a whisper, a folded linen labeled morning, and a braid of soft bells that do not ring unless breath asks them to. Courage steps in first, ribbon quiet against his chest, letter still. He noses the linen, then looks at you as if to say it's ready. Dollar puts his chin on the shelf and waits, bell a star turned inward. Richie dips the linen into the bowl and squeezes it until the warmth gathers inside the cloth like a secret. He passes it to you, and you press it to your face. The heat moves through your skin into your jaw, then your shoulders, then the shy places behind your eyes. You share the cloth with Richie, with Courage's ears, with Dollar's whisker-curled cheeks. No one hurries. The bowl keeps steaming like a good thought. 3 breaths, the last braid of the night. First breath, the room promises that daylight will come one notch at a time. Second breath, your body answers with the softness it saved for this. Third breath, the bells on the braid give one small sound that is not a ring but a yes. On a small table rests a card with 5 words that behave like a friend's hand at your back. Water, light, breath, feet, hello. Richie smiles at the list and touches each word with a fingertip, not to check them off, only to greet them. Water is done. Light is a ribbon with no sharpness at all. Breath is happening without orders. Feet wait by the door on a mat that feels like a quiet meadow under your soles. Hello will come when it's ready. Courage wanders to the window and stands so the ribbon of light lies across his shoulders the way it did on other floors. Dollar steps beside him and shares the stripe, a single band that says we go together even when we rise. Richie opens the window a thumb's width. Cool air enters, polite as a guest who knows the house. Somewhere far away a kettle remembers how to begin without rushing. Closer still, the smallest bird decides to practice one note and then wait. The shelf holds one more kindness, a cup of water with the faintest slice of lemon already floating in it, as if dawn left you a bookmark. Richie lifts it, takes a slow sip and passes it on. You sip and return it. Courage breathes the scent and keeps it in his chest. Dollar watches the lemon spin once, then stop, and agrees not to chase the circle. There is a narrow mirror curtained at the top with lace that makes reflections think kindly. You catch your face there and it looks like someone who knew how to sleep. Richie's face looks relieved in the way morning relieves. Courage's eyes hold the color of warm ash. Dollar's whiskers write a small poem about patience across the glass and then vanish. A cord hangs from the ceiling, not for calling but for listening. It carries the house's quiet down the length of the rope and offers it to your hand. Richie draws it once and the soft bells breathe out the gentlest greeting. Courage tips his head. Dollar blinks slow. The sound stops as if it has reached the end of a thought and is pleased with what it found there. When you are ready, no one asks. Everyone feels it. Richie lifts the braid of bells from the hook and lays it over the cord so it will be waiting for the next hour in someone else's story. He folds the linen without measuring and sets it back warmer than before. The bowl keeps steaming because some kindnesses are meant to continue after you leave. Back in the car, gentle wake dims and the ring of words glows at the beginning again. Hush is a small moon near the button, not asking, only offering. Richie rests his hand on the paneling. Thank you, he says into the wood. The hum answers with the size of your breath and nothing larger. The elevator lowers itself the way a tide lowers its voice. The doors open to the dust-colored frame at the end of the velvet hall as the button with its small word waiting like a friend on a porch. The corridor you softened holds its hush without supervision. Lamps keep their bows. Mirrors keep their ribbons. The runner carries your steps as if it had kept them warm while you were gone. Step, pause, step, pause. The procession is small and exactly enough. Courage first, then you and Richie. Then Dollar with his bell remembering to glow instead of ring. At the second tread of the lingering stairs, the wicker basket remembers a blanket that was folded in kindness. At the picture hall, the square of bare wood remembers 4 toes placed there with trust. At the console, the napkin under the silver does its quiet work and looks handsomer for it. At the clock, the tick keeps to the size of quilts. You pass the guest book on its stand. The neat oval and 4 commas of Courage's print wait where you left them, the scent poem still true. Richie does not open the cover. He lets his fingers rest on the leather as people do when they recognize their own names. By the hearth, the ember is now a thought that will be fire later and does not mind being a thought right now. The bench keeps the shape of you, the shape of Richie, the shape of 2 dogs who learned every floor by breathing. Courage hops up, turns once, and leaves a Courage-shaped space. Dollar fits it perfectly, chin crossing Courage's wrist, because friendship likes to begin that way every time it gets the chance. Richie sits so his shoulder and yours make the shelf they always make. The room takes a breath and sets it down where your feet are. Richie looks at you and speaks the line the house has learned to finish without help. We go slow together. We listen. We keep the door of kindness open. Courage answers with the low yes that lives where dogs keep their oldest words. Dollar writes 1 small comment in the air with his tail and rests. Outside the window, the east leans a little brighter, still careful, still tender. The velvet halls hold their whisper. The elevator remembers your breath by heart and will keep it to your size until you change it. The linen on the gentle wake shelf will be worn for someone else and warm again for you when you return. The night garden still holds your markers. Listen by the mint, breathe at the widened stones, stay by the fountain that only counts up and down and never against you. You sit without counting. You stand without deciding. Morning will arrive, but only when the room finishes this last quiet task to hold what you put down and hand you back only what you can carry with ease. Courage's head grows heavier on Dollar's paw. Dollar's bell thinks of ringing and chooses to glow. Richie's hand finds the charm at Courage's ribbon with the back of a knuckle, promise kept without untying. Your breath makes the smallest circle with theirs, a harbor with no walls, a map with no hurry, a door with a welcome that never needs to knock.
The bench remembers your shape. The ember by the hearth is a sleepy thought. Courage lifts his head first. Dollar follows. Bella star turned inward. Richie opens his eyes with the kind of smile that doesn't wake dust. There is a room, he says, where play learned to whisper. If you'd like, we can visit. And let the quiet choose a game. Step. Pause. Step. Pause. The velvet halls keep their hush as you pass. And a door the color of warm straw waits at the end. Its handle is wrapped in soft ribbon. Not for show, for welcome. Richie rests his palm on the ribbon until the door feels greeted, then turns. The room beyond glows like afternoon kept in a jar. Shelves run low along the walls, no higher than a child's shoulder. Baskets live on them, each with a tag stitched by hand. Share. Take turns. Small voices. Rest after. On the floor, a round rug shows a painted meadow, where paths meet without crossing. A mobile hangs low, all felt stars and moons that prefer to drift rather than spin. The air smells of cotton and cedar, and the faintest memory of summer chalk. Courage steps in first. Ribbon quiet at his chest. Letter still. He pauses just inside, as if to ask permission. The toys answer by staying still. Dollar pads to his shoulder and places his chin near Courage's wrist. The permission of dogs. Richie waits in the doorway a beat longer, then enters the way you enter a library. 3 breaths make the room understand you. First breath, the mobile turns 1 soft degree. Second breath, the baskets seem to pull nearer by kindness alone. Third breath, the rug's meadow looks more like a place and less like a picture. On the nearest shelf sits a wooden train, its paint rubbed smooth by years of careful hands. The wheels are padded with felt rings so they won't chatter on wood. Richie kneels and sets the engine on the meadow path. He nudges it with 1 finger. It rolls a hand's width and stops as if it reached a small station called enough. Courage lowers his nose to the carriage and breathes in the scent of cedar. Dollar touches the caboose with the tip of 1 paw. The gentlest coupling. Richie finds a tray marked Choose 2. Inside are tiny cloth animals, stitched with sleepy eyes. A hedgehog, a lamb, a whale, the color of dusk. He sets the tray on the rug and slides it toward Courage and Dollar. Courage noses the lamb toward Dollar. Dollar noses the hedgehog back toward Courage. The whale remains between them, a calm blue middle. You watch the exchange that needs no words. The tags on the baskets make sense now. There is a box with blocks, soft-cornered, beeswaxed, colors like tea and oat and sea. Courage taps one block with his paw and waits. Dollar places a second beside it and waits. Richie sets a third on top and takes his hand away, as if placing a bird that may choose to stay. The stack stands. No one adds more. Satisfaction arrives at 3 and decides to sit. A drum sits on a low stool, but its head is cloth, not skin, and 2 tiny felt mallets lie sleeping beside it. Richie lifts one mallet and lets it fall from the height of a thought. The drum answers with a heartbeat you feel through the rug. Courage's ears soften. Dollar's breath lengthens. Richie lays the mallet down. The drum keeps no grudges. On a shallow shelf rests a tin top with a leather tip. It knows how to hum without bragging. Richie spins it once. The top circles the painted meadow, like a planet content with a small orbit. When it slows, Courage noses it gently, and it hums one last note that finds a place behind your ribs and rests there. Richie cups the top and sets it back. Lesson finished, not forgotten. In a corner, a tiny toy hospital holds a threadbare bear with a sewn-on ear and a ribbon bandage stitched with the word brave. Courage approaches and lowers his head until his nose touches the bear's paw. Dollar follows and adds a warm breath to the ribbon. Richie straightens the bear's tiny blanket, and the 3 of you let that be the cure for now. Mended is a verb the room knows how to keep. You discover a drawer that opens without sound. Inside are small cards with soft tasks printed in neat letters. Roll the train once around. Make a tower of 3. Drum a heartbeat. Sit with the bear. Sweep the meadow with your hand. You take one at random. It reads, sweep the meadow with your hand. You turn your palm and slide it across the painted grass in a slow crescent. The paint is smooth from other hands. The gesture feels like tucking the room in. Courage watches and sighs. Dollar blinks the long blink that says keep going. I'm here. The ritual arrives because it wants to. 3 small games, then rest. First game. The train. Courage nudges. Dollar receives. Richie returns. The circle of motion closes politely. Second game. The blocks 3 high and no higher. A tiny house for calm to live in for a minute. Third game. The drum 1 heartbeat and not another. Then rest. The room approves with a warmth that is not heat. On a peg near the door hang 2 little capes. Cotton soft, lined in linen. Their labels say helper and listener. Courage noses helper. Richie ties it loosely at Dollar's chest. The bell under his collar blows inside the cape and forgets to ring. Dollar stands an inch taller without standing taller. Courage wears no cape. He doesn't need one to be Courage. Richie slips listener around his own shoulders, and you decide the rug is the best place to sit, to see what the room says next. A basket labeled later waits on the lowest shelf. You place the whale there, not because it is finished, but because you want it to be waiting for the next hands. Courage adds the hedgehog with a small nudge. Dollar noses the lamb into place between them. Later becomes a promise, not a postponement. Richie lifts a small music box from a shelf where the label reads between. It looks like the others, and different enough to feel special. He doesn't wind it. He places it in the open space between the blocks and the train. The quiet does the rest. Courage lowers his chin onto his paws. Dollar rests his head across Courage's wrist. The room breathes with you. 3 breaths in the first visit. The way a story puts down its last line without closing the book. First breath. The mobile makes a single turn, as if remembering what stars do. Second breath. The lamb and hedgehog in the later basket look more like enough and less like waiting. Third breath. The rug's meadow stops being a picture again and becomes a place you can return to with your eyes closed. When you rise, no one rushes. Richie smooths the cape from Dollar's back and hangs it on the peg. Listener returns to its hook. Courage reaches to the tiny hospital and touches the bear's ribbon with his nose one more time. Dollar pauses at the block stack and leaves it standing, proud of the number 3. At the door, you glance back. The train rests where it learned to stop. The top sleeps beside its leather tip. The drum remembers your single heartbeat and keeps it. The baskets keep their stitched words without needing to show them off. The room has learned you and decided to keep what it learned. The ember keeps its sleepy thought. Courage lifts his head first. Dollar follows. Bella star turned inward. Richie smiles the way you smile at a book you meant to finish later and actually get to. The straw-colored door waits down the velvet halls with its ribbon handle, remembering your palm. Step, pause. Step, pause. The ribbon greets you. The room opens like afternoon again. Shelves low as kindness. Baskets with stitched tags. The painted meadow rug. The felt moons in their unhurried mobile. Everything where you left it, and somehow softer for having waited. 3 breaths so the room can know you again. First breath. The mobile turns 1 soft degree. Second breath. The baskets lean forward by friendliness alone. Third breath. The meadow looks like a place again, not a picture. Courage pads to the tray. Mark choose 2. The whale you saved in later peeks from the basket like a calm question. Courage noses it into the center of the rug. Dollar adds the hedgehog, pauses, then nudges a new friend forward from the tray. A tiny stitched turtle, whose tag reads wait. Richie laughs silently and nods. Good idea. On a nearby shelf rests a shallow drawer labeled puzzles that don't rush. Inside, wooden shapes with gentle edges and big thoughtful knobs. Circle, square, leaf, moon. Richie sets the frame on the rug. Courage touches the leaf with his paw and holds still. Dollar lowers his nose to the moon and holds still. Richie places the square, then waits a heartbeat, longer than needed. The circle goes last, on purpose, just to enjoy the feeling of done arriving slowly. A puzzle that doesn't hurry is one that teaches hands to listen. There is a mat rolled like a scroll, with tiny cups that nest inside each other. Richie unrolls it, and the cups make a quiet clink that sounds like patience. Courage taps the biggest cup so it rolls an inch. Dollar noses the smallest into the biggest, and looks pleased that little fits inside larger without disappearing. Richie stacks 3 and sets the 4th aside. 3 is enough, becomes the rule you didn't invent, but agree to keep. Along one wall sits a small chalkboard made of cloth, with cotton chalk sticks in a tin labeled soft. Richie draws a single line that curves like a river and stops. He hands you the chalk. You add a short bridge. Courage places his paw on the cloth and lifts it. A pale paw print smudge appears as if the board were glad to be touched. Dollar exhales across the line, and the chalk softens, not erased, only gentler. The board likes that. Words would be too loud here. Curves and smudges understand more. From a basket tagged small voices, Richie lifts 2 finger puppets sewn from felt. A fox whose tag says, ask, and a turtle whose tag says, wait. He slips turtle on 1 finger, and you slip fox. Courage watches without blinking. Dollar rests his chin on your knee, the perfect audience. Turtle lifts her felt head first, and does not speak. She waits. Fox nods, and asks with 1 small tilt, may I go next? Turtle nods back. A whole talk in 2 movements. Courage sighs. Dollar's tail writes a comma and stops. There is a low xylophone, wood bars muted with soft ribbon, and thick wool mallets. Richie rests 1 mallet in Courage's sight, and lets it fall the height of a yawn. 1 note, round as a berry, lands and sits. Dollar looks at the other mallet, then chooses not to move it. The silence that follows is the shape of the room agreeing. One note is a nap that sound takes on purpose. A shallow tray labeled roads waits, with strips of felt the color of lanes at dusk. You lay 2 strips along the painted meadow, not as rules, only as ideas. Richie sets the cedar train on the felt, and gives it a nudge that knows where to stop. Courage noses the caboose, returns it an inch, and leaves space for Dollar to be part of the path. The train rolls once around and pulls into the station called in back again. A little bell on Dollar's collar thinks of cheering and decides to glow instead. In one corner, a tiny cradle holds a fabric mouse wrapped in a scarf printed with stars. The cradle's tag reads, "Rest after." Courage approaches and puts his nose to the mouse's mittened hand. Dollar breathes into the scarf until the stars look warmer. Richie rocks the cradle with 2 fingers, once and then lets stillness do the rest. Rest after is a promise that works even during. You open another drawer that slides without sound. Inside are slips of card with gentle assignments. Draw a circle. You can walk, make a shadow. Count to 3. With touch, trade places. Slowly, tidy as quietly as breathing. You choose count to 3 with touch. You touch Courage's shoulder once. Richie touches Dollar's paw once. Dollar places his chin on your wrist once. 3. The card has nothing else to say. It doesn't need to. Courage noses the card, trade places. Slowly. You rise. Richie rise. Richie rises. Courage moves to your spot and circles once, claiming the warm square you left. Dollar trades knees, choosing Richie's this time, and setting his chin with polite ceremony. The mobile turns half a degree and approves the choreography. From a shelf labeled Wind Without Weather, Richie pulls a small silk scarf. He holds it high and lets it fall. It floats down as if the air had remembered a trick. Courage looks up with soft ears. Dollar breathes a little upward breath, and the scarf hovers longer than it should, then lands on Courage's back like a cloud that forgot to be sky. The scarf learns a new job. Blanket for a second, then it drapes over the tiny cradle as a curtain that knows when to sleep. There is a soft broom, bristles of yarn, handle short as kindness, leaning by a basket whose tag reads, Meadow Keeper. You take the broom and sweep the painted grass with the slow arc of someone sending crumbs of worry to the corners, where they can be forgiven. Courage watches the fibers make their small path. Dollar follows the broom head with his eyes, not his nose, choosing to help by not helping too much. The ritual returns in its favorite order. 3 small games, then rest.
First game.
The puzzle frame. 1 piece wait. 2nd piece wait. 3rd piece wait. The waiting is the game. 2nd game. The felt roads around once. Station called enough. Hands off. 3rd game. The xylophone note. 1 berry round sound. Then a nap for the air. Then the room puts a hand on your shoulder in its own way, and lowers it to your side. A peg near the door holds 2 more capes. One says builder. The other says mender. Richie slips builder over Courage's ribbon, loose as a cloud. Courage neither stiffens nor prances. He expands by exactly 1 thought. I can place gentle things gently. Dollar receives mender, and the bell under his collar glows inside the cotton. He leans his shoulder to the tiny hospital, and the threadbare bare-stitched ear looks more certain, just because someone stood near. On the low shelf, a small tin holds marbles made of wood wrapped in wool. They roll like promises, not pebbles. Richie places one on the rug and rolls it to Dollar. Dollar taps it back with a paw and stops, letting the marble rest against Courage's toes. Courage moves his paw away so the marble can choose its own stop. It chooses a dimple in the rug and is pleased with itself. You notice a little book propped open on a stand, no taller than a knee. It isn't printed. It holds pressed leaves from past afternoons. Ginkgo, oak, something blue from a yard you can almost remember. A line is penciled at the bottom of the page in a hand that liked to learn. Little stays when big rests. You don't say it out loud.
The room says it for you softly, tidy as quietly as breathing. The last card recommends, it isn't a chore. It's a lullaby you sing with your hands. The train returns to its shelf with one push no louder than a thought. The felt roads fold once and again. The mallets cross like two friendly sticks and sleep. The turtle puppet slides back into small voices with a nod. Ask Fox follows, leaving a shared look. That means see you when we're slow again. Builder and mender return to their pegs. The scarf becomes cradle curtain again. The puzzle frame stands empty on purpose, ready for the next slow. Courage pauses at the cradle and noses the star scarf. One last time. Dollar gives the bear's ribbon a breath that says you stayed brave while we were gone. Richie places the whale in later, where the hedgehog and lamb are already waiting like two palms turned up. 3 breaths close the visit without shutting the door. First breath. The mobile turns and stops with one felt star pointing nowhere in particular, which is perfect. Second breath. The meadow rug looks even more like a place you'll find again, with your eyes closed. Third breath. The room keeps what it learned about you, and lets you keep what you learned about it. The ember keeps its sleepy thought. Courage lifts his head first. Dollar follows. Bella star turned inward. Richie looks toward the straw-colored door, the way one looks toward a friend who kept a promise. Step, pause, step, pause. The ribbon handle greets your palm, and the room opens like afternoon stored safely for another try. Shelves low as kindness. Baskets with their stitched tags. The painted meadow rug, the color of quiet fields. The felt moons drifting on their unhurried mobile. Everything where you left it, a shade warmer for having waited. 3 breaths to let the room know you again. First breath. The mobile turns 1 soft degree. Second breath. The baskets lean in by friendliness alone. Third breath. The meadow is a place again, not a picture. On the tray marked choose 2. The whale rests where you placed it yesterday, patient as dusk. Beside it now sits a tiny stitched bee, whose tag says gentle buzz. Courage noses the whale into the center. Dollar chooses the bee and sets it beside the whale, like a small sun next to a quiet sea. Richie nods as if the pairing explains itself. A shallow drawer, labeled soft time, holds 2 sand glasses, but the sand inside is velvet powder that falls the way snow falls in dreams. One glass wears a tag that says, a minute that learns. The other says, not yet. Richie tips a minute that learns and sets it on the rug by Courage's paw. The velvet begins to drift. Courage watches without counting. Dollar places his chin near, not yet, and leaves it unturned, pleased by the idea that waiting can be chosen. A basket tagged shadows, without dark, holds a small cloth theater, and a little lamp already wearing a ribbon shade. Richie opens the stage and ties its curtain with an easy knot. He turns the lamp down to butter, and lifts 2 silhouettes. 1 mouse, 1 moon. You hold the moon. Richie holds the mouse. Courage and Dollar lean closer, ears loose. The mouse walks across the moon and stops. The moon nods and becomes a boat for a moment. No words, everyone understands. You lower the moon. The mouse bows once and rests. On a low shelf, a wooden ark with a single ramp has a tag that reads, 2 by comb. The animals are simple shapes with painted eyes that look like listening. Courage noses a small wooden dog up the ramp and waits. Dollar nudges a wooden cat to stand beside the dog and waits. Richie places a bird behind them and does not add a 4th creature. The ramp learns the number 3 again and looks relieved. There is a soft loom the size of a book, warped with threads the color of oat, fog, tea and moon. A basket beside it holds short ribbons with tiny tags. Share, take turns. Small voices. Rest after. Richie offers you the ribbon labeled share. You weave it once between the threads and stop. Courage watches and blinks slow, which is his word for good. Dollar leans his shoulder against your shin and learns the pattern by breathing. 1 ribbon is enough today. The loom appreciates restraint. From a tin labeled weather in a jar, Richie lifts a small glass bottle, whose slow glitter drifts like thought. He rolls it gently on the rug. The glitter slides, turns, and remembers stillness. Courage follows the floating flecks with his eyes without moving his nose to the glass. Dollar's tail writes a single comma and rests. You set the bottle back, and the glitter keeps the room's pace. In the corner, the tiny hospital has a new patient, a little cloth rabbit, whose ear stitches have loosened. The ribbon bandage on the bear still says brave. A saucer sits between the beds with 2 thread spools, and a needle book that is only a drawing. No sharpness here, only pretend. The saucer's tag reads, kindness, first mending later. Richie straightens the rabbit's scarf and says there, courage, noses the bear's ribbon. Dollar warms the rabbit's paws with a breath. The room agrees that comfort is a cure you can give immediately. A drawer slides, without sound, and offers new cards. Build a bridge for a mouse. Name 3 soft colors, without words. Line up 4 circles, then keep 3. Trade hat slowly. Thank you mailbox. You choose build a bridge for a mouse. Richie places 3 soft cornered blocks like shallow steps between the cloth theater and the ark. Courage touches the first block with his paw and waits. Dollar noses the second into a little closer place. The mouse silhouette crosses once, pauses in the middle, and looks back at the moon, as if to say we'll be along in a moment. Bridge complete. No hurry crosses 2. Another card chooses you. Name 3 soft colors, without words. You touch the loom's oat ribbon. Richie lifts the blanket the color of fog and lets it fall back into place. Courage lowers his gaze to the whale's quiet blue. Dollar answers with the smallest rumble in his chest, the sound of tea cooling. The room nods. The colors have been named by gestures. That counts. A peg holds 2 different capes today. Listener has returned, and a new one says guide. Richie slips guide loosely at Courage's ribbon. Courage does not become larger. He becomes clear. He pads to the tray marked roads and waits for your eyes. You lay 1 felt lane along the meadow, then another, creating a soft figure 8. The cedar train returns to the path and rolls the exact length of a thought, settles at the station called enough and rests. Dollar in listener lays his chin across Courage's wrist and listens to the stillness after motion, which is the best part. The tin top with its leather tip remembers yesterday's orbit. It hums once around the meadow, when Richie sets it spinning and decides to sleep sooner than before. Courage noses it gently into its tin. Dollar presses the lid down with 1 careful paw, a ritual that feels like tucking in. From the basket tagged small voices, you lift 2 more puppets. An owl, whose tag says learn, and a bear, whose tag says share back. Owl blinks twice without speaking. Bear lifts 1 paw and sets it down, which is yes. Richie lets Owl look at the velvet hourglass. When the last soft powder falls, Owl bows to Bear. Bear noses the not yet glass and leaves it unturned. Lessons wait better than toys sometimes. There is a low chime in the corner, but its bar is wrapped in wool. Richie touches it with the back of a knuckle. It offers 1 note and then remembers it meant to be quiet. Courage ears soften at the edges. Dollar's breath round. You leave the mallet where it lies. The room appreciates being trusted. A small mailbox sits near the door, painted the color of biscuit with a slit and a tag that reads, thank you. Inside are tiny cards and a pencil whose point was made kind by careful sharpening. Richie writes 1 line and slips the card through. Thank you for waiting while we learned slow. You write 2. The toys knew how to whisper, and they taught me. Courage presses his paw to the box front once, a seal of approval. Dollar breathes into the slit so that gratitude will carry a warm scent. The ritual returns in its favorite pattern. 3 small games, then rest. First game soft time. 1 glass turned, 1 left for later. Everyone watching drift without counting. Second game, bridge for a mouse. 3 blocks a crossing, a pause. Third game, loom 1 ribbon, in and through, then stop. Then rest. The room lowers its bright by the width of a thought and lets the rest arrive. Now the tidy that feels like a lullaby. The cloth theater closes with its knot left easy. The weather jar returns to its shelf upright and calm. The ark's ramp takes back its tube icon. The hourglass that learned is set on its side as if letting the minute nap. The whale returns to later so it can be waiting again. The gentle bee curls into the tray as a small sun for someone else. Guide and listener hang from their pegs. The xylophone mallet sleeps where it lay. The shadow lamp turns its face to the wall and forgets to shine. Courage pauses at the tiny hospital and noses the rabbit scarf once more. Dollar lowers his chin to the bear's ribbon. Brave, says the ribbon without speaking. Mended, says the room, which includes everyone who waited kindly. 3 breaths to close the visit without closing the door. First breath. The mobile turns and lets a felt moon point toward later in the nicest way. Second breath. The meadow rug becomes memory you can put in your pocket. Third breath. The baskets keep their stitched words without having to prove them. Step. Pause. Step. Pause. The velvet halls glow that buttered glow they learned to love. The bench by the ember keeps your shapes. Courage hops up and leaves a courage-shaped space. Dollar fits it perfectly. Chin across Courage's wrist. Richie sits so his shoulder touches yours and both shoulders make their usual shelf. The ember keeps its sleepy thought. Courage lifts his head first. Dollar falls. Bella Star turned inward. Richie glances toward the straw-colored door with a look people give a room that kept its promises. Step. Pause. Step. Pause. The ribbon handle greets your palm. Afternoon opens again and waits without asking. Shelves low as kindness. Baskets with stitched tags. The meadow rug the color of quiet fields. Felt moons drifting on their unhurried mobile. Everything where you left it warmer for having waited. 3 breaths so the room can know you again. First breath. The mobile turns 1 soft degree. Second breath. The baskets lean forward by friendliness alone. Third breath. The meadow becomes a place, not a picture. On the tray marked choose 2. A new pair waits beside the whale you've been saving. In later, a tiny cloth kite with a ribbon tail labeled wind without weather, and a cord loop with 2 smooth wooden rings labeled share the whole. Courage noses the whale into the middle of the rug as if reminding the hour where the ocean is. Dollar lifts the kite by its ribbon and lays it beside the whale the sky next to the sea. Richie fits 2 fingers through the wooden rings and offers the second ring to you. You take it. Nothing pulls. Together is the point. A shallow drawer slides open to a set of cloth cards, each printed with a picture in lines soft as chalk. Nest, cup, leaf, moon, pause, bell. The drawer's tag reads memory that doesn't hurry. Richie lays 6 cards face down on the rug. Courage places a pause on 1. Richie flips it leaf. Dollar noses another moon. You turn a 3rd leaf again. Richie smiles but does not speak. He returns both leaves to their places. No one reaches fast. You turn 2 more slowly and decide to stop at almost kind, which feels better than finished. The game agrees. From a basket labeled kind echo cups. Richie lifts 2 little wooden cups joined by a length of soft cord. He offers 1 to you, lowers his voice to a thread, and says hello into his cup, as if greeting a sleeping sparrow. The cord does its quiet work. Your cup says hello back without needing to be louder. Courage leans an ear toward the line. Dollar places his chin over the cord without pressing, adding a gentle weight that makes the hello feel anchored. The echo learns manner. There is a tin of soft dominoes, wool rectangles stitched with dots of felt that look like berries. The tin's tag reads line and rest. Richie places 3 in a curve on the meadow. Courage touches the first with his paws and wait. The first nudges the second. The second leans against the third, and then everything stops before the row thinks about falling further. Dollar watches the quiet end of the curve with approval. Not every line needs to finish. Some just need to begin and be allowed to rest. On a low shelf sits a small wooden crane with a cotton cord and a tiny cloth basket. Its tag says lift only light. Richie turns the crank once. The basket rises a paw's height. Courage noses a single wool marble into it and looks to Dollar. Dollar steadies the basket with his chest so the marble won't think it is alone. Richie lowers the crank and sets the marble back on the rug. The crane has nothing to prove. Up, down, enough. The tiny hospital has changed the blankets. The bear's ribbon still says brave, and the rabbit scarf holds its stars. Between the bed sits a little wooden tray with a paper cup and a wooden spoon. The tray's tag reads comfort first. Richie pretends to stir invisible tea and offers the spoon to Courage, who closes his mouth as if accepting heat without needing liquid. Dollar breathes toward the cup and warms an idea. Everyone feels better. And nothing was required. A narrow drawer labeled Fold and Float holds squares of soft paper and a shallow tray printed with painted water. The tray does not hold real water. It remembers it. Richie folds a single paper boat one and stops. He sets it on the painted water. The boat sits as if the memory were enough. Courage. Richie turns, nose beside the tray and watches the boat be a boat. Dollar's tail writes a comma. The tray looks satisfied to be believed. From small voices, Richie chooses 2 more finger friends. A little stitched otter, whose tag says hold, and a small bird whose tag says return. Otter wraps around Richie's finger, comfortable in the way certain truths are. Bird perches on yours and does not hop. Otter lifts hold once. Bird nods return once. The story is complete. There is a mat rolled like a scroll with 3 pieces of cotton rope stitched to it. The tag at its edge reads knots that are also bows. Richie unrolls the mat and ties 1 small bow, then shows it to the room and unties it with the same care. Courage watches the untied part longer than the tie. Dollar noses the loose rope and sighs. Sometimes unmaking is the softest game.
The velvet hourglass from Soft Time returns to the rug. Beside it rests a second glass. You left unturned yesterday. Still labeled not yet. Richie tips the first and places it between Courage's paws. The velvet falls like patient snow. Dollar noses the not yet glass toward you and leaves it there. A choice you can keep postponing happily. Waiting can belong to you too. A low shelf holds a cotton parachute the size of a towel with stitched handles around the circle. The tag says up a little. Richie lifts 2 handles. You take 2 more. The cloth rises a hand's height and falls like a quiet breath. Courage steps beneath and sits in the middle, ribbon bright against the pale fabric. Dollar edges in and rests his chin on the parachute's hem to show it where ground is. Up a little. Down a little. Done. From a tin labeled Soft Bells. Richie takes a string of 3 tiny bells wrapped in thread so their voices are the size of a moth. He ties the string to the mobile's lowest moon and steps back. The bells do not ring when nothing asks. Later one will breathe a yes and then forget it. The right kind of music for a room like this. A drawer marked "Thank you" mailbox holds more small cards. Today the pencil is already sharpened. Richie writes, "Thank you, Meadow, for being a place even when our eyes are closed." You write, "Thank you, later basket, for making waiting feel like keeping." Courage touches the box front with his paw. Dollar gives the slit a warm breath to carry the letters along. New cards wait in their tray. Trade the quiet seat. Make a circle. That doesn't close, share the hold. Rest with what you chose. You take share the hold and slide 1 wooden ring toward Courage. He presses his paw through. You and he hold the loop together without tugging, learning that holding can be still. Richie reads, "Make a circle that doesn't close." He lays felt roads in a horseshoe and stops before the ends meet. The train makes half a loop and parks it enough again. Dollar selects trade the quiet seat by sitting where you were sitting and leaving his old warm square for you. Everyone moves without hurry. The room keeps the map. The ritual arrives at its favorite hour. 3 small games. Then rest. First game. Memory that doesn't hurry. Flip, wait, return. Stop at almost kind. Second game. Lift only light. Up a paw, down again. The marble not once in danger. Third game. Up a little. The parachute rises and sinks like a sigh. Then rest. The lamps lower themselves a thought. The mobile accepts a small nudge from the quiet and drifts to stillness. Tidy as quietly as breathing. The cloth cards slide back to their drawer, pairs together or not. The drawer does not mind. The domino curve remains on the rug as a reminder that beginning can be the end. The crane's basket holds nothing, and looks pleased about it. The paper boat returns to the fold and float drawer. Still a boat because you believed it once. The echo cups coil their cord gently and rest. The soft bells stay on the moon. The room has learned to wear jewelry it forgets it is wearing. Guide and listener hang from their pegs. The wooden rings return to their tray. Circles waiting for new hands. The wool mallets cross and sleep. The hospital's saucer of pretend tea sits between bear and rabbit. Warm because the idea stayed warm. The thank you box keeps your notes. Courage noses the rabbit's star scarf once more. And then the bear's brave ribbon, as if stamping the hour with a seal. Dollar touches the folded parachute with his nose and approves of the way it remembers air. 3 breaths close the visit without closing the door. First breath. The mobile turns a finger width and points a felt star at later. Second breath. The meadow rug gathers the prints of paws and knees and keeps them secret. Third breath. The room hums a yes that belongs to toys who know how to whisper. Step pause. Step pause. The velvet halls glow their buttered glow. Back at the bench. Courage hops up and leaves a courage-shaped space. Dollar fits it perfectly. Chin across Courage's wrist. Bell thinking of ringing and choosing to glow instead. Richie sits so his shoulder and yours make that small familiar shelf. The hour likes to rest on. The ember keeps its sleepy thought. Courage lifts his head first. Dollar follows. Bell a star turned inward. Richie glances toward the straw-colored door with the look people reserve for rooms that keep their promises. Step pause. Step pause. The ribbon handle remembers your palm. Afternoon opens and waits without asking. Shelves low as kindness. Baskets with stitched tags. The meadow rug the color of quiet fields. Felt moons in their unhurried drift. Everything where you left it warmer for having waited. 3 breaths so the room can know you again. First breath. The mobile turns 1 soft degree. Second breath. The baskets lean forward by friendliness alone. Third breath. The meadow becomes a place, not a picture. On the tray marked choose 2. The whale rests patient as dusk. Beside it waits a small cloth star stitched with tiny dots like seeds. Its tag reads wish softly. Courage noses the whale to the center of the rug. Dollar sets the star beside it. Sky next to sea again. Richie smiles as if the pairing just said something true. A shallow drawer slides open to a collection of smooth wooden discs. Each printed with a simple picture in quiet ink's cup. Door. Leaf paw. Moon bell. Boat. The tag says story stones. 1 turn each. Richie places 3 discs face up. Courage taps the paw with his paw and waits. Dollar noses the moon toward you and waits. You turn the bell. Richie speaks 1 sentence for each and then stops. A paw found the moon and learned to listen to bells that whisper. No one adds more. The story lands like a feather from a basket labeled threading without hurry. Richie lifts a linen cord tipped with a wooden needle that is more round than point. A shallow dish holds woolen beads the size of blueberries in oat. Fog, tea, and moon. He sets the dish between you. Courage watches the cord as if it were a leash that knew you both belonged. Dollar rests his chin on your wrist while you slide 3 beads. Oat, tea, moon. Then tie a loose wish knot that does not tighten. The cord becomes a bracelet for the hour, and then returns to the dish, satisfied with not becoming permanent. There is a low board with shallow grooves that meander like creeks. The tag reads river of sand. That isn't sand. Beside it waits a soft brush and a cotton bag filled with velvet powder you used for the hourglass before. Richie shakes a breath of powder into the grooves and offers the brush. You draw the powder along the paths and it obeys, hushed and obedient as water in a thought. Courage breathes close enough to stir a curl. Dollar leans his shoulder into your shin so your hand knows which way slow is. When the grooves are filled, Richie taps the board once and the velvet settles into a quiet river that doesn't need to move to be true. On a shelf a wooden camera sits with a circle of linen where glass would be. Its tag says "Remember gently." There is no click. Richie lifts it and pretends to frame Courage and Dollar as they are. Shoulders touching. Eyes soft, bell quiet. He presses the linen shutter and the room records without sound. He turns the camera toward you and you let yourself be seen sitting on a metal you can fold and carry. The memory stays in the walls where dust writes with kindness. A basket labeled "Weighing without numbers" holds 2 cloth pouches and a tiny bean with felt pans. Richie sets one pouch on a pan and leaves the other on the rug. He lifts the beam a finger height and lets it float into level without deciding which side should be prod. Courage noses the second pouch into the empty pan. Dollar steadies the beam with his chest so balance can arrive without math. The beam sighs into even and refuses to brag. The tiny hospital has tidied its nightstand. A new ribbon lies folded there, plain and clean, tag reading. Saved for later. The bear's bow still says brave. The rabbit's star scarf warms the small bed. Between them sits a wooden cup with a lid and a label that reads "Keep Quiet Dreams." Richie does not open it. Courage noses the lid and leaves it closed. Dollar warms the cup with one breath. Keeping can be active. In a corner, a shallow frame holds 6 woven squares the size of coasters, each a different simple pattern in cotton. Over, under. Under, over. A tiny ladder, a little fence, a gentle wave, a field at rest. The frame's tag says "Pick one pattern and stop." You choose the little ladder. Richie hands you a short ribbon marked "Share." You weave it once through the rungs and stop. Courage blinks slow. Dollar's tail writes a comma and rests. One is plenty. A tin labeled "Weather for Hands" holds 3 silk fans. Their tags read "Breeze shade later." Richie opens Breeze and wafts one easy stroke across the whale and the star. Courage closes his eyes as if remembering the rain roof floor. Dollar lifts his chin to meet the air, then sets it back down, preferring the idea to the insistence. Shade remains folded. Later returns to the tin. Choices are gentle here. From the drawer of soft cards come new tasks. Build a nest for a star, roll a ball to someone's waiting hand. Make a door with your arm and let a friend through. Trade the bracelet, say thank you without sound. Richie lays them on the rug. Courage noses. Build a nest for a star. Dollar selects say thank you without sound. You take roll a ball to someone's waiting hand. The nest is simple. You borrow 2 wool scarves from a basket labeled cozy and shape a ring on the meadow. The star lies inside and looks more like a seed than a star now. Courage sits beside it as if guarding a sprout. Dollar lowers his nose just above the star and holds it there, a dog's version of a roof. The star learns the shape of being kept without being kept from. Roll a ball to someone's waiting hand is the kind of game rooms love. Richie places a wool marble in your palm and opens his own hand across the rug. You roll the marble with the patience of a tide. It crosses the painted path and arrives at his hand not because it had to, but because it wanted to. Courage watches, then sets his paw near your palm. You roll a second marble to Courage's paw. He lifts his paw and lets the marble rest where your hand had been, a polite exchange of places. Dollar taps a third marble toward Richie's shoe and stops it himself, satisfied with the distance. Say thank you without sound is already happening in a dozen places, but you choose one. You place your palm over the later basket for a breath and that counts. Richie touches the wooden camera's linen circle with 2 fingers. Courage presses his nose to the tiny hospital's saved ribbon. Dollar rests his chin on the rim of the Story Stone's dish. The rune gathers your thanks and sets them under its mobile like they belong there. On a low shelf sits a little bell tree, but every bell is wrapped in thread the color of tea. Its tag says touch, don't ring. Richie runs the back of one finger along a bell's shoulder. It answers with a breath that forgets to become a sound. Courage's ears soften. Dollar sighs once and is still. There is a scroll of tracing paper and a blunt pencil the color of oat. The scroll's edge reads borrow a line and give one back.
Richie rolls a hand's width out over the chalk cloth. He traces the river you brushed with velvet powder. Then he adds a new line that joins and then leaves again, a polite visitor. You trace the felt road in a curve that almost meets itself and stops on purpose. Courage presses a paw to the paper and lifts it. The faint print remains. Dollar breathes over it and the mark softens. The room accepts the exchange with a quiet yes. Wish softly has waited long enough to try its job. Richie places the star on your palm. It is lightly weighted, a certainty pretending to be cloth. Everyone closes eyes without being asked. You exhale one small wish that does not require the future to be different, only come. The star learns it, keeps it, and does not tell. 3 small games, then rest. First game, story stones in one turn, sentences that refuse to stack too high. Second game, threading without hurry, 3 beads and a knot that will untie with a sigh. Third game, river of sand that isn't sand, brush and settle, water made of velvet finding its bed. Then rest. The lamps lower themselves by the width of a thought. The mobile drifts once and is done. Tidy as quietly as breathing. The bracelet unties and its beads roll back into the dish like content berries. The brush returns to its tray and the velvet river holds still. The story stones slip into their dish face up so the next hands can meet their eyes. The camera rests on its shelf facing the room like a friend who doesn't need to look to listen. The bell tree keeps its silent shoulders. The fans return to their tin in the order they prefer. The nest unloops and the star returns to choose too, warm from being kept but not kept from anyone. Guide and listener hang from their pegs. The crane's basket stays empty and proud of it. The soft domino curve remains half finished by design. The tiny hospital keeps its saved ribbon folded, the cup of quiet dreams closed, the brave bow soft. The thank you mailbox receives one more card from Richie that reads simply for being gentle back. You slide one through that says I felt kept without being held too tightly. Courage presses his paw. Dollar warms the slit with a breath to send them on. Courage pauses at the whale, nudges it toward later and leaves it there as a promise to return. Dollar noses the star into the tray in a way that looks like placing, not leaving. Richie smooths the meadow with his palm, sweeping the painted grass in a crescent you recognize by now, a tuck, not a task. 3 breaths close the visit without closing the door. First breath, the mobile lets a felt moon point softly toward tomorrow. Second breath, the meadow rug gathers today's small footprints into its green and forgives their edges. Third breath, the room hums the truth it keeps stitching into everything that stays here. Little is enough when it's shared. Step pause. Step pause. The velvet halls glow their buttered glow. Back at the bench, Courage hops up and leaves a courage-shaped space. Dollar fits it perfectly, chin across Courage's wrist, bell remembering to glow instead of ring. Richie sits so his shoulder and yours make that dependable shelf for the hour to lean on. The ember keeps its sleepy thought. Courage lifts his head first. Dollar follows, bell a star turned inward. Richie glances toward the straw-colored door with the fondness people reserve for a promise kept many times. Step pause. Step pause. The ribbon handle warms beneath your palm. Afternoon opens again and waits without asking. Shelves low as kindness. Baskets with stitched tags. The meadow rug the color of quiet fields. Felt moons drifting on their unhurried mobile. Everything where you left it warmer for having waited. 3 breaths so the room can know you again. First breath, the mobile turns 1 soft degree. Second breath, the baskets lean forward by friendliness alone. Third breath, the meadow becomes a place, not a picture. On the tray marked choose 2, the whale rests patient as dusk beside the little star that has learned to keep wishes. Next to them now sits a tiny cloth cloud stitched with soft loops. Its tag reads keep shade kindly. Courage noses the whale to center a blue that remembers oceans. Dollar adds the cloud and settles his chin near its edge as if weighing the gentlest weather. Richie sets the star between sea and sky so the 3 look like a bedtime map. A shallow drawer slides open to a quiet surprise. 6 soft nesting cups made of felt, moon, oat, fog, tea, dusk, ash, each lined with linen. The tag says inside without disappearing. Richie places the largest cup on the rug. Courage taps the next size into it and waits. Dollar lowers the third and looks pleased that smaller can live inside larger without being lost. You add the fourth. Richie sets the fifth aside on purpose. The little ash cup becomes a companion instead of a secret. Everyone seems to like that. From a basket labeled Gentle Gliders, Richie lifts a paper bird folded from cloth-stiffened rice paper. Its breast is the color of warm milk and its wings keep a crease like a memory. The tag reads "Fly a little." Richie raises the bird the height of a smile and lets it drift. It floats to the meadow and sits without proving anything. Courage follows its path with his eyes and blinks slow. Dollar gives one small breath that moves the bird exactly the length of a heartbeat. Fly a little becomes enough. There is a wooden stamp set with soft edges and ink that acts more like tea than paint. The shapes are friendly: cloud, door, leaf, paw, bell. The tin reads marks that don't shout. Richie presses the cloud into the ink and stamps the corner of a small card. You add a door beside it and stop. Courage sets his paw lightly on the bell stamp and holds still long enough for Richie to make a pale imprint on another card. Dollar braids across the leaf so the edges blur, not erased, only kinder. Cards return to their tin with a feeling that they have already traveled. On the low chalk cloth, a new tin waits: pathways for later feet. Inside are ribbon strips with stitched words in tiny letters. Here soon after, quiet with. Richie lays here at the edge of the meadow and with beside it. Courage watches your hands, then sets a paw near with. Dollar noses quiet toward the tiny hospital and leaves it there as if writing the best prescription. The tiny hospital has changed nothing it didn't need to. Bear's ribbon still says brave. Rabbit's scarf still carries its stars. Between them stands a little linen flag with a stitched open circle. The flag's tag reads "We're holding space." Richie lifts the flag and plants it at the foot of the beds. Courage noses the pole once. Dollar warms the linen with a breath and steps back, satisfied that space knows it is being kept. From a drawer labeled Pockets of Stillness, Richie takes a small muslin pouch with a drawstring. Inside are 5 wooden pebbles, smooth as worn words. The card inside says "Count kindly and stop early." He spills the pebbles onto your palm and tips 2 back into the pouch without looking. 3 remain. You pass 1 to Courage. He holds it in the space between his paws and does nothing else. You roll another to Dollar's wrist. He rests his chin nearby and lets the pebble be the one that stays put. Richie returns the third to the pouch and ties a loose knot you could undo with a thought. Soft dominoes curve where you left them yesterday. The tin top sleeps next to its leather tip. The cedar train waits by the felt road's hook. Richie draws 2 dusk-colored lanes across the meadow and stops before they meet. The train rolls the length of a thought, pulls into the station called Enough, and hums the hush you've taught it. Courage noses the caboose, one paw with back so there is always room to arrive again. Dollar approves from his listening place, ears softened to the edges. From small voices, Richie chooses 2 more finger friends: a tiny stitched deer whose tag says pause and a small stitched hare whose tag says after you. Deer steps out first and then decides to graze instead of go. Hare nods and settles beside deer, ears half up, the picture of a choice remade without regret. Courage and Dollar watch as if this is the best play of the hour. It might be. A flat box on the lowest shelf opens to a linen map of the room drawn in light thread: shelves, rug, hospital, peg, wall, later, basket. The box's tag says "Where kindness has been." Little cloth dots, each with tiny loops, wait inside. Richie places a dot near the cradle. You place 1 by the thank you mailbox. Courage noses a dot onto the meadow where you always sit. Dollar presses his nose to the dot and it sticks. The room smiles in its quiet way, happy to be charted by gentleness. There is a coil of twine made from soft flax and a small card that says "Make a gate with your hands." Richie offers one end, you take the other, and together you lift the twine between you like a door that doesn't exclude. Courage walks under and pauses with his ribbon bright in the gate's light. Dollar follows and stops in the middle so the gate can learn the shape of welcome. Richie lowers the twine and it remembers your hands. New cards rest in their drawer. Give back what you borrowed. Leave a place warmer than you found it. Teach a toy to rest. Make a circle and let someone else close it. Courage noses. Teach a toy to rest. Dollar picks. Give back what you borrowed. You choose. Make a circle and let someone else close it. Teach a toy to rest is the easiest lesson. Richie lifts the paper bird, shows it the air above the rug, and then lays it on the cloud's soft loops. Courage places his nose near the bird and does not nudge it. The air becomes rest by agreement. Dollar sets his chin beside the cloud to show gravity where to sit. The bird learns the physics of peace. Lesson kept. Give back what you borrowed takes you to the bracelet beads. You untie yesterday's wish knot and roll the beads into the dish with a sound like content berries rejoining the bowl. Courage watches the oat bead spin and stop. Dollar touches the moon bead with one whisker and lets it be. The cord coils itself as if glad to be ready again. Borrowed is a circle that likes honesty. Make a circle and let someone else close it. Begins as a ribbon curve on the meadow. You lay felt road from left to almost right. Richie adds 2 inches. Courage completes the loop with a paw tip nudge. Dollar sits in the center and becomes the reason the circle wanted to exist. Everyone looks at no one and feels the rightness arrive. A small bell tree stands where you left it, every bell wrapped in thread the color of tea. Richie runs 2 knuckles beneath one bell like water under a low bridge. The bell does not speak. Courage tilts his head. Dollar prays not to ring, only to agree. The silence has a melody you can feel. The thank you mailbox waits patient and sure. Richie writes one line, thank you later for letting keeping feel like caring. You write thank you meadow for forgiving our footprints. Courage presses his paw once, stamping the moment. Dollar warms the slit with a breath to help carry the notes. The room offers one more gentle invention, a linen banner rolled around a dowel stitched with 2 words the toys like best. Share. After. Richie unrolls it and ties it to the peg beside helper and listener. It hangs there like a weather report for hearts. Courage looks at the banner and sighs in that deep way dogs use when the world is correct. Dollar's tail draws one quiet comma and rests. 3 small games, then rest. First game, inside without disappearing. Nest cups with one kept aside so small can be seen and not swallowed. Second game, fly a little. The glider drifts the air, decides to be gentle, done. Third game, make a gate with your hands up and under, welcome and pause, twine remembering fingers. Then rest. Lamps lower themselves by the width of a thought. The mobile turns a fraction and stops in a position it didn't try to earn. Tidy as quietly as breathing. The nesting cups go back with the smallest left on top where anyone can see it first. The glider returns to its basket with its crease still pleased. The stamp tin closes, cloud and door drying to the exact color of calm. The ribbon strips here. With quiet remain where you placed them. Sometimes tidy means leaving a map for the next kind pair of hands. The hourglass labeled not yet stays unturned, still an option and not a demand. The soft domino curve remains undecided in the best way. The paper bird sleeps on the cloud a minute longer, then Richie lifts it to its tray so rest can be available to more than one thing. Guide and listener hang from their pegs. The wooden rings return to share the hold. The soft broom sweeps one slow crescent that tucks the meadow, the stroke you know by heart. The tiny hospital keeps its we're holding space flag where you planted it. Bear's ribbon still says brave. Rabbit's scarf still stars its corner of the hour. The cup of quiet dreams stays closed and very safe. Courage pads to the tray marked choose 2, noses the whale toward later and leaves it there like a bookmark. Dollar picks up the star by its seam, lays it beside the whale and looks satisfied with a future that knows how to wait. Richie smooths the rug with his palm and the painted grass seems to rise to meet it. 3 breaths close the visit without closing the door. First breath, the mobile's lowest moon leans the smallest distance toward the banner that reads share. After. Second breath, the room gathers the prints of paws and knees and keeps them secret. Third breath, the baskets glow a little at their stitch. Truths share, take turns, small voices rest after, and you feel the words settle where breath can reach them tomorrow. Step pause. Step pause. The velvet halls glow their buttered glow. Back at the bench, Courage hops up and leaves a Courage-shaped space. Dollar fits it perfectly, chin across Courage's wrist, bell remembering to glow instead of ring. Richie sits so his shoulder and yours make that dependable shelf the hour likes to lean on. He looks toward the straw door as if it can hear from here. Thank you for teaching us the gentle kind of play, he says, more breath than sound. The room across the hall answers by staying itself. Courage exhales a long even yes. Dollar's tail draws one last comma and stops. The ember is still a thought. The mobile in the other room turns once in memory and is still. The whale and star rest and later with the satisfaction of saved places. The hospital's flag holds space for anyone who needs it. And you with Courage and Dollar and Richie sit inside a quiet that remembers everything you did not have to finish to make it beautiful.
The ember keeps its sleepy thought. The bench remembers your shapes. Courage lifts his head first. Dollar follows. Bella Star turned inward. Richie looks toward the indoor garden where the faintest blue has begun to gather like a promise in the leaves. Let's go tell the night good night. Where morning likes to listen, he says, and stands without waking the dust. Step. Pause. Step. Pause. The velvet halls keep their hush, and give it back to your heels. The arch to the garden opens on stone the color of dew. The fountain waits in the center, a bowl of water that lifts only enough to remember falling. Beyond the glass, the sky is milk with a whisper of honey at its edge. Courage pads ahead, ribbon resting at his chest. Letter still. Dollar comes to his shoulder, chin lifted, bell remembering to glow instead of ring. Richie touches the rim of the fountain with the back of his fingers, as if greeting a friend who has been holding your seat. The room knows your way of beginning. 3 breaths. First breath. The water's voice lowers to the size of your chests. Second breath. The leaves put their shine away and keep their green. Third breath. The stone warms 1 soft degree to carry paws and ankles. On the ledge sits a shallow wooden tray with smooth tokens the size of moon slices, each stamped with a small word. Hush. Held. Home. Friend. Stay. Thanks. Soon. Richie takes hush and sets it on the rim. You choose thanks and lay it beside his. Courage noses home toward the bowl and leaves it just short of the water. Dollar taps stay with his paw and rests his chin near it as if keeping watch over the promise. Morning thinks about arriving and then decides to practice first. The fountain counts in commas. Up, down, yes. Richie wends the music box a breath. No more. 1, 2, 3. The notes climb the hibiscus leaves and sit. Between them, the sound of water agrees not to hurry. There is a small lidded jar on the bench nearby. Its label says First Light, kept kindly. Richie doesn't open it. He places his palm on the lid and lets the glass learn his steady. Courage sets 1 paw beside the jar. Dollar rests his chin near Richie's wrist. The jar keeps what it already keeps. You keep the way it feels to let something remain closed and still be shared. A ring of stepping stones circles the fountain like quiet moons. Richie steps to the first and looks back. You count the small path to him in the language you've taught the house. 1 for calm, 2 for ease, 3 for sleep. Courage pads to the second stone because second is the soft place. Dollar takes the third and leans his shoulder to your shin, so the rest of you knows where slow lives. On the lowest lip of the fountain, someone has left 3 pebbles, dry and patient. Richie slides 1 toward you. Let's make ripples that know when to stop. You tip the pebble off the edge and watch the rings widen politely. Greet the stone, greet the bowl, greet themselves, and then become water again. Courage tilts his head and matches the widening with his inhale. Dollar's exhale smooths the last circle to glass. Richie makes a small ceremony from what the night is ready to hand you. He places the second pebble in Courage's sight and lowers it onto his own palm. Courage presses his nose to the pebble, and then to Richie's hand, a dog's way of signing. Richie tips the stone. The ripples arrive as if they have studied your pulse. Dollar follows them with the soft of his eyes, until they forget they were lines and remember they were rest. The third pebble waits for later. Richie sets it on the warm stone so the morning can choose it if morning needs something small to begin with. On the far side of the bowl, a thin length of ribbon has been tied between two posts at ankle height, just above the water. A tiny card sleeps there. Sunrise Goodnights. Write with breath. The game is simple. You lean close and breathe across the surface in a single steady line. The ribbon trembles the smallest hello. The water lets a ridge travel to the far rim and lay its head down. Courage steps beside you, and adds his thread of breath. Shorter, rounder, true. Dollar gives one quiet puff that turns two ripples into one and then disappears. 3 lines that didn't need ink. The garden offers its small extras in the language you've taught it. A leaf tips its morning. A lantern lowers despite dawn. The air folds in a scent of mint that has been cooling all night for this minute. Richie finds the shallow dish of linen squares and uses one to dry the rim where your wrists rested. Not to erase, only to thank. The tokens gleam on the ledge. Richie tips thanks into the bowl, and the water accepts without splashing. You slide hush a finger width, and leave it where stone can recall it at noon. Courage noses home closer to the edge, and then lets it be, proof that sometimes almost is exactly right. Dollar keeps his chin near stay as if giving it weight. There is a narrow grate, where overflow whispers away. Richie kneels and listens to the little river passing under the floor. If any hurry tries to escape here, he says it will go out with a job and come back as a breeze. The grate likes being told the truth. The first bird tries one note the way a clock might consider striking, and then changes its mind. Morning shifts its weight from one foot to the other. The fountain keeps its commas. The leaves wait to become sentences. Richie touches the jar called First Light with his palm again, and takes it away as if leaving his print on warmth. You make a circle of presents without chalk. Courage lies down so his paws touch the stone. Dollar curls so his bell rests against the rim and doesn't speak. Richie sits with his back to the hibiscus, and his toes to the water. You sit beside him and let your shoulders learn the wall. The glass above the garden turns from milk to the pale color of a promise that believes you. 3 breaths to tuck the night in. First breath, water folds into itself and keeps your names. Second breath, the sky brightens the width of a thought, and stops, polite. Third breath, your chest's in the fountain's lip and the jar's lid agree on one rhythm, long enough to call it ours. When you rise, you keep rising small. Richie leaves the third pebble on the warm stone for morning. You slide the token stay back into the tray so the next hour can borrow it. Courage lifts his head and gives the water one last look, the kind that dogs give doorways they mean to use again. Dollar lowers his chin to the bowl's edge and thinks of drinking, then decides the idea is enough. On the way back through the arch, the garden nods. 1 lantern, 1 leaf, 1 patient vine. The velvet halls offer buttered light that doesn't announce itself. The bench by the ember has saved your shapes. Courage hops up and leaves a courage-shaped space. Dollar fits it perfectly, chin across Courage's wrist. Richie sits so his shoulder and yours make the small shelf the hour loves. We will come back at the edge again, Richie says, but in this house edges are the soft parts. The fountain will remember the breath lines. The jar will keep its light without needing to open. The pebble will wait for someone who thinks they need a start, and will find they already had one. The ember keeps its sleepy thought, and the bench holds your warmth like a promise. Courage lifts his head first. Dollar follows, bell a star turned inward. Morning is still waiting at the window the way a guest waits on the porch until you open the door. Richie glances toward the garden and the fountain answers with a sound like a yes that didn't need words. Let's go finish saying goodnight to what's left of night, he says, and rises without waking. The dust. Step. Pause. Step. Pause. The velvet halls give back their buttered hush. Through the arch, the garden opens, stone the color of dew, leaves folded in the soft blue that happens just before colors remember themselves. The fountain remembers you and lifts water only enough to fall kindly. 3 breaths to greet the bowl again. First breath, the water leans closer to your chests. Second breath, the lanterns lower despite dawn. Third breath, the stone offers its small warmth to paws and ankles. On the ledge, the tray of moon-sliced tokens waits with its stitched words. Hush rests where you left it. Thanks has become part of the rim's shine. Home sits just short of the water, patient as a door that knows you return. Stay has kept its place beneath Dollar's imagined chin. New at the back of the tray are 2 more small circles. Begin and carry. Richie smiles at the newness and leaves them for later. Not everything needs to join at once. Beside the token sits a shallow dish with 3 linen leaves the size of real ones, their edges stitched in pale thread. The dish's card says "Write with touch." Richie lifts 1 leaf and lays it on the warm stone. He smooths it once with his palm and lets go, leaving nothing but the idea of a sentence the day can read when it has time. Courage places his paw lightly on a second leaf and lifts it. The cloth remembers his touch without showing it. Dollar noses the last leaf into your hand. You press it against the rim where water might splash later, and the leaf learns to keep a kindness ready. A small paddle of polished wood rests near the pebbles, more spoon than oar. Its handle is tied with a ribbon the color of morning tea. The card beside it reads "Lift light, lower softer." Richie dips the paddle into the water the depth of a finger and raises a thin sheet that slips off again in silence. Courage watches the arc with the patience of someone who already knows the end. Dollar lets 1 breath meet the falling sheet, and it breaks into a ring that forgets to travel and simply rests. The ribbon between the posts still waits above the water with its tiny card. Sunrise Goodnights. Write with breath. Richie leans and breathes a line that crosses your earlier threads. You add yours and discover that lines drawn with breath do not tangle, they agree. Courage gives 1 round exhale and draws a circle that opens itself at the last inch as if leaving a door for later. Dollar contributes a small dot that travels twice and then decides to be a stillness. The ribbon trembles in approval without ringing. On the ledge, a second little jar has joined first light. Its label, written in the same careful hand, says "Last Stars." The lid is cool as a well-kept secret. Richie does not open it. He places the first light jar beside it so the 2 touch like quiet elbows at a kitchen table. "We'll let them talk without us," he says, and you can feel the air change in the smallest way, as if jars know how to reminisce. The ring of stepping stones around the fountain becomes a clock that refuses to count. Richie moves to a stone and waits. You count your way to him the way the house loves best. 1 for calm, 2 for ease, 3 for sleep. Courage chooses the next stone because second will always be the softest place. Dollar takes the third and leans his shoulder to your shin, the way anchors lean to boats when the tide is only thinking of moving. A low basket sits in the shade of the hibiscus, filled with petals cut from cotton, each a different pale. Oat, fog, tea, moon. The card reads "Float a gentleness." Richie sets 1 tea-colored petal onto the water and watches it accept the bowl without argument. You set a moon petal and it drifts toward the place Courage's breathline opened. It pauses there as if asked. Courage noses an oat petal into Richie's palm. Richie lowers it and the 3 form a small raft without touching. Dollar lifts a fog petal carefully in his mouth, sets it down and looks satisfied when it stays near the edge as if saving a seat for someone unseen. The grate where overflow whispers away keeps its small stream. Richie kneels and listens. If worry tries to sneak out, he says, "We'll give it a job." He slides the linen leaf Courage touched so that the falling trickle pats it once each time. A pat on a shoulder that has held long enough. The leaf understands and does not soak through. It receives, it steadies, it dries itself in the moving air. A clay cup, plain and low, waits upside down on the ledge. Its card says catch a sky and let it go. Richie turns the cup, lowers it to the surface, and lifts it again. A skim of water remains inside, carrying a piece of ceiling and a very small cloud. We could keep this, he whispers, and doesn't. He tips the sky back into the bowl. Courage watches, approves. Dollar rests his chin on the ledge, the posture of agreeing to let beauty remain where it belongs. The tray of tokens is ready for a little ceremony. Richie slides stay back to its siblings and takes soon a word that knows both directions. He sets it on the warm stone where the third pebble waits. You place friend beside it. Courage noses home closer to the lip. The almost that means yes when you're not in a hurry. Dollar breathes over hush, and it shines the way a clean plate shines in a quiet kitchen. 3 breaths to send the night down the gentle path. First breath. The lanterns fade, another thought, and do not feel forgotten. Second breath. The water keeps its commas and lets them stand as sentences. Third breath. Somewhere beyond the glass a bird practices 2 notes and stops to listen to itself, pleased. The first color arrives in the leaves, something like green, remembering that it liked being green before. Richie takes the small wooden paddle and shows Courage the curve of lifting and lowering. Courage leans and laps once, not to drink, only to understand the shape, and then rests his muzzle on your knee. The way dogs write thank you without ink. Dollar shifts so that his bell makes the memory of a chime and then chooses silence. On a low stool by the bench a folded cloth waits, stitched with a border of tiny loops. The card reads dry what you touched so the next hands feel welcomed. Richie presses the cloth to the lip where your wrists rested and leaves the stone warm and unslick. You blot the spot near the ribbon posts. Courage presses one paw to the cloth as if signing. Dollar watches the cloth leave a square of warm dry and seems, in his dog way, to respect the neatness. The jar marked first light warms under Richie's palm. The jar marked last star stays cool beneath your fingers. Enough, he says, and the jars agree without reply. He squares them on the ledge so their labels face the garden, as if labels could read trees and understand. The tokens look like small moons again. Richie returns friend and soon to the tray and slides thanks to the front, not as a reminder, only as a greeting for whoever comes next. Courage noses home one last time so it sits touching the stone and not the water. Dollar lifts stay with his paw and moves it a finger width so it points toward the stepping stones, a suggestion the path is there whenever you need to find it. Before you go, Richie retrieves the third pebble from its warm spot and sets it on the rim where the smallest ripples end. If morning asks for a start, it can take this one, he says. The pebble does not argue. You make a circle of presence, the kind that needs no chalk and leaves no mark except in the way your shoulders learn the wall and your breath learns the bowl. Courage lies so his paws touch warm stone. Dollar curls so his chin rests inside the ring of your ankles. Richie sits with his back to hibiscus leaves that are beginning to taste light. The fountain counts up, down, yes. 3 breaths to carry what you can, leave what you should. First breath. Keep the habit of small starts. Second breath. Leave the rush with the great so it has a new job. Third breath. Carry only the weight you'd put on a linen leaf. You rise like people who learned how to stand without breaking the quiet. Richie lifts the linen leaves and returns them to the dish. You set the wooden paddle where its ribbon can see the water and feel remembered. Courage walks the stepping stones, second as always with the careful pause of someone who knows floors can keep secrets. Dollar follows and adds one last puff to the ribbon between posts, a small signature the room will fold and keep. Through the arch, the garden nods again, one lantern, one leaf, a soft shadow where a vine has decided to yawn. The velvet halls hold their buttered glow. The bench by the ember offers back the shapes it saved. Courage hops up and leaves a courage-shaped space. Dollar fits it perfectly, chin across Courage's wrist. Richie sits so his shoulder and yours make the familiar shelf the hour loves. If we meet the fountain again tonight, Richie murmurs, it will still remember our lines, and the jars will have taught each other a little more about beginnings and endings.
Courage exhales the slow yes he saves for truths that don't need walls. Dora's tail writes one quiet comma and rests. The ember keeps its sleepy thought and the bench gives you back the warmth you left there. Courage lifts his head first. Dollar follows Bell, a star turned inward. Morning has climbed one rung higher on the window, polite as ever. Richie looks toward the garden and the fountain answers with a softer yes than before, like a friend already halfway to the door. Let's visit once more and tuck the last corner in, he says, rising without waking the dust. Step pause. Step pause. The velvet halls return their buttered hush to your heels. Through the arch, dew-colored stone leaves remembering their greens, the bowl of water lifting only enough to prove it can. The air smells faintly of mint and something warm like toast from a far kitchen. 3 breaths to greet the bowl again. First breath. The water listens closer. Second breath. Lanterns dim another thought even though day is arriving. Third breath. The stone holds a small warmth for paws and ankles and keeps it. On the ledge the little tray of moon-sliced tokens waits. Hush, thanks, home, stay, friend, soon. At the back the 2 you saved earlier begin and carry glow like shy coins. Richie slides begin to the front and leaves carry nested behind it. Not yet, he says, and Trey agrees. The 2 jars keep their elbows touching, first light and last. The glass is neither warm nor cool, it is attentive. Richie rests a palm on each lid in turn as if translating them for each other through skin. They do not need opening to be understood. The linen leaves from earlier have dried without forgetting. The dish offers a new card in the same neat hand fold once for later. You crease a leaf and set it near the hibiscus, a small pocket where a patient breeze can live. Courage presses a paw lightly to another leaf and lifts it away. The imprint stays in the weave like a promise that doesn't require permission. Dora noses the 3rd leaf toward the grate so that every small overflow pats it and goes on kinder. The ribbon between the posts waits above the water. The tiny card sunrise goodnights, right with breath, nods in its own way. Richie leans and draws a longer thread, this time the shape of a path that takes the scenic route. You add a parallel line that begins late and arrives exactly with his. Courage offers a round breath and leaves another circle open at one point, as if saving a seat. Dora adds a small dash that rides yours and then dissolves. Breath learns cursive when it travels over water. Near the pebbles lies a new tool you hadn't noticed, hardly more than a whisper of wood, a tiny rake with 3 soft teeth tied with a length of pale string. Its card reads comb the edge. Richie draws the rake once along the inside rim, just enough to lift a thin fringe from the surface. The fringe travels to the opposite side and lies down like hair that has learned apart. Courage watches, his eyelids slower now. Dollar tilts an ear and lets the thin sound find him and stop there. A low bowl of cotton petals returns, oat, fog, tea, moon. One has collected a single drop and cradles it proudly, a small lantern in reverse. Richie floats a fog petal beside Courage's open circle. Your moon petal returns to it, a boat to a harbor. Courage noses an oat petal closer to the grate so water will have company on its way out. Dollar chooses the tea petal and sets it where the breath lines cross, as if tying a knot in quiet. From the shade arrives a folded linen square stitched at one corner with the tiniest blue thread. Its card reads, lift a moment, keep the echo. Richie dips the cloth, not to soak, just to wet one edge, then draws it over the rim where your wrists rested earlier. He wrings nothing. He lays the cloth flat on warm stone. When it dries, it will hold the shape of the hour in thread and air. Courage presses his nose to the square and sighs. Dollar rests his chin near the corner with the blue stitch, a sentinel for a cloth that doesn't need guarding. The stepping stones around the fountain wait like moons that have learned patience. Richie stands on the nearest and looks back. You count in the house's favorite numbers, 1 for calm, 2 for ease, 3 for sleep. Courage claims the second stone because second is the softest place to begin again. Dollar takes the third and leans his shoulder to your shin, signing the path with weight instead of ink. On the ledge sits a slender cup you used before for catching sky. It has turned itself upside down again, eager. Its card has changed. Return what you loved. Richie lowers the cup to the surface, lifts a film of morning with a shard of ceiling and the faint ghost of a leaf. We kept this and kept nothing, he says, and tips it back. The film breaks to welcome. Courage approves with a blink that lasts longer than a blink. Dollar's bell thinks about ringing and prefers to glow. A new tray has joined the tokens, this one a ring of tiny wooden slips the size of thumb bones, each etched in small letters: wrist, cheek, shoulder, ankle, wall, stone, water. The card reads, leave warmth where you rested. Richie takes wrist and sets it on the rim where your hand leaned first. You choose wall and touch your shoulder to the hibiscus post for a breath. Courage chooses stone and places his paw on the warm lip, then lifts it away. Dollar, with perfect dog logic, selects water by lowering his face till his whiskers kiss the surface and raising them again without a sip. The fountain reads the slips and understands. The paddle of polished wood returns with its ribbon the color of tea. Lift light, lower softer. Richie demonstrates once and hands the handle to you. The water rises as one sheet lays itself back down in agreement, and the rings it leaves have no need to travel far to feel finished. Courage inhales when the sheet lifts, exhales when it sets. Dollar follows the last ring with his eyes the way people follow thoughts they don't need to catch. Somewhere above, the first true bird begins a two-note story and pauses after the second, proud to have stopped in time. Outside the glass, the honey line in the east has learned the word almost. Inside, the garden practices yes by doing nothing additional. Richie glances at the tray. Begin waits where he left it, carry waits behind. He takes begin and sets it on the warm stone beside the third pebble you left for anyone who needed a start. He leaves carry tucked away, generous to later. The jars keep their quiet elbows touching. First light, last stars. If you listen, you can almost hear how they approve each other. 3 breaths to braid the moment. First breath, water agrees to remember lines written with air. Second breath, stone agrees to remember paws and wrists without growing heavy. Third breath, leaves agree to remember their slow return to color without hurrying. It is time to return the garden to itself and keep only what fits in chests. Richie lifts the linen square with the blue stitch and folds it once the way the card suggested. He places it on the ledge by the jars, a map that can be read by touch. You gather the linen leaves and set them back in their dish, crease still true. Courage noses the fog petal toward the bowl's lip. It finds the edge and rests, a boat in harbor. Dollar lifts his chin from the rim and adds one last breath dot to the ribbon, a signature so small only water signs it back. The tokens go home. Hush slides forward to greet whoever comes. Thanks returns to first. Home remains just shy of the water. On purpose. Friend sits 2 finger widths from hush, ready without insisting. Stay points toward the stepping stones in case feet need a reminder of where to put themselves kindly. Begin stays on the warm stone for morning hands that might need to borrow it. Carry waits in the back, a promise that later is generous when later is ready. You make your last circle of presents, not for the fountain this time, but for what will stay here while you go. Jars, tokens, leaves, petals, breath lines the grate with its job, the little rake that combed the edge. Courage lies so his paws touch stone, and his ribs share their rhythm with the bowl. Dollar curls so his bell rests in a hollow of warmth the ledge has saved and does not speak. Richie sits with his back to the hibiscus and lets the wall keep a bit of his weight in case another shoulder needs it after yours leaves. 3 breaths to close the hinge. First breath, keep the habit of beginning small. Second breath, let the rush take the little stairs by the grate.
and find work elsewhere. Third breath. Carry only what a folded leaf can carry and no more. You rise the way threads lift from cloth, together and without tearing. Richie straightens the jars so their labels face the day. You slide the rake under the bench where a hand can find it. By feel. Courage steps the ring of stones, landing second as though the floor were a friend's palm. Dollar pads last and pauses to look back at the ribbon. It trembles in tiny consent, and is still. Through the arch, one lantern nods goodbye. One leaf shows a narrow stripe of silver. A vine yawns and decides to practice climbing later. The velvet halls hold their buttered glow for your return. The bench by the ember has kept the shapes you like to make. Courage hops up and leaves a courage-shaped space. Dollar fits it perfectly. Chin across Courage's wrist. Bell remembering to glow instead of ring. Richie sits so his shoulder and yours make the familiar shelf. If we come again when the sun is taller, the fountain will still read breath lines, and the jars will have added a chapter without opening. Richie murmurs, almost to the wood. Courage breathes the long yes. That sounds like sleep agreeing. Dollar's tail draws one quiet comma and rests. The ember keeps its sleepy thought and the bench gives back the warmth you left. Courage lifts his head first. Dollar follows. Bell a star turned inward. Morning stands one step further inside the window. Still polite. Still soft. Richie looks toward the garden, and the fountain answers with the quiet yes of something that has already begun to glow. Let's close the ribbon, where night meets day, he says, rising without waking the dust. Step pause. Step pause. The velvet halls return their buttered hush to your heels. Through the arch, the stone holds the color of dew. The leaves try on their greens, and the bowl lifts water only enough to remember falling. The air smells like mint and warmed clay, and a breakfast that hasn't decided its name. 3 breaths to greet the bowl again. First breath. The water leans nearer to your chests, as if listening for a story it already knows. Second breath. The lanterns dim another thought, even as the light learns how to arrive. Third breath. The stone shares a saved degree of warmth with paws and ankles. On the ledge, the moon-sliced tokens wait in their tray. Hush sits first. Thanks beside it. Home rests just shy of the lip, steady as a door you return to. Stay points toward the stepping stones. Friend and soon look ready without insisting. Begin lies on the warm rim, where you left it for anyone who needed a start. Carrie still hides in the back like a promise. Richie touches the edge of the tray with one finger, then lets it be. Not yet, he tells Carrie again, and Carrie is glad to bide its time. The 2 jars keep their elbows together. First light and last stars. They do not need opening. Richie lays a palm on each lid for a heartbeat, and the glass answers with attention, which is the most polite temperature of all. The linen square with the blue stitch has dried flat on the stone, and holds the shape of the hour the way sand remembers a paw. The card beside the dish reads fold twice for keeping. Richie lifts the square, folds it again, and sets it by the jars where touch can read it later. Courage presses his nose to the fold. Dollar rests his chin near the blue stitch, as if guarding a letter that everyone is allowed to read by feel. The ribbon between the posts waits above the water with its tiny card. Sunrise Goodnights. Write with breath. Richie leans first and draws a line that starts later than it should, and arrives exactly when it ought to. You add a thread alongside his, and leave a soft bend for anyone who needs to merge. Courage shapes a small circle with an opening. The same invitation as before. Dollar gifts, a dot that floats, travels the smallest distance, and fades where 2 lines cross, like a signature that doesn't need to be read aloud. The little rake with 3 soft teeth rests where you slid it. Its card still says comb the edge. Richie draws it once along the inner rim. The lifted fringe walks to the far side and lies down again. Hair parted. Water pleased. Courage watches and blinks slower than before. Dollar tilts an ear, receives the thin sound and keeps it. The cotton petals return. Oat fog. Tea. Moon in their low bowl. One moon petal wears a pearl of water and looks proud of the job. Richie floats a tea petal where Courage's open circle invites harbor. You set a moon petal near the place your 2 breath lines kissed. Courage noses an oat petal toward the grate, so the little river won't travel alone. Dollar takes the fog petal in his mouth and lays it near the warm stone, where Begin waits, as if shading the word until hands arrive. Beside the pebbles, the polished paddle waits with its ribbon the color of morning tea. Lift light, lower softer. Richie raises a thin sheet and lets it go. You lift the next and feel the water agree. The rings do not travel far. They rest after a short journey and seem satisfied. Courage inhales when the sheet lifts, exhales when it settles. Dollar follows the last ring with his eyes and decides not to chase anything he can instead join by breathing. A shallow dish on the bench holds 3 new linen leaves, fresh and cool. The card reads, "Leave a pocket for later." You crease one and tuck it under the hibiscus, where a breeze will find it, and practice being kind. Richie slides a second leaf beneath the lip above the grate, so overflow can pat it on the way to its job. Courage presses his paw to the third leaf, lifts it, and leaves the faintest map of a dog's doing on the weave. The slender cup that catches sky sits upside down again, hopeful. Its card now says remember and return. Richie lowers the cup, lifts a small film of roof and leaf and early gold, and tips the whole thing back at once. "We kept this and kept nothing," he says, and the cup looks satisfied to have served and to be empty again. The ring of stepping stones waits to be trusted. Richie takes the first and looks back. You count like the house taught you. 1 for calm, 2 for ease, 3 for sleep. Courage claims the second, always the softest place to begin again. Dollar takes the third and leans his shoulder to your shin, writing the path with weight instead of chalk. Near the jars sits a small ring of wooden slips you met before. Wrist, cheek, shoulder, ankle, wall, stone, water. Today there is a new one. Window. Leave warmth where you rested. Richie touches window and lifts his gaze to the glass. The pane seems to keep a little of that look for later. You take wall and lean your shoulder to the hibiscus post, lending it a degree of you. Courage selects stone and places his paw on the warm rim. Dollar chooses water by lowering whiskers, just enough to kiss the surface and lift them clean, and honoring without taking. Somewhere beyond the glass, a bird tries 3 notes and stops, pleased to have known when to stop. Inside, the leaves return fully to green, and decide not to brag about it. The tray with tokens is ready for its small ceremony. Richie returns Begin to the dish. Morning has learned it now. You slide friend closer to thanks. Courage knows his home, so it touches stone without touching water. Dollar raises stay with his paw and points it toward the stepping stones. This way, for whoever needs a reminder. Richie lifts Carrie from the back, looks at it, smiles, and sets it beside Hush. Not to use, only to suggest that carrying can be done without effort. When you've practiced leaving most things where they belong. 3 breaths to braid day into what you've kept. First breath, let water keep the lines without needing to see them. Second breath, let stone keep paws and wrists without growing heavy. Third breath, let jars keep the conversation between first and last without you listening in. It is time to give the garden back to itself. Richie folds the blue stitched square once more and tucks it beneath the jars so fingers can find it by remembering. You return the linen leaves to their dish, crease holding steady. Courage nudges the fog petal a finger width. A dog's tidy. Dollar adds 1 final breath to the ribbon and watches it tremble and be still. Tidy is the small kindness you make with hands. The paddle rests with its ribbon straight. The rake returns beneath the bench, where a good hand will know to reach. The petals stay where they are allowed to drift. Some maps are helpful to the hour after yours. The jars keep their elbows touching. The cup that caught sky sits content and empty. The tokens face forward. Hush. Thanks. Home friend. Stay. Carry a little forward. Begin a little back. Everything ready for someone else's gentle. You make 1 last circle of presence. Courage lies so his paws touch stone, and his ribs offer their rhythm. Dollar curls so his bell rests in a saved hollow of warmth, and does not speak. Richie sits with his back to hibiscus leaves that now fully believe in green. You sit so your shoulder and the wall keep one another kind. 3 breaths to close without closing. First breath, keep the habit of small beginnings. Second breath, send any leftover hurry to the grate, with a job and a path. Third breath, Carry only what fits inside the fold of a linen leaf. You rise like threads leaving cloth, together without tearing. Richie straightens the jars so their labels face the day. You smooth the worn rim with the drying cloth, and leave the stone easy for the next wrists. Courage steps the ring of stones. Second, always second. Knowing floors hold secrets respectfully. Dollar follows, and pauses to look back at the ribbon. It keeps its quiet line and is glad. Through the arch, the leaf shows a stripe of silver. A lantern blinks and remembers its daytime, and a vine postpones its climb with good manners. The velvet halls hold their buttered glow for your return. The bench by the ember has kept the shapes you like to make. Courage hops up and leaves a courage-shaped space. Dollar fits it perfectly, chin across Courage's wrist, bell remembering to glow instead of ring. Richie sits so his shoulder, and yours make the familiar shelf. If we come again at evening, the fountain will remember our breath writing, and the jars will have learned a little more from each other without opening. Richie says almost to the wood. Courage answers with the long yes. That is nearly sleep. Dollar's tail writes one quiet comma and rests. The ember keeps its sleepy thought, and the bench returns the warmth you left behind. Courage lifts his head first. Dollar follows. Bella's star turned inward. Morning stands comfortably in the window now, not asking, only offering. Richie looks toward the garden and the fountain answers with a yes. You can hear without ears. Let's tuck one more fold into the edge, he says, rising without waking the dust. Step, pause. Step, pause. The velvet halls hand your heels their buttered hush. Through the arch, the stone glows like dew that decided to stay. Leaves are fully themselves again. The bowl lifts water just enough to fall kindly. The air smells of mint, warmed clay, and the first honest crumbs of breakfast somewhere far. 3 breaths to greet the bowl. First breath, water leans to your chests. Second breath, the lanterns dim a last soft thought for the night. Third breath, the stone warms a degree for paws and ankles, and then keeps steady. On the ledge the moon-sliced tokens wait. Hush, first thanks bright behind it. Home poised just shy of the lip. Friend stay, soon. Begin sits where you left it for morning hands. Carrie rests up front now, no longer hiding. Richie touches Carrie, and leaves it in place, as if to say you can bring soft things with you. The jars keep their elbows together. First light, last stars, lids cool and attentive. Richie places a palm on each, then turns his hand so the warmth he's been saving sinks into the glass the way light sinks into leaves. The blue-stitched square lies tucked beneath the jars, holding the hour shape. The dish by the bench offers 3 fresh linen leaves. The card reads share a crease. You fold one and place it on warm stone. Courage presses his paw to another, and lifts it away, leaving a faint map in the weave. Dollar noses the third beneath the lip, near the grate, so the leaving water will find a small kindness on its way. The little ribbon strung between posts waits above the water. Sunrise goodnights, right with breath. Richie leans and draws a line that starts late, and arrives right on time. You add a second thread, and leave a small bend for joining. Courage breathes one round circle with a door left open. Dollar adds a dot that travels a thumb's length, and disappears exactly where it should. Breath remembers cursive. The rake with 3 soft teeth nestles under the bench where you slid it yesterday. Richie draws it once along the inner rim. A thin fringe rises, crosses, lies down. Water looks combed and content. Courage watches, eyelids slow. Dollar tilts an ear, lets the faint sound land, and keeps it. In the shallow bowl, cotton petals, oat, fog, tea, moon, wait with their small patience. Richie floats a moon petal at the opening of Courage's circle. You set a tea petal where your breath lines cross. Courage noses an oat petal toward the grate, so the little river won't travel alone. Dollar takes a fog petal in his mouth, and lays it beside the warm stone, where Carrie sits, shading the word the way a friend shades a seat. Beside the pebbles lies the polished paddle with its ribbon, the color of morning tea. Lift light, lower softer. Richie raises a thin sheet, and lets it return. You lift the next and feel the water answer. The rings travel a short distance, and decide to rest. Courage inhales. On the lift exhales on the lay.
Dollar follows the last circle with his eyes, and chooses not to chase a thing he can join by breathing. A small clay cup sits upside down again, eager to catch sky. The card now reads keep for a count of 3, then return. Richie lowers, lifts a film of ceiling in green and early gold, holds it for 1, 2, 3, then gives it back in one smooth tilt. Kept and not kept are both true. Courage approves with a blink. Dollar's bell thinks of ringing, and prefers to glow. Today the wooden slips have shuffled forward. Wrist, cheek, shoulder, ankle, wall, stone, water, window, and a new one waits pocket. Leave warmth where you rested. Richie takes pocket, and slips it between the jars and the folded square as if saving a place for later fingers. You take cheek and lean a breath against your shoulder's place on the hibiscus post. Courage chooses ankle, and stands so his hind paws warm the step where you always begin to count. Dollar chooses wrist, by setting his chin for 1 heartbeat, on the rim where your hand leaned first. Near the jars a new saucer rests, lined with linen, holding 2 small seeds the color of tea. The card says plant by promise, not by dirt. Richie places 1 seed on the ledge beside begin. You set the other near home. They are not for growing. They are for reminding. The grate hums its tiny confidence. Richie slides a folded leaf just under the lip, so each small spill pats it, and goes kinder. If any rush visits, he says, we'll give it a job. The leaf approves by staying light. Courage pads the ring of stepping stones, and takes the second, always second, the softest place to start. You count to Richie the way the house loves. 1 for calm, 2 for ease, 3 for sleep. Dollar takes the third and leans his shoulder to your shin, so the path becomes a felt thing, not a plan. Richie lifts Carrie from the tray, at last, and places it between hush and thanks. Not a command, only a suggestion. Carry what makes the quiet easier when you walk away. The word seems to agree, by doing nothing at all. 3 breaths to braid what's here into what goes with you. First breath, let water keep your lines without needing to show them. Second breath, let stone keep paws and wrists without growing heavy. Third breath, let jars keep their talk first and last, teaching each other without you listening in. Time to tidy in the way that feels like blessing. The paddle rests, with its ribbon straight, ready for any careful hand. The rake returns beneath the bench, where a good touch can find it. The petals stay where you placed them. Maps for the next hour. The cup sits empty and proud. The folded leaf under the hibiscus holds its crease like an open pocket. The blue-stitched square stays tucked, a page you can read by fingers later. Tokens settle facing forward. Hush, thanks, home friend, stay, soon. Begin remains on the warm rim for whoever wonders how. Carry waits where you set it, easy as a shoulder. The 2 little seeds keep their places by begin and home, true as buttons. The ribbon between posts stills. The breath writing lies invisible and sure. Courage rests, his front paws on warm stone, lets his ribs lend their rhythm to the bowl, then steps back half a pace finished. Dollar lowers his whiskers to kiss the surface once and lifts them clean, the smallest signature. You make a last circle of presents. Richie sits with his back to hibiscus leaves that are completely green now and at peace with it. You lean your shoulder into the post so the wall can remember a person. Courage curls on the dew-colored floor with 1 paw touching stone. Dollar folds along him, chin in the hollow. The ledge has kept warm. 3 breaths to close without closing. First breath, keep the habit of small beginnings. Second breath, send the leftover hurry to the grate with a job and a path. Third breath, carry only what would fit on a linen leaf, and leave the rest where rooms know how to hold it. You rise together the way threads lift from cloth. Richie squares the jars so their labels face the day. You smooth the rim where your wrist leaned and leave the stone, ready for the next kind pair of hands. Courage steps the stones, second, always second, confident that floors keep secrets kindly. Dollar paws to look back at the ribbon. It trembles once and remembers stillness. Through the arch, a lantern blinks awake to the day and remembers to be quiet. A leaf flashes a seam of silver, and folds it away. A vine chooses later with good manners. The velvet halls keep their buttered glow for your return. The bench by the ember has saved your shapes. Courage hops up and leaves a courage-shaped space. Dollar fits it perfectly. Chin across Courage's wrist. Bell remembering to glow instead of ring. Richie sits so his shoulder, and yours make the familiar shelf the hour likes. If we visit again when evening cools, the lines we wrote with breath will still be readable to the fountain. Richie murmurs. The jars will have learned another paragraph without opening. Courage answers with a long yes that lives near sleep. Dollar's tale writes one quiet comma and rests. The ember keeps its sleepy thought, and the bench offers back the warmth you left. Courage lifts his head first. Dollar follows. Bell a star turned inward. Morning stands fully in the window now. Bright enough to see by, kind enough not to insist. Richie looks toward the garden, and the fountain answers with a yes that feels like a hand already waiting on the rail. Let's fold the edge, and let day carry it, he says, rising without waking the dust. Step pause, step pause. The velvet halls return their buttered hush to your heels. Through the arch, the stone is the color of dew that has decided to stay. Leaves are green without trying. The bowl lifts water exactly to the height of permission, and no higher. The air smells of mint, and worn clay, and a breakfast thinking of fruit. 3 breaths to greet the bowls, one last time. First breath, the water leans near your chests for the familiar measure. Second breath, the lanterns give one final nod to night, and keep their quiet. Third breath, the stone shares its small saved warmth with paws and ankles, and is glad to do it. On the ledge, the moon-sliced tokens wait. Hush first, bright as a small moon thinks beside it. Home poised just shy of the lip. Friend and stay facing forward soon. Patient begin on the warm rim, where you left it. Carry now at the front, like an offered shoulder. Richie touches Carrie with one fingertip and lets it be. Take only what helps, he says to no one, and to everything. The jars keep their elbows touching. First light, and last stars. The lids are neither warm nor cool. They are attentive. Richie rests his palm on one, then the other, and the glass listens back. They've been talking all morning, he says softly, and neither needed to open. The blue-stitched square lies tucked where touch can read it. The dish by the bench offers 3 linen leaves. The card reads 1 crease for the road. You fold one, and set it on warm stone to learn the shape of yes. Courage presses his paw to another, lifts it free, and leaves the faintest map in the weave. Dollar noses the third beneath the lip, near the grate, so the little river will pat a kindness as it goes to work. The ribbon between posts waits above the water with its small card. Sunrise, good nights, right with breath. Richie leans and draws a line that starts late and arrives right on time. You add a thread that leaves a bend as a welcome. Courage breathes a round circle and keeps a door in it. There is always a door. Dollar adds a dot that travels a thumb's length and chooses to vanish where your lines cross. A perfect signature for a quiet that doesn't want credit. The rake with the 3 soft teeth rests where you left it. Richie draws it once along the inner rim. A thin fringe rises, crosses, lies down. Water looks combed and content. Courage blinks slowly, lids heavy with agreement. Dollar tilts an ear, lets the faint sound land, and keeps it. The shallow bowl of cotton petals, oat fog tea. Moon waits with its small patience. Richie floats a tea petal where your 2 breath threads kiss. You lay a moon petal at the open door of Courage's circle. Courage noses an oat petal toward the grate, so the small river continues with a friend. Dollar takes a fog petal by the seam and sets it near Carrie, as if shading a seat that will be needed later. The polished paddle sits with its ribbon the color of morning tea. Lift light, lower softer. Richie raises one sheet and lets it return. You lift the next and feel the water agree. The rings travel a few inches, then rest, proud of their restraint. Courage inhales as the sheet lifts, exhales as it lays, Dollar follows the last circle with his eyes and decides that joining by breath is better than chasing. The clay cup waits upside down, eager. The card says, keep for 3, then return. Richie lowers, lifts a film of ceiling and leaf and early gold, holds for 1, 2, 3, and gives it back wholes. Kept and not kept are both true. The cup is pleased to be empty and useful at the same time. The wooden slips wait again. Wrist, cheek, shoulder, ankles, walls, stone, water, window, pocket, and today a new one has joined them. Door. Leave warmth where you rested. Richie takes door and sets it on the ledge near the ribbon posts. Like a label the air can read. You choose shoulder and lean into the hibiscus post, so the wood learns a person again. Courage selects stone and rests his paw on the warm rim for a heartbeat longer than yesterday. Fowler chooses window by lifting his face to the glass and letting it keep a little of his look. On the bench a tiny saucer has appeared, lined with linen. Inside sit the 2 little tea-colored seeds from yesterday, and a third you hadn't noticed before, the color of oat. The card reads, promises, ride best in 3s. Richie sets the new seed by friend. The other 2 stay by begin and home. They are not for growing. They are for remembering how to carry. The great hums its tidy song. Richie slides a folded leaf, so each small spill pats the cloth and goes kinder. If any hurry visits, he says, it knows the stairs now. The great approves by keeping its secret work. You step to the ring of stones. Richie moves to the first and waits. You count to him as the house loves. 1 for calm, 2 for ease, 3 for sleep. Courage takes the second, always second, the softest place to begin again. Dollar takes the third and leans his shoulder to your shin, writing the path in weight instead of chalk. Richie lifts carry from the tray and places it between hush and thanks. Not a task, a reminder. Carry light, he whispers. Carry what helps you keep the quiet open. 3 breaths to braid the hour into your going. First breath, let water keep the lines you drew with air. They are readable without being seen. Second breath, let stone keep the memory of wrists and paws without growing heavy. Third breath, let jars keep teaching each other without you listening in. Trust is the lid. Time for the small tidy that feels like blessing. The paddle lies straight. The rake slides beneath the bench, where good hands will find it by knowing. The petals stay as you place them. Maps for the gentle feet to come. The cup sits empty and proud. The folded leaf under the hibiscus keeps its crease like a pocket you can reach back into later. The blue stitched square remains tucked, a page to be read by fingers when eyes are busy. Tokens face forward. Hush, thanks, home. Friend, stay soon. Begin rests on the warm rim for anyone who wonders how. Carry waits beside. Hush, easy as a shoulder. The 3 little seeds keep their places by begin. Home, friend, quiet as buttons. The ribbon between posts stills. Breath writing lies invisible and sure. Courage rests his front paws on warm stone and gives the bowl one last rib measured yes. Dollar lowers whiskers to kiss the surface once and lifts them clean, leaving the smallest silver letter behind, which water understands without effort. You make your last circle of presents. Richie sits with his back to hibiscus leaves nows, sure of their color. You lean your shoulder into the post and let the wall keep a degree of you for later. Courage curls on the dew-colored floor with one paw touching stone. Dollar folds along him, chin in the hollow. The ledge has warmed and saved. 3 breaths to close without closing. First breath, keep the habit of small beginnings. Second breath, send any leftover rush to the grate with a job and a pat. Third breath, carry only what fits in a folded leaf and leave the rest where rooms know how to hold it. You rise together the way threads lift from cloth. Richie squares the jars so their labels face the day. You smooth the rim where your wrist leaned and leave the stone ready for the next kind pair of hands. Courage steps the ring of stones. Second, always second, confident in floors that keep secrets kindly. Dollar pause and looks back at the ribbon. It trembles once and remembers stillness. Through the arch, a lantern blinks and remembers it is daytime. A leaf shows a line of silver and folds it away, like a promise it intends to keep. A vine chooses later with good manners. The velvet halls keep their buttered glow for your return. The bench by the ember has saved your shapes. Courage hops up and leaves a courage-shaped space. Dollar fits it perfectly. Chin across Courage's wrist. Bell remembering to glow instead of ring. Richie sits so his shoulder and yours make the familiar shelf the hour likes to lean on. We go slow together, he murmurs, and the house finishes the line because it knows it by heart. We listen. We keep the door of kindness open. Courage answers with a long yes that lives beside sleep. Dollar's tail writes one quiet comma and rests.
The ember keeps its sleepy thought. The bench gives back the warmth you left. Courage lifts his head first. Dollar follows. Bella's star turned inward. Morning stands kindly in the window. Bright enough to see by, gentle enough not to rush. Richie looks from the hearth to the hall to the garden, and back to you, the look people have when a door will open soon. And that is a good thing. We'll walk the house once more and let it keep what it learned, he says, rising without waking the dust. Step. Pause. Step. Pause. The velvet halls meet you with buttered hush, and return it to your heels. Lamps keep their bows. Mirrors keep their lace. The runner remembers how to be cloud. Courage pads at the front. Ribbon quiet at his chest. Letter still. Dollar comes shoulder to shoulder. Chin lifted. Bell remembering to glow instead of ring. You and Richie follow. A small procession made of the pace you taught each other. At the guest book, the leather cover rests easy. The neat oval and 4 commas of Courage's print. Wait where you left them, the scent poem still true. Richie does not open the cover. He lets his fingers rest along the spine, then lifts a pencil and writes one small curve where names usually go. A bend of gratitude. Courage places his paw on the stand and lifts it again, sealing the page without ink. Dollar breathes a warm yes into the grain, and the book keeps it. Past the picture hall, where the square of bare wood has learned the comfort of being left alone. Courage pauses there, and lets 2 toes touch, then lifts them away. We were here, says the floor, and we are still here, says the quiet. The portraits think in gold and keep their dusk, the way elders keep good stories nearby, ready not pressing. At the lingering stairs' second tread, the soft place waits as if expecting pause. Courage noses the wicker basket. Dollar lifts the edge of the folded throw. Together they pull a corner, make a landing, lie across it for the 3 breaths everyone knows by now, then fold it back with paws and chins, untidy and perfect. The wood carries that kindness like heat for later travelers. The treasure room's straw-colored door is closed, but not in a way that excludes. Courage touches the ribbon handle with his nose and lets it be gift returned to its shelf. Behind the door, the whale and the star are waiting and later, pleased to be waiting. Builder and listener hang on their pegs like good ideas that never spoil. Dollar stands a heartbeat longer, and the door understands it has been thanked. Through the arch to the garden, stone the color of dew. The fountain lifts water only far enough to fall kindly. The ribbon between the posts remembers your breath writing without needing to show it. On the ledge, the tokens face forward. Hush. Thanks. Home sits just shy of the lip, a word that already knows its direction. Begin rests warm for the next hand. Carry waits where anyone can see it. The jars keep their elbows together. First light and last stars talking without opening. Richie places his palm on each lid for a breath, and leaves them to continue. He takes from his pocket a square of linen stitched with a small blue thread, the one that learned the shape of an hour, and lays it on the warm stone. For the road, he says, not to take, only to read by touch. Courage lowers his nose to the square. Dollar rests his chin near the stitch. The cloth remembers. Back across the runner and its cloud soft grammar. The hall offers its new language one last time. Steps that land and stay. Glass that warms without glare. Corners that wait. Frames that relax. You listen to hear if anything needs mending. And find that nothing does. This is what repair feels like when it is finished. Not a trumpet. A settled shoulder. At the bench, the ember becomes an idea of afternoon. Richie sets the small cedar box, the one that sometimes held the music's 3 notes, onto the hearth, and does not wind it. We will let the between speak, he says. The between is fluent now. It is goodbye, but it is the kind that likes to smile. Richie kneels and touches the charm on Courage's ribbon with the back of one knuckle, careful as if greeting a sleeping bird. He does not untie the thread. Promise kept does not need opening. He smooths the fur at Dollar's collar, where the bell rests, leaving it in the spot where forgetting is easy and safe. Thank you for teaching the halls to whisper and the rooms to wait, he tells Courage, voice near a whisper's own shoulder. Courage leans his chest into Richie's hand and holds the lean, a dog's way of saying, I understood you with more than ears. Dollar steps closer and presses his shoulder to both of them. The elegant arithmetic of 3. There are small gifts that travel without pockets. Richie names them so you can feel their weight. The second tread, he says. The square of wood. The felt road that stops at enough. The bell that glows instead of ringing. The cup that keeps sky and gives it back. The breath lines the fountain can still read. The house has learned your words, it will save them for you. Courage stands and the house stands with him in its old language. A beam settles. A doorframe takes one content breath. The rugs remember pause and keep them secret. The mirrors think in butter, and forget to compare. It is time to step outward. The foyer tiles count your pace, and approve it. The door is the color of dusk, even in daylight. The brass handle is brushed to a kindness. Richie opens it, and the morning opens its corresponding door outside. The path is a ribbon the garden laid down for you during the night. And now it uncurls toward the gate. At the threshold, Richie kneels again. You were a guest and a teacher, he says, and you left the rooms kinder than you found them. Courage answers with the long even yes that lives under his ribs. Dollar's tail draws a quiet comma and rests, the mark that says continue, not end. They do the formalities in the gentlest way. Richie touches the top of Courage's head, and the spot between his shoulders and the place behind his ear where trust lives. Dollar and Courage touch noses, and let their whiskers knit a fence made only of good feelings for 1 second. The bell does not ring. The ribbon keeps its letter. Richie gives you the last small line. The house knows by heart. We go slow together. We listen. We keep the door of kindness open. You say it with him and the hallway answers by staying itself. Step pause. Step pause. The small procession becomes 2 at the gate. The iron has forgotten how to be iron, and learned how to be welcome. Richie lifts the latch, and the sound is a polite yes. The path beyond is a string of friendly commas through the lawn, not a command. Courage looks back once as friends do, not to check, only to remember. The house looks back without windows, the way places look back when they have learned a person's pace. The fountain, though hidden by hedges now, keeps counting up. Down, yes, a metronome you can borrow through your breath. The jars keep their elbows together and their talk will be waiting when you return. The world outside is the color of a plan that doesn't hurry. Fences pass like folded quilts. Trees hold their leaves like soft hands. The road hums the size of your chest. Dollar watches from the gate, with Richie's hand on his collar. The bell a star turned inward. The posture of blessing. He does not call out. He does not need to. He holds the house's side of the thread, and you hold yours. There is a way to travel with a place still in your pocket, even when your pockets are empty. Courage knows it. He walks with second step calm. The soft place first, the strong place next, the rest following. Your breath finds the number you've loved. 1 for calm, 2 for ease, 3 for sleep. The air understands and shoulders along. Somewhere between here and home, a small hill leans. A bird tries 2 notes then waits. A field of barley combs itself in a breeze that learned manners from your ribbon over water. A cloud practices being a gate, and then opens wide. Even the mailboxes seem to be practicing the word welcome, with their flags down. Home appears not as a surprise but as a sentence finishing itself kindly. A path you know by shoe and by paw. A step that has memorized your weight. A door that looks like dusk when the light is right. Courage slows. The way one does when arriving should be felt and not only reached. He touches the threshold with one paw and then the other, and then stands in the opening long enough to let outside and inside shake hands. What you brought with you needs no unpacking. A second tread to carry up the first stairs you see. A square of wood to leave bare on purpose. A felt road to stop at enough. A bell to glow instead of ring. A cup to keep sky for the count of 3 and give it back whole. A fountain you can draw with breath in a bowl. In a sink. In the quiet of your own chest. A house, even your house that can learn to be kinder because another house taught you how to teach it. Behind you far enough to be tender. The mansion keeps your shape in several places on a bench by an ember. Along a runner that likes cloud. In a ribbon over water only the bowl can see. Richie and Dollar turn from the gate, when the moment asks them to and go inside to keep the between warm. They will set hush at the front of the token tray, and leave begin on the warm stone for anyone who needs it. They will pass the second tread and give it an extra breath, the way friends keep habits alive for each other. Inside your own door the light sits on the floor in a stripe that looks like it learned how from a lace curtain in another room. Courage steps into the stripe and rests there ribbon quiet, letter still the yes of arrival written in fur. You stand a hand's width behind and let your shoulders drop the last small distance that says all right we're here. Goodbye is a word that stays and waves from both sides of the lane. Happy is the way the hands wave not because nothing will change, but because what matters learned how to travel without luggage. The day moves forward. The house breathes. Courage breathes. You breathe. Somewhere. In another good house. A bell glows. A jar listens. A ribbon trembles over water and keeps still. The stripe of light on your floor keeps its patient shape. Courage tests it with one paw then another and lets his chest find the warm. Outside morning stands nearby with its sleeves rolled, ready to be useful without being loud. The room waits, eager to learn a language it almost speaks already. Start with what you brought that weighs nothing. You walk to the stairs and count the way a friend taught you. 1 for calm, 2 for ease, 3 for sleep. Second tread, the soft place, it exists here too. Courage pauses there as if recognizing a cousin. You unhook the little throw from the banister and pull just enough onto the step for a landing. He lies across it for 3 breaths, then helps you fold it back with the tidy that looks like paws and chins and a small laugh. The wood keeps that memory like heat. The square of bare wood you promised to leave appears beside the window where a plant once stood. You slide the rug a finger width so the floor can breathe. Courage steps into the square and looks up as if to say there, that's kinder. You say yes out loud to make it official. The room settles by a degree. In the kitchen you choose a bowl that has always known its job and ask it for one more. You fill it to the height of permission and no higher, then carry it to the table and set it in a ring of light. Courage stands beside you ribbon quiet to his chest. Letter still. Sunrise goodnights. Right with breath you whisper and lean. Your line crosses the surface and goes nowhere in a hurry. Courage draws around with a door left open. The bowl nods, which is what water does when it approves. You lift the cup you love, turn it upside down lower, lift a film of ceiling and leaf and early day. Keep for 1, 2, 3 return. Kept and not kept are both true. Your kitchen learns a good habit immediately. A mantle that used to collect bright things now accepts a tray with patient ones. Hush, you say, placing a small stone you brought back from a path that felt like commas. Thanks, you write on a scrap and fold it under the stone. Home you leave as the empty space between them, the kind of label that doesn't need ink. Carry weights in your pocket like a shoulder. Courage pads to the hallway where pictures hang. Curtains here are different, but they still understand dusk if asked. You draw them a finger width and the frames lower their thinking to a late afternoon gold. The house is pleased to be handsome without trying. There's a cupboard with cups and saucers and one small bell you never use because it feels like a shout. You tie a thread of ribbon around the clapper and set the bell back on its saucer. Now it glows without ringing. Courage blinks slow, the kitchen agrees. You lay a felt strip across the floor between a chair and the doorway, a road that stops it enough. Courage noses a wooden marble from one end to the other, pauses and lets it rest. The marble looks proud for understanding when to stop. A runner along the hall remembers cloud and breeze. A mirror near the door learns butter and forgets to compare. Outside the yard offers chores disguised as invitations. A gate latch sings a high note you don't need. You loosen its pride by one screw's width and it drops into a lower key. The path remembers how to be commas, not periods. Your porch light learns what dimmer feels like at noon. The wind looks through the hedge and decides to arrive on tiptoe. Back inside you give the grate that swallows sink water a task. If any hurry visits you tell it, show it the stairs. You lower a folded leaf against the lip. The little river pats the cloth exactly as if it had been taught elsewhere and wants to behave the same way here. Courage brings you a small thing to mend that doesn't need thread. It is an old toy with a loosened seam of confidence. You place it in the later basket you brought into being with your hands and a label in your best not printed letters. Later here means kept safely rather than postponed. Courage approves with a sigh. The room hears without trying. Now the house wants a map. You cut little dots from linen and tuck tiny loops into their backs. One by the stairs' second tread, one by the square of bare floor, one near the bell that glows, one on the shelf beside the bowl of water. Where kindness has been, the dots say, and where it can be found again. Courage noses each dot in turn and leaves the faintest scent that means this is a friend. You step back and the day steps in. Quiet chores begin to look like games. You open a window the width of a book spine and listen for the hum beyond. It wants to be background and nothing else. The room nods and obliges. You sharpen a single pencil and lay the curl of cedar in a saucer. Courage watches, then lowers his head to the table's edge and becomes watch in the gentlest sense. There is a place on your wall you've never used for anything but hanging time. You set a small cloth board there and pin 3 cards that know how to be short and true. Lower the bright, tuck the feet of noisy things, leave room for the between. You don't read them again. The house reads them for you. Lunch thinks of happening and decides it can do so quietly. The kettle hums like a friend who has learned inside voices. You slip the apron marked slow stitched last night while sleep watched over your head. Courage places his chin on your knee and keeps it there, the right amount of weight for one human to remember how to be here. Steam rises like a sentence that doesn't need to be finished aloud. A knock that isn't a knock taps the air, not the door. The day. You put one palm to the pane. Warmth answers. Courage mirrors the gesture with one paw on the sill and his nose toward the world. This is how to say we live here without saying anything out loud. When afternoon lifts the corner of its blanket, you walk the house once more for the pleasure of hearing it not ask. The felt road is still enough. The marble has not moved. The bell glows pleased with its ribbon. The second tread has kept the landing you made and looks forward to another. The bowl on the table keeps breath lines only you can read. And that is the point. From a drawer you take a paper with weight like promise and a pencil the color of oat. You write a postcard you will not mail but will keep on the mantle, a thank you no one needs to receive to feel. Thank you for teaching us to be slow together. Thank you for lending us a second step. Thank you for remembering breath. Courage taps the card with his paw and that is the stamp. Evening begins to down the window's frame. You pull the lamp's chain a single notch and the room becomes not dimmer, just nearer. The chair by the bowl decides to be the place where the day sits and takes off its shoes. You take the small cedar box to the mantel and do not wind it. 1, 2, 3. You say the numbers like names and leave space for the between. The between arrives like a friend who knows your code and sits without scraping a chair. Courage pads to the front door and looks back. It's the look a good dog gives when a walk is not requested but a ritual is. You fasten a soft loop to the railing at ankle height and tie a tiny card in your best small script.
Write with breath. At the threshold you draw a single line over the night that waits outside. The air reads it. A porch sleeping cricket tries a note and decides one is perfect. Neighbors pass in the distance the way commas pass in a thoughtful sentence. You tip your head and they tip theirs. The street learns a slower step from just watching yours. Back at the bowl, Courage makes the smallest circle with a door in it and then rests his chin across your wrist. You feel the hum that has been with you since the fountain, and you know it has taken up residence in your house. You place a linen leaf under the bowl's rim with a crease that means later you remember. You go to the stair again because practice is a kindness. 1 for calm, 2 for ease, 3 for sleep. Courage lies on the second tread without prompting. A soft check mark the step is proud to wear. Night arrives on polite feet. Lamps bow their shades. The kettle retires to the back of the stove and nods once for good work. You set the bell tree, every bell wrapped in thread the color of tea, on a low shelf where hands can touch without ringing. Courage and you make your last rounds. The window the width of a book spine, the mirror thinking in butter, the bare square of floor. At the door you write one more breath line above the threshold and leave it to be read by whoever enters later, even if that's just you coming back with laundry. The ribbon trembles in the air as an idea and then keeps still. Finally the bench, your bench, not the other one, and yet the same in the way two good benches can be. Courage climbs up and leaves a courage-shaped space. You fit it without measuring, shoulder to shoulder, the dependable shelf the hour likes. The house listens. You listen back. We go slow together, you say, and find that your house knows the line already. We listen. We keep the door of kindness open. Courage answers with a long yes that lives near sleep. A neighbor's gate closes softly across the lane, as if practicing your manners back to you. The bowl holds your breath writing. The second tread saves a landing for tomorrow. The square of bare wood keeps its clean courage. Afternoon leans its elbow on your windowsill and watches kindly. Courage lifts his head first. The stripe of light on the floor has moved, but it is still a friend. He steps through it, turns once, and leaves the soft shape of contentment where a rug used to cover too much. Your house notices and decides to breathe a little deeper. You walk the rooms with empty hands and let them show you what they learned. The bell on the saucer glows but does not speak. The bowl on the table remembers breath writing without asking to be stirred. The second tread has kept the landing you made after breakfast and offers it again, as if repetition were a kind of love. The square of bare wood by the window looks proud of its honesty. A small leaf you folded for later waits under a lip near the drain, being useful in a way no one sees, and that is the point. Outside, the path practices its commas past the gate. Courage stands in the doorway and looks back at the ribbon you tied at ankle height. Write with breath, it says in your best small script, and the air remembers. Beyond the fence the street has slowed itself by watching your steps from earlier. You clip nothing to Courage but the habit of second step, the soft place first. He walks like a person saying please without words. You pass a hedge that has learned to whisper from better hedges, and a mailbox that has decided to lower its voice. A neighbor nods and lifts a hand in the style of kindness that doesn't expect a reply. Courage glances once and chooses not to hurry toward being greeted. He lets greeting come to him like a quiet dog who knows he is already welcome. At the corner the wind has brought the faintest chalk of rain without the rain. You stop where the curb dips and draw one breath over the puddle that isn't there yet. The pavement answers with a cooler yes. Courage adds a round exhale that leaves a door open in the air. A sparrow earns 3 notes and stops in time. Even crossings can learn table manners. You return by the long way because the long way is kinder to light. The gate latch accepts its lower key without performing. The porch is pleased to be more listening than landing. You write a single ribbon over the threshold and the house reads it, which is a trick it learned from you earlier and will not forget. On the hall table a small square waits under the bowl where keys used to clatter. No postman brought it. It looks like something a house can leave for a person when their pockets are already full of breath. Linen folded twice, the tiniest blue stitch in the corner. Courage noses it and steps back. You lift it and feel the memory of a fountain that kept its elbows with light and stars. You do not unfold it. You press it flat to your palm until your palm remembers without help. Rooms enjoy errands that fit inside their borders. You take the kettle from the stove and let it be a bowl for sky. Lower lift, keep for 1, 2, 3, return. Kept and not kept are both true again. The stove hums modestly about having hosted a ceremony and applauds itself by cooling. Courage drifts down the hall and stands before a picture that has never had a curtain. You offer it a ribbon of lace a finger width deep. The frame forgets to boast. The face inside softens because late afternoon is generous to everyone, even paper. When the mail does come, it rests itself in the box without making a point. Among the usual rectangles is one that smells faintly of cedar and mint. Inside, a card and a careful hand that likes to be quiet on purpose. Carry light, it says, and the ink looks pleased to have chosen so few words. At the bottom, a small pressed thread the color of moon. You leave the card near the bell on its saucer and do not assign it a job. It will find one. There is a place on your kitchen wall where clocks used to correct you. You hang a small board of cloth instead and pin 3 gentle truths the house will read when you forget to. Begin small, leave room for the between, stop at enough. Courage watches and sighs a sound that lifts the corners of the hour. Afternoon turns its face toward evening and you try the stairs again because practice is a kindness. 1 for calm, 2 for ease, 3 for sleep. Second, tread the soft place. Courage lies there and becomes tidy and untidy at once, which is the exact right shape for rest. You sit for a minute on the 3rd step and lean your shoulder to the wall so the wall can collect its portion of your weight. The wall approves by doing nothing at all. The bowl on the table asks to be a map. You set a cotton petal on the water and it chooses a harbor where Courage's earlier circle left its door. You add a 2nd petal and stop so that someone unseen could add a 3rd if they arrive just now, which they do not, and that is fine. The house learns it can be ready without being eager. When the first lamp thinks of glowing, you let it. Not because darkness is a worry, but because the light you make at home is part of what keeps the threshold a soft edge. You pull the shade down by 1 quiet notch. The room draws a little closer, like a friend scooting over on a bench to share the view, not the space. Supper is simple by design. The pan behaves. The spoon remembers its inside voice. Courage sets his chin to the corner of your knee and adds weight in the exact amount a person needs to finish without hurrying. The kettle hums its vowel of approval and stops before applause. Plates sit without clatter. The sink swallows without complaint. The leaf at the lip receives each small rush and sends it away with better manners than it arrived. A soft knock that is not a knock touches the evening. You open the window the width of a book spine. The world fits. 2 children in the lane play a game that involves trading places slowly. You do not teach. You recognize the rule and nod once. Someone has been teaching kindly somewhere. Perhaps it was you when you were out earlier. Perhaps it was the day itself. You write a thank you you will not send and prop it by the door like a welcome for your next returning self. Thank you thresholds for learning to be doors without edges. Thank you rooms for practicing yes without noise. Thank you path for knowing commas. When it is time to let the evening fold itself, you and Courage make the rounds the house prefers. The bell glows. The bowl keeps a circle with a door. The curtain remembers to dim by a finger width. The 2nd tread receives a paw and promises to be ready in the morning. The square of bare wood breathes like a little love. At the front door you lay 1 last ribbon of breath just above the sill and leave it for the late returning shoe or a moonbeam that likes to read. The ribbon trembles and rests fluent now. Night steps in the way good guests do by not calling attention to arrival. You sit on the bench that has learned your shape and find the other shape already there because Courage is good at timing. Shoulder to shoulder the shelf the hour loves reassembles itself without effort. The room listens. You listen back. Somewhere not far but also far, a fountain inside another house counts up, down, yes. and the jars keep their elbows together while they talk without making a sound. Your house hears the story and tells it to itself until the telling and the listening are the same thing. We go slow together, you say, and your walls answer by staying themselves. We listen. We keep the door of kindness open. Courage gives the law, and yes, he carries behind his ribs. The light thinks about leaving and instead becomes near. The street settles into background. The stair holds the soft place for later. The bowl keeps a harbor for anyone with breath to spend. Evening tucks its head under the sill and settles. Courage lifts his head first. The stripe across the floor is thinner now, kind as a bookmark. He steps through it, turns once, and lets his weight tell the room he belongs. Your house inhales, pleased to know what to do next. You start with a stare because practice is a kindness. 1 for calm, 2 for ease, 3 for sleep. Second, tread the soft place, remember. Courage lies there without asking, and you pull a corner of the throw over the edge. Just enough for a landing. 3 breaths, then the tidy that looks like paws and chins and a smile the step can feel. The wood keeps the warmth like a secret it intends to use. Back in the kitchen, the bowl waits on its ring of light. You fill it to the height of permission and no higher, set it down and lean. Sunrise, good nights, right with breath. Your line goes across and goes nowhere in a hurry. Courage draws around with a door left open. The water nods. You turn the cup upside down, lower, lift a skim of ceiling and leaf an early night keep for 1, 2, 3. Curtain not kept and not kept are both true. The room learns to be proud without telling anyone. The bell on its saucer keeps glowing under its ribbon and forgets to ring. You set a little card near it from the mantel board. Begin small. The bell reads it and behaves as if it had known all along. You make a short tour of the quiet you planted. The square of bare wood by the window exhales. The runner remembers cloud. The mirror thinks in butter. The folded leaf by the lip of the drain receives each spill and sends it away kinder than it arrived. Everywhere the word enough is spelled with soft corners. Outside, the lane tries on dusk and finds the right size. You open the window the width of a book spine and let the world be background. Someone down the street practices the gentle art of closing a gate. A bike coasts without complaint. 2 voices trade places slowly and then stop in time. You nod and the air nods back. Courage pads to the door and looks over his shoulder. You loop the ankle ribbon on the rail with a little tag, right with breath, and draw 1 quiet line above the threshold. The night reads it and lowers its voice. A cricket tries once and decides that is plenty.
The house asks for a midnight watch small enough to finish itself. You put 3 buttons in a shallow dish and line them by shine instead of size. You sharpen 1 pencil, set the cedar curl in a saucer, and stop before the point becomes a job. Courage lays his head on the table's edge and lets his ears keep the hush. The kettle moves itself an inch to look helpful and then decides stillness is better help. A letter that never needs opening rests on Courage's ribbon. You touch the knot with the back of a finger and say promise kept, which is the only sentence it likes. Courage leans into your hand and holds the lean, the dog form of I understood. You place a small saucer by the bowl and set 3 wooden pebbles on it, the color of tea, oat, and moon. Count kindly and stop early. You read to yourself without reading. You roll tea from your palm to Courage's paw. He lifts his paw away and leaves the pebble where hand had been. A tidy exchange of places. Oat you roll to the lip near the folded leaf so the little river will have company. Moon stays in the dish for later. A reminder that choosing not to use a thing is still using it correctly. At the mantel, the blue stitched square asks to be touched and is. A fountain you can picture keeps its elbows with light and stars. The cedar box that never needs winding holds the between as if it were a soft creature asleep on its lid. The seed by home sits like a button you don't have to sew on because nothing is falling open. You write 4 brief truths on the cloth board the wall reads for you when you're busy. Begin small. Stop at enough. Share after. Leave room for the between. The room straightens a degree and looks handsomer for it. Courage sighs, which is how a house receives applause. Now walk through the yard on tiptoe. The gate greets your palm in its lower voice. The hedge keeps the whisper you lent it. The porch learns to be a threshold without edges. You write one more breath line above the sill and leave it for the late shoe or the early thought. The ribbon trembles and then keeps still. Fluent. Back inside, supper's memory becomes 2 cups and a plate, dealt with without clatter. The sink does its swallowing. The folded leaf accepts its task. The lamp lowers itself a notch. The runner keeps its cloud. The mirror does butter. The square of bare wood breathes its little lung of honesty. Everywhere the word enough is spelled with soft corners. Courage brings his old toy with the soft seam of confidence and lays it in the later basket, that means kept, not postponed. He noses the rim as if to teach the basket gratitude. You stroke the seam with a finger and it holds without thread, which is sometimes how mending prefers to happen. You return to the bowl because beginnings are beautiful places to end. Lower the cup, lift a thin sky that has learned your kitchen. Keep for 1, 2, 3 and return whole. Kept and not kept remain friends. The water files your breath writing where only the bowl can read. Exactly right. At the stair, one last practice for the day. 1 for calm, 2 for ease, 3 for sleep. Second tread receives the weight it's been holding a spot for. Courage settles there and becomes the shape of rest that floors understand. You sit 1 step up, lean your shoulder to the wall and feel yourself become both lighter and more included. The wall keeps your portion of you for morning. Bench at last. Courage climbs up and leaves a courage-shaped space. You fit it without measuring. Shoulder to shoulder. The dependable shelf the hour keeps choosing. The room listens. You listen back. The bell glows. The blue stitch waits. The seed near home behaves like a true thing. The road ends at enough. The grate keeps its job for any rush that forgets itself. We go slow together, you say, and your walls answer by staying themselves. We listen. We keep the door of kindness open. Courage gives the long yes that lives under his ribs. The lane recedes to background. The lamp becomes near instead of bright. The bowl keeps a harbor for anyone with breath to spend. Midnight loosens its shoelaces and sits. Courage lifts his head first. The ribbon of moon on the floor has thinned to a silver thread, patient as string on a parcel you plan to open slowly tomorrow. He steps through it, turns once and lets his weight tell the room we're safe. Your house hears answers by staying itself. You make a last small round, the kind that tucks more than it changes. The bell on its saucer glows and forgets to ring. The bowl on the table keeps the breath circle with a door. The curtain holds its finger with dusk. The square of bare wood by the window breathes a steady, honest breath. The folded leaf by the drain's lip accepts what the faucet remembers to hurry and returns it with better manners. The felt road ends at enough and looks pleased to be limited. All the quiets you planted have taken root. Practice because practice is a kindness. 1 for calm, 2 for ease, 3 for sleep. Second tread, soft place waits. Courage lies there without being told. Tidy and untidy at once, which is exactly the shape wood understands. You pull a corner of the throw over the edge, just enough for a landing. 3 breaths later you and he fold it back with paws and chins, that small laugh the step can feel. The rail touched in passing hums a yes too soft to need ears. Back in the kitchen, the bowl asks for one last ceremony that is also a thank you. You fill it to the height of permission and no higher. Set it in its ring of lamplight, and lean. Sunrise, good nights, right with breath. Your line goes across and rests. Courage draws around, keeps a door in it. Always a door. The water agrees. You turn the cup upside down, lower, lift a skim of ceiling and leaf, and late night, keep for 1, 2, 3, return whole. Kept and not kept are both true again, and your house is happy with both truths living here. On the mantel, the blue stitch square asks to be read by hand and is. Your palm remembers a fountain that kept its elbows with light and stars without opening. Beside it, the cedar box you never wind holds the between like a small animal sleeping. Warm through wood, the seed by home keeps its place like a button no coat needs and every coat loves. You add 2 linen dots to the map of kindness. 1 by the bowl's rim where wrists lean, 1 on the stair wall where your shoulder leaves its portion of you for morning. Courage noses each dot and leaves the shy scent that means ours. You open the window the width of a book spine. The lane is background as promised. A single car sighs and is gone. A neighbor's latch closes in the lower key. Somewhere a dog you don't know delivers one slow yes and chooses to be done. The air nods, satisfied with itself. The house asks for a watch you can finish. You sort 4 buttons by the temperature of their shine and stop before sorting becomes a task. You sharpen a pencil once, set the curl of cedar in a saucer and stop before point becomes job. Courage rests his chin on the table's edge and lets his ears keep the hour. The kettle moves itself not at all and is useful by staying. At the door you tie the ankle ribbon and write one last line above the sill. The night reads it and lowers its voice to match. A cricket adds a comma, then remembers the lesson about stopping in time. You turn to the cloth board where clocks used to correct you and pin one more truth for the wall to read when you're busy. Carry light. The card you tucked under the bell's ribbon learns it too and glows by half a shade. Carry light becomes a thing the house can do on your behalf when your pockets fill. Courage brings his old toy and lays it in the later basket. Later here means kept. He noses the rim to tell the basket thank you. You smooth the seam with a finger and it holds without thread, the exact amount of mending most nights require. It is time to give the day back to dark and keep only what fits on a folded leaf. You walk the rooms not to change, to agree. The mirror does butter. The runner does cloud. The square does honesty. The bell does glow. The bowl does harbor. The second tread keeps warmth like a promise kept in wood. Everywhere the word enough is written in soft corners you can find with your hands. You take the path out and back across the porch the long way in a small space because the long way is kinder to endings. At the threshold you breathe a quiet ribbon for tomorrow's first shoe and leave it there. The air keeps it like a whispered note under a doormat that says welcome in a language the wind knows. Bench at last. Courage climbs up and leaves a courage-shaped space. You fit it without measuring. Shoulder to shoulder the dependable shelf the hour keeps choosing. The lamp lowers itself another thought. The room listens. You listen back. The house is not silent, it's fluent. There is one more practice that belongs to sleep. 1 for calm, 2 for ease, 3 for sleep. You say them with your chest instead of your mouth. Courage answers with the long yes he keeps under his ribs. It moves through your sleeve into the bench into the wall and becomes a rhythm the room wears like a sweater. You touch the knot at Courage's ribbon with the back of a finger. Promise kept, you tell the letter that never needs opening. He leans into your hand and holds the lean. The answer is years long and only a second wide. Now the end that isn't an end, only a door that forgot how to close. You look around gently. The bowl with its breath written harbor, the board with its kindly rules, the folded leaf doing quiet work, the square of bare wood telling truth by being nothing in the way, the road stopping at enough on purpose, the bell that glows, the second tread keeping its soft place ready. The window open, a book's width, the map of linen dots, the seed by home, the blue stitch by the between. Every small thing says yes without noise. We go slow together, you say, not loud enough to wake dust. We listen. We keep the door of kindness open. Your house repeats the lines back by staying exactly as it is. Outside, some other good house you know by heart is doing the same, counting up, down, yes, where water lives, keeping jars elbow to elbow without opening. Inside, this house braids the same lesson through its floorboards in your chest until they agree to share. The stripe of moon thins again and decides to be a thought instead of a stripe. Your eyes lower the way shades lower when they've learned from hands. Courage's ribbon glows. His letter stays tied. The neighbor's gate closes softly across the lane, and in the key you taught your latch. The bowl holds your last line. The stair holds your next soft step. The door keeps your welcome already written. Happy goodbyes don't end. They turn into furniture and small chores in the easy decency of a latch. You carry only what a folded leaf can keep, second steps and breath lines in the habit of stopping at enough, and you leave the rest where rooms know the art of holding. Here we are, sleepy friend. At the soft edge of night, Courage has curled up, his ribbon quiet, and the house knows your name by heart. The stairs keep their second step ready. The bowl remembers your breath line. The door is already practicing welcome for tomorrow. Let your shoulders set down the last small weight. 1 for calm, 2 for ease, 3 for sleep. If a thought wanders in, Give it a little lane to rest on, and let it stop at enough. Your room will hold the rest. It knows how now. Thank you for walking slowly with me tonight. If this story helped your eyes grow heavy, and your heart feel held, tap like so the hush can travel farther. Subscribe and ring the bell softly, so I can meet you here again, with more gentle rooms and kinder roads, and another sleepy adventure for courage, and for you. Close your eyes. Keep the door of kindness open. I'll be right here next time. Good night.